opposes the organization of credit which they clamor for, and the day when the ill will of that class shall be positively proven, its last excuse will vanish in the people's eyes, and their vengeance will know no bounds. P.J. Proudhon. Fourth letter. December 31st, 1849. You have deceived me. I expected from you a serious discussion. Your letters are but a series of insipid mystifications. If you had made a compact with me to obscure the question and to prevent our debate from coming to a definitive conclusion, by embarrassing it with incidents, digressions, trifles, and quibbles, you could have taken no other course. Now what are we after, if you please? To ascertain whether interest of money ought, or ought not, to be abolished. I have told you myself that there is the pivot of socialism, the mainspring of the revolution. Did you ever, in your life, hear of the Bank of France? Do me the favor to visit it some day, it is not far from the Institute. There you will find M.D. Argout, who knows more about capital and interest than you and all the economists of Guillaume. 562 The Bank of France is an association of capitalists, formed 50 years ago, at the solicitation of the state and by a privilege granted by the state, for the purpose of levying usury upon the whole of France. From its beginning it has not ceased to grow. The February Revolution, by joining with it the departmental banks, made it the first power in the Republic. The principle on which this association was formed is yours precisely. They said, we have obtained our capital by our labor or by that of our fathers. Why then, in return for making it an aid to general circulation and for devoting it to the service of our country, should we not draw a legitimate salary, since the landlord derives an income from his land, since the builder derives an income from his houses, since the merchant gets a profit on his goods over and above his running expenses, since the worker who lays our floors includes in the price of his day's work a charge for the use of his tools which certainly more than covers the amount which they cost him. There could be, as you see, no more plausible argument. It is the argument which has always, and with reason, been opposed to the Church when she has condemned interest as distinct from rent. It is the argument which you fall back on in every one of your letters. Now, do you know where the stockholders of the Bank of France, all of whom, including M.D. Argout, I regard as very honest people, have been led by this seductive reasoning, to robbery, yes, sir, to the most unmistakable, shameless, detestable robbery, for it is this robbery alone which, since February, has suspended labor, hindered business, caused the people to die of cholera, hunger, and cold, and which, with the secret intention of restoring the monarchy, is breathing despair among the working classes. It is right here that I propose to how interest passes from legitimacy to illegitimacy, and, what will surprise you still more, how paid credit, the moment that it ceases to rob, the moment that it claims only the price which legitimately belongs to it, becomes gratuitous credit. What is the capital of the Bank of France? According to the last inventory, 90 million. What is the legal rate of discount, agreed upon between the bank and the state, 4% a year? Then the legal and legitimate annual income of the Bank of France, the just price of its services, is, for a capital of 90 million, at 4% a year, 3,600,000 francs. 3,600,000 francs, that is the amount, according to the fiction of the productivity of capital, which the commerce of France owes annually to the Bank of France as reward for its capital, which is 90 million. Under these conditions, the shares of the Bank of France are like so many pieces of real estate yielding a regular income of 40 francs each, issued at 1,000 francs, they are worth 1,000 francs. Now, do you know what follows? Consult the same inventory, you will find that these same shares are quoted at 2,400 francs, instead of 1,000. Last week they were 2,445, and if the amount of commercial effects in the portfolio should increase a little, they would go up to 2,500 or 3,000 francs, which means that the capital of the bank, instead of yielding 4%, the legal and conventional rate, yields 8, 10, and 12%. Has the capital of the bank, then, been doubled or tripled? This, indeed, is what should have happened, according to the theory announced in your third and fourth propositions, namely, that interest decreases in proportion as capital increases, but in such a way that the total income of the capitalist is enlarged. But such is not the case at all. The capital of the bank has remained the same, 90 million. Only the company, by means of its privilege and with the aid of its financial machinery, has discovered a method of doing as much business with its capital of 90 million as if it had 450 million, or 5 times as much. Do you ask how that can be? This is the method. It is very simple, and I can explain it. It is precisely one of those which the Bank of the People proposes to use in the annihilation of interest. To avoid the transfer of specie and the troublesome handling or coin, the Bank of France issues bills of credit, called bank notes, which represent the specie lying in its vaults. These are the notes which it ordinarily issues to its customers in return for the drafts and bills of exchange which they bring to it, and the redemption of which, secured by drawers and drawees alike, it undertakes the task of procuring. The bank paper has thus a double security, the coin in the vault and the commercial paper in the portfolio. This double deposit is such good security that businessmen prefer bank notes to specie, and every one is as anxious to know the condition of the bank as that of his own money drawer. It is even thought, in theory, that in this way the Bank of France might dispense with capital altogether and discount paper without specie. Indeed, the commercial paper which it discounts, and against which it issues its notes, being certain of redemption at the appointed time either in silver or in bank notes, the holders of bank notes would only have to dismiss the desire to convert them into coin to enable all transactions to be effected by paper alone. Then the circulating medium would be based, not on the credit of the bank whose capital would thus be set free, but on the public credit, through the general acceptance of the notes. In practice the facts do not harmonize exactly with the theory. Never have we seen bank paper wholly substituted for specie, there is only a tendency in this direction. Now, see what results from this tendency. The bank, relying with perfect security upon the public credit, sure moreover of its debts, does not limit its discounts to the amount of its metallic reserve, but always issues more notes than it has specie, which shows that sometimes, instead of getting real value and making an actual exchange, it only transfers debts, without using any capital. That which here takes the place of the capital of the bank is, I repeat, established custom, commercial confidence, in a word, the public credit. It seems, therefore, that the rate of discount ought to decrease in proportion to the amount of notes issued in excess of the capital, that if, for example, the capital of the bank is 90 million, and its circulation 112 million, the fictitious capital being 1/4 of the real capital, the rate of discount should decrease from 4 to 3%. What could be fairer than that, pray? Is not the public credit public property? Is not the surplus issue of the bank secured by the mutual obligations of citizens? Does not the acceptance of this paper, which has no metallic basis, rest entirely upon their confidence in each other? Is it not this very confidence which makes the paper pass? What has the capital of the bank done? What does it secure? You can already see from this simple outline how false your third proposition is, which makes a decrease of interest involve a corresponding increase of capital. Nothing is falser than this proposition. The theory and practice of all banks proves, on the contrary, that a bank may easily get 4% on its capital while its rate of discount is only 3%, we shall see presently that the rate may go much lower. Why, then, does not the bank, which, with 90 million in capital, issues, as we suppose, 112 million in notes, and which consequently operates, by the aid of the public credit, just as if its capital had increased from 90 millions to 112, why, I ask, does it not reduce its rate of discount in a like proportion? Why this 4% interest received by the bank as a reward for capital not its own? Can you give me a reason which will justify this extra 1% on 112 million? For my part, sir, I call a cat, and roll it a rascal, 563, and I say quite plainly that the bank robs. It is a point admitted in theory that exchange of products can be carried on very well without specie, you admit it yourself, and all the economists know it. Now, the proof of this theory lies precisely in the fact that it is carried out under our very eyes. The circulation of bills of credit replacing gradually the metallic currency, paper being preferred to coin, the public choosing to pay their debts in specie rather than in banknotes, and the bank being constantly persuaded, either by the needs of the state which borrows from it, or by those of commerce which comes en masse to get its paper discounted, or by any other cause, to make new issues. Frequently the result is that gold and silver go out of circulation, and are absorbed by the bank, thus continually increasing its reserve and making its power to multiply its notes literally unlimited. A decree of the National Assembly, having for its object the redemption of the stock of the Bank of France, and the conversion of this bank into a central bank, in which all French citizens should be silent partners, would be only an announcement of the already accomplished fact of the absorption of this association by the nation. You must see, sir, how far short of the accuracy of Euclid's your propositions fall. It is not true, and the facts just cited prove beyond a doubt that it is not that the decrease of interest is proportional to the increase of capital. Between the price of merchandise and interest of capital there is not the least analogy, the laws governing their fluctuations are not the same, and all your dinning of the last 6 weeks in relation to capital and interest has been utterly devoid of sense. The universal custom of banks and the common sense of the people give you the lie on all these points in a most humiliating manner. If, then, interest, after having fallen, in the case of money, to 0.75%, that is, to zero, inasmuch as 0.75% represents only the service of the bank, should fall to zero in the case of merchandise also, by analogy of principles and facts it would soon fall to zero in the case of real estate, rent would disappear in becoming one with liquidation. Do you think, sir, that that would prevent people from living in houses and cultivating land? If, thanks to this radical reform in the machinery of circulation, labor was compelled to pay to capital only as much interest as would be a just reward for the service rendered by the capitalist, specie and real estate being deprived of their reproductive properties and valued only as products, as things that can be consumed, and replace the favor with which specie and capital are now looked upon, would be wholly transferred to products, each individual, instead of restricting his consumption, would strive only to increase it. Whereas, at present, thanks to the restriction laid upon consumable products by interest, the means of consumption are always very much limited, then, on the contrary, production would be insufficient, labor would then be secure in fact as well as in right. The laboring class, gaining at one stroke the 5,000 million, or thereabouts, now taken in the form of interest from the 10,000 which it produces, plus 5,000 millions which the same interest deprives it of by destroying the demand for labor, plus 5,000 million which the parasites, cut off from a living, would then be compelled to produce, the national production would be doubled and the welfare of the worker increased fourfold. And you, sir, whom the worship of interest does not prevent from lifting your thoughts to another world, what say you to this improvement of affairs here below? Do you see now that it is not the multiplication of capital which decreases interest, but on the contrary, that the decrease of interest multiplies capital? P.J. Proudhon. Fifth letter. January 21, 1850. From the standpoint of private interests, capital indicates a relation of exchange, preceded by a reciprocal valuation. It is product judicially appraised, so to speak, by two responsible judges, the seller and the buyer, and pronounced, in consequence of this appraisal, an instrument of reproduction. From the standpoint of society, capital and product are indistinguishable. Products exchange for products and capital exchanges for capital are two perfectly synonymous propositions. What could be simpler, clearer, more positive, more scientific, indeed, than that? I therefore call capital, every settled value, whether in land, machinery, merchandise, provisions, or money, serving, or capable of serving, in production. Common language confirms this definition. Capital is said to be free when the product, whatever it may be, having been simply appraised by the parties, can be regarded as realized, or immediately realizable, that is, converted into such other product as may be desired. In this case, the form that capital most readily assumes is that of money. Capital is said to be engaged, on the contrary, when the value that constitutes it is employed definitively in production. In this case it assumes all possible forms. Custom also sustains me. In every enterprise which is started, the entrepreneur, who, instead of money, employs in his business machinery or raw material, begins by estimating it relatively to himself, his risks, and his dangers, and this estimation, one-sided so to speak, constitutes his capital, or his investment in business. It is the first thing which he makes account of. We know what capital is. We must now draw the consequences of our conception so far as interest is concerned. The explanation will be a little long perhaps, but the reasoning employed will be very simple. Products exchange for products, says J.B. Say, or, in other words, capital exchanges for capital, or yet again, capital exchanges for products, and vice versa. That is the bare fact. The requisite condition, the sine qua non, of this exchange, that which is in fact its essence and its law, is the antagonistic and reciprocal valuation of products. Deprive exchange of the idea of price, and exchange disappears. There is transposition, there is no transaction, no exchange. Product, without price, is a nonentity. As long as it has not received, by the process of buying and selling, its authenticated value, it is regarded as of no effect, it is null. That is the intelligible fact. Everyone gives and receives, according to J.B. Say's formula announcing the material fact, but according to the idea of capital which we have just obtained by our analysis, everyone ought to give and receive an equal value. An unequal exchange is a contradiction. Universal consent has pronounced it a fraud and a robbery. Now, from this primary fact that producers continually stand to each other in the relation of exchanging parties, that they are to each other, by turns and all at once, producers and consumers, workers and capitalists, and from the precisely equal valuation which constitutes exchange, it follows that the accounts of all producers and consumers ought to balance each other, that society, viewed from the standpoint of economic science, is nothing else than this general equilibrium of products, services, wages, consumptions, and fortunes, that, in the absence of this equilibrium, political economy is but a meaningless word, and public order, the well-being of workers, and the security of capitalists and proprietors, a utopia. Now, this equilibrium, from which must spring a unity of interests and social harmony, today does not exist. It is disturbed by diverse causes, which in my opinion may be easily destroyed, and in the front rank of which I place usury, interest, rent. There are, as I have so often said, errors and mismanagement in the bookkeeping, false entries upon the ledgers, of society. Thence arises the wrongfully acquired luxury of some, the increasing misery of others. For this reason we have in modern society an inequality of fortunes and all sorts of revolutionary agitation. I shall furnish you, sir, by commercial accounts, with the proof and the counter-proof. Let us first establish the facts. Products exchange for products, or to speak more accurately, values exchange for values, such is the law. But this exchange is not always made, as we say, on the spot. Both parties do not always transfer the objects exchanged at the same time. Often, and indeed usually, there is an interval between the two deliveries. Now, strange things happen during this interval, things which disturb the equilibrium and falsify the balance. You shall see to what I refer. It so happens that one party to the exchange has no product which the other needs, or, which amounts to the same thing. The latter, who is quite willing to sell, wishes to refrain from buying. He intends to receive the price of his goods, but he wishes, for the present at least, to accept nothing in exchange. In both cases, the exchanging parties avail themselves of an intermediate commodity, which in commerce plays the part of a go-between, always acceptable and always accepted, and which is known as money. And as money, sought for by everybody, is scarce with everybody, the purchaser obtains it from a banker by giving him his note and paying a premium larger or smaller, which is called discount. Discount is made up of two things: a commission, which is the reward for the service rendered by the banker, and interest. We will now tell what interest is. It so happens that the buyer has neither product nor money to give in exchange for the product or capital of which he is in need, but he offers to pay at the end of a certain time in one or more installments. The two cases mentioned above were cash sales. In this case credit is given. Here, then, the buyer having the advantage of the seller, the inequality is compensated for by causing the product sold to bear interest until the time of payment. It was this compensatory interest, the primal origin of usury, that I referred to in one of my former letters as the agent which compels repayment. It lasts as long as credit, it is the reward of credit, but its especial object, remember, is the abridgment of the duration of credit. Such is the meaning, the legitimate significance, of interest. It often occurs, and this is the extremity in which workers are usually placed, that capital is absolutely indispensable to the producer, and that yet there is no probability that the latter, for a long time to come, will be able by his labor or his economy, still less by the money at his disposal, to gather together an equivalent, in a word, to repay. He needs 20, 30, 50 years, and sometimes a century, and the capitalist or proprietor is unwilling to allow him so long a time. How is this difficulty avoided? Here begins usurious speculation. A moment ago we saw interest imposed upon the debtor as an indemnity for credit and a means of hastening repayment. Now we shall see interest taken for itself, usury for usury, like war for war or art for art. By a formal, legal, and authentic contract, sanctioned by all jurisprudence, all legislation, and all religions, the borrower binds himself to the lender to pay him, to the end of time, interest on his capital, land, furniture, or money. He gives himself, body and soul, himself and his heirs, to the capitalist, and becomes his tributary ad vitam aeternam. That is what is termed the settlement of an annuity, and, in certain cases, emphydiasis. By this sort of contract the object passes into the possession of the borrower, who can never be disposed of it, who uses it as if he were its purchaser and proprietor, but who is bound forever to pay a revenue, an endless liquidation, as it were. Such was the economic origin of the feudal system. But now the thing is managed better. Emphydiasis and the settlement of annuities are today, almost everywhere, obsolete. It was found that placing product or capital at perpetual interest was altogether too favorable to the capitalist. The need of an improvement in the system was felt. Capital and real estate are no longer placed at permanent rental, except with the state. They are leased, that is, lent always at interest, but for a limited period. This new kind of usury is called rent or farm rent. Do you understand, sir, what lending at interest, rent or farm rent, for a limited period is? In emphydiasis and the settlement of annuities, of which I have just spoken, though the rent was perpetual, the capital was surrendered for all time. Between the payment and the enjoyment there was still a kind of equality. Here, however, capital never ceases to belong to him who lends it and who may demand the restoration whenever he chooses. So that the capitalist does not exchange capital for capital, product for product. He gives up nothing, keeps all, does no work, and lives upon his rents, his interest, and his usury in greater luxury than 1,000, 10,000, or even 100,000 workers combined can enjoy by their production. In this system of lending at interest, farm rent or rent with the power to demand at pleasure the restitution of the sum lent, and to expel the farmer or the tenant, the capitalist has invented something vaster than space, more lasting than time. There is no infinity equal to that of the usury paid by tenants. that usury which is as much worse than the perpetuity of rent as the latter is worse than the cash and credit systems of payment. He who borrows at interest for a limited period pays again, pays continually, and he does not enjoy that for which he pays, he has only a glimpse of it, possesses only its shadow. Must it not have been this kind of usurer which the theologian took for his model when fashioning his God, that atrocious God who exacts eternal payment from the sinner, and never releases him from his debt? Always, forever. Well, I say that all exchanges of products and capital can be effected by cash payment. That consequently the banker's discount should be just enough to defray the expenses of the bank and pay for the metal unproductively employed of which the money is made. And therefore that all interest, rent, or farm rent is simply a refusal to redeem, a robbery of the borrower or the tenant, and the original cause of all the miseries and upheavals of society. In my last letter I proved to you, taking the Bank of France as an illustration, that it was an easy and a practical thing to organize equality in exchange, or the gratuitous circulation of capital and products. You were able to see, in this conclusive and decisive fact, only a special instance of monopoly, having nothing to do with the theory of interest. What have I to do, you ask with an air of nonchalance, with the Bank of France and its privileges? I am discussing interest of capital as if, after landed and commercial credit had been universally organized on a basis of 0.5%, interest could exist anywhere. I will show you now, by the bookkeeper's method, that this special payment which always comes in between the two deliveries in an exchange, this tax imposed on circulation, this duty levied on the conversion of products into values and of values into capital, this interest, in short, or, to call it by its own name, this commercial go-between, interesse, which you so obstinately defend is the identical grand forger which, in order to appropriate, fraudulently and without labor, products that it does not create and services that it never renders, falsifies accounts, enters surcharges and suppositions upon the books, destroys the equilibrium of trade, carries disorder into business, and inevitably brings all nations to despair and misery. In this system the production, circulation, and consumption of wealth is effected by the cooperation of two distinct and separate classes of citizens, the proprietors, capitalists, and entrepreneurs on the one hand, and the wage workers on the other. These two classes, although bitterly hostile to each other, together constitute a close organization which acts in itself, on itself, and by itself. The money converted into merchandise, the proprietor capitalist entrepreneur now has to perform the inverse operation, and convert his merchandise into money. This conversion implies a profit, premium, interest, etc., since, by the hypothesis and according to the theory of interest, land and houses, capital, and the guarantee and judgment of the entrepreneur are not to be obtained gratis. Admit, then, the profit to be 10%, according to ordinary commercial custom. B. A worker, without property, without capital, without work, is hired by A, who gives him employment and takes his product. But B lives on his wages, that is, with the money given him by A, proprietor capitalist entrepreneur, he procures from said A all the articles needed for his, B's, consumption, articles which are invoiced to him at an advance of 10% on the cost price. All the other workers being in the same circumstances as B, their accounts show, each, the same result. The reproduction of each of these accounts is not necessary to a clear comprehension of the fact which I desire to bring out, namely, the absence of equilibrium in general circulation in consequence of the exact ions of capital. We may be convinced that misery and the proletariat are not the effects of accidental causes only, such as floods, wars, and epidemics, but that they spring also from an organic cause, inherent in the constitution of society. We are compelled, then, to admit that credit, under the system of interest, inevitably results in the spoliation of the worker, and, as a corrective no less inevitable, in the bankruptcy of the entrepreneur, the ruin of the capitalist proprietor. Interest is like a two-edged sword, whichever way it strikes, it kills. I have just shown you what the condition of things is under the regime of interest. Let us now see what it would be under the regime of gratuity. Under the regime of gratuitous credit, a no longer lends his raw material, his tools, his capital, in a word, neither does he give them away, he sells them. When he has received the price he is stripped of his rights over his capital, he can no longer compel the payment of interest upon it through all eternity and beyond. In a capitalist society the worker, never being able to repurchase his product at the price at which he sells it, is constantly running behind, which compels him to continually decrease its production, whereby life is forbidden and the supply of capital and even of the means of subsistence is cut off. In a mutualist society, on the contrary, the worker, exchanging without reserve product for product and value for value, paying only a trifling discount which is amply recompensed by the surplus which his labor leaves him at the end of the year, alone profits by his products, whereby he is enabled to produce a limitless amount, and society to increase to an indefinite extent its life and wealth. Do you say that such a revolution in economic relations would be, after all, only a transfer of misery, that, instead of the poverty of the wage worker, who cannot repurchase his own product, and who grows the poorer the more he works, we shall have the misery of the proprietor capitalist entrepreneur, who will be compelled to encroach upon his capital and thus to gradually destroy, not only the material of products, but machinery itself? But who does not see that if, as is inevitable under the gratuitous system, the two functions of wage worker on the one hand, and of proprietor capitalist entrepreneur on the other, become equal and inseparable in the person of every worker, A's deficit as a capitalist is immediately covered by his profit as a worker, so that, while on the one hand by the annihilation of interest the sum of the products of labor is increased indefinitely, on the other, by the facility of circulation, these products are incessantly converted into values and the values into capital? Let every one, then, instead of charging spoliation upon socialism, make out his own account, let every one make an inventory of his wealth and his industry, of the amount which he gains as a capitalist proprietor, and that which he can obtain as a worker, and either I am greatly mistaken, or else out of the 10 million citizens enrolled upon the electoral lists there will not be found 200,000 1 in 54 whose interest it is to sustain the usurious system and oppose gratuitous credit. Once again, whoever gains more by his labor, his skill, his industry, and his knowledge than by his capital is directly and especially interested in the most immediate and complete abolition of usury. He, I say, whether he knows it or not, is preeminently a partisan of the democratic and social republic. He is, in the broadest and most conservative acceptation of the term, a revolutionist. What then? Must it be true, because Malthus, with a handful of pedants at his heels, has said so and has wished it to be so, that 10 million workers, with their wives and children, ought forever to support 200,000 parasites, and that it is in order to protect this exploitation of man by man that the state exists, that it makes use of an armed force of 500,000 soldiers and 1 million office holders, and that we pay to it 2,000 million in taxes? But why do I need, after all that has been said in the course of this discussion, to keep up longer this purely artificial distinction between wage workers and capitalist proprietors? The time has come to put an end to all class antagonism, and to interest everybody, even the proprietors and capitalists themselves, in the abolition of rent and interest. The revolution, having assured its triumph through justice, may, without losing its dignity, address itself to personal interests. In what you have just read is involved, as you will not deny, a complete revolution, not only political and economic, but also, as must be much more obvious to you as well as to myself, scientific. It is for you to decide whether you accept, on your own behalf and on behalf of your co-religionists, the conclusion which clearly results from this whole discussion, namely, that neither you, Monsieur Bastiat, nor anyone of your school, understands political economy. I am, etc. P.J. Proudhon. 6th letter. February 11, 1850. Monsieur Bastiat, Your last letter justifies all my anticipations. I knew so well what it would contain that, even before I had received La Voix du Peuple of February 4th, I had written 3/4 of the reply which you are now to read, and to which I have only to add the finishing touches. You are sincere, Monsieur Bastiat, on that you leave no room for doubt. I have acknowledged it before, and have no desire to retract my words. But it is very necessary for me to tell you that your intellect slumbers, or rather that it has never seen the light. I shall have the honor to demonstrate this fact to you by summing up our controversy. I hope that the sort of psychological consultation at which you are to be present, and of which your own mind is to be the subject, may be to you the beginning of that intellectual education without which a man, whatever dignity of character may distinguish him and whatever talents he may display, is not, and never will be, anything but a speaking animal, to use Aristotle's words. But I was dealing with a man whose intellect is hermetically sealed, and to whom logic is as naught. It is in vain that I exclaim to you, interest is legitimate under certain conditions independent of the will of the capitalist, not under certain others, the establishment of which depends today upon society, and is for this reason that interest, excusable in the lender, is, from the standpoint of society, a spoliation. You hear nothing, you comprehend nothing, you do not even listen to my reply. You lack the first faculty of intelligence perception. The Bank of France, I said, is the living proof of my assertion oft repeated during the last 6 weeks, namely, that interest was once necessary and legitimate, but that today society is able, and ought, to abolish it. It is proved, indeed, by comparing the capital of the bank with its metallic reserve, that while paying to its stockholders interest on the said capital at 4%, it can give credit and discount at 1%, and still realize fine profits. It can, it ought, until it does, it robs. By refusing to do so, it keeps the interest, rent, and farm rent, which ought to come down everywhere to 1% at most, up to 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 10, 12, and 15%. It causes the people to pay annually to the unproductive classes more than 6,000 million in gratuities and extras, and, where they might produce annually a value of 20,000 million, it prevents them from producing more than 10,000. Then, either you must justify the Bank of France, or, if you cannot, if you dare not, you must admit that the institution of interest is only a transitional institution, which must disappear in a higher state of society. That, sir, is what I said to you, and in terms sufficiently sharp, one would think, to provoke on your part, in the absence of perception, comparison, and memory concerning the wholly historical question which up to that time I had submitted to you, that simple and purely intuitive act of the mind which it performs when it finds itself in the presence of a fact, and required to answer yes or no, I mean a judgment. You had only to reply in a word, it is, or it is not, and the operation was finished. It is, that is to say, yes, the Bank of France can, without wronging its stockholders or injuring itself, reduce its rate of discount to 1%, it can then, through the competition which this decrease would create, lower the rent of all capital, including its own, to less than 1%. And since this movement of reduction, once commenced, would never stop, it can, if it will, make interest disappear entirely. Then paid credit, if it takes only what belongs to it, leads directly to gratuitous credit. Then interest is only a relic of ignorance and barbarism. Then usury and rent, in an organized democracy, are illegitimate. It is not, that is to say, no, it is not true that the Bank of France, its weekly balance sheet to the contrary notwithstanding, has a capital of 90 million and a metallic reserve of 460 million. It is not true that this enormous reserve is the result of the substitution of bank paper for specie in commercial circulation, etc., etc. In that case I should have referred you to M.D. Argout, who is suited for such a discussion. Should we ever have believed it, if you had not caused us to see it? To this categorical, palpable fact of the Bank of France, you replied neither yes nor no. You did not even question the identity which exists between the facts submitted to your judgment and your theory of interest. You did not perceive the synonymy of these two propositions. Yes, the Bank of France can give credit at 1%, then my theory is false. No, the Bank of France cannot give credit at 1%, then my theory is true. Your reply, indubitable monument of an intellect which the Holy Word never illuminated, was this: that you were not dealing with the Bank of France, but with capital, that you did not defend the privilege of the bank, but only the legitimacy of interest, that you were in favor of the liberty of banks, as well as the liberty of lending, that if it were possible for the Bank of France to give credit and discount for nothing, you would not try to prevent it, that you confined yourself to the one assertion that the idea of capital supposes and necessarily implies that of interest, that the first never exists without the second, though the second sometimes exists without the first, etc. So, you are as powerless to judge as to perceive, compare, and remember. You are lacking in that judicial conscience which, in the presence of two facts, either identical or incompatible, decides, yes, they are identical, no, they are not identical. Undoubtedly, since you are a thinking being, you have intuitions, illuminations, revelations. I do not undertake to say, for my part, what does go on within your brain. But surely you do not reason, you do not reflect. What sort of a man are you, Monsieur Bastiat? Are you a man at all? However, without examining it closely, you accept my definition of capital as a good one. You say that it is all that the discussion requires. You thereby tacitly admit that capital and product are, in society, synonymous terms, that, consequently, every transaction involving credit resolves itself, in the absence of fraud, into an exchange, two things which you at first denied, and which I would congratulate you on having understood at last, could I by any possibility believe that you attach the same meaning to my words that I do. What, indeed, could be more productive of good results than this analysis, since value is only a proportion, and since all products are necessarily proportional to each other, it follows that from the social standpoint products are always values and settled values. As far as society is concerned, there is no difference between capital and product. The difference is wholly confined to individuals. It arises from their inability to express in exact numbers the relative value of products, and their efforts to arrive at an approximation. For do not forget it, the mysterious law of exchange, the absolute rule which governs transactions, a law not written but intuitively recognized, a rule not conventional but natural, is to make our private acts conform as far as possible to social laws. Now, and this is what causes my doubts, this definition of capital, so profound and so clear, which you see fit to accept, this identity of capital and product, of credit and exchange, totally destroys, sir, your theory of interest, though you do not suspect it in the least. Indeed, from the moment you admit that the formula of J.B. say, products exchange for products, is synonymous with this one, capital exchanges for capital, that the definition of capital accepted by you is only an expression of this synonymy, that everything tends, in society, to bring commercial transactions more and more into conformity with this law, from that moment it is evident, a priori, that the day must come when transactions involving loans, rent, farm rent, interest, and the like, will be abolished and converted into exchanges, and that thus the lending of capital becoming simply an exchange of capital, and all business being conducted on a cash basis, interest will disappear. Defining capital thus, the idea of usury involves a contradiction. Bastiat, time is precious. Time is money, say the English. Time is the stuff of which life is made, says Le Bonhomme Richard. To give credit is to grant time. To sacrifice one's time to another is to sacrifice a precious thing. Such a sacrifice cannot be gratuitous. Myself, there would never be such a sacrifice. I have already told you, and I repeat it, that, in the matter of credit, the case of the need of time is the difficulty of procuring money, that this difficulty is chiefly due to the interest demanded by the hikers of money, so that if interest were zero, the duration of credit would also be zero. Now, the Bank of France, under the conditions laid upon it by the public since the February Revolution, can reduce its interest nearly to zero. Is it you or I that reasons in a circle? Yes. It seems to me. I think I understand at last what you mean. The public has renounced, in the bank's favor, its claim to the interest on the 382 million in notes which circulate on its sole guarantee. You ask whether there is no way of enabling the public to reap the benefit of this interest, or, which amounts to the same thing, of organizing a national bank which shall receive no interest. If I am not mistaken, it was the observation of this phenomenon that suggested to you your scheme. Ricardo devised a plan less radical, but similar, and I find in say these remarkable lines. This ingenious idea leaves only one question unanswered. Who shall get the interest on this large sum placed in circulation? Shall the government? In its hands it would be only a means of increasing abuses, such as sinecures, parliamentary corruption, police spies, and standing armies. Shall a financial company, like the Bank of England or the Bank of France? But why make a present to a financial company already rich of the interest paid by the public individually? Such are the questions which the subject involves. Perhaps they can be answered. Perhaps there is some way to render highly profitable to the public the economy which would result, but I am not called upon here to develop this new order of ideas. Myself, sir, your J.B. say, with all his genius, is a fool. The question is already answered. The people, who own the funds, the people, who are here the sole capitalists, the sole furnishers of security, the true proprietors, the people, who alone should profit by the interest, the people, I say, ought not to pay interest. Is there anything in the world simpler and fairer than that? So you admit, on the authority of Ricardo and J.B. say, that there is a way of enabling the public, I quote your own words, to reap the benefit of the interest which it pays to the bank, and this way is to organize a national bank, which shall give credit at 0%. No, not that, God forbid. I admit, it is true, that the bank ought not to profit by the interest paid by the public on capital belonging to the public. I confess further that there is a way of enabling the public to profit by said interest. But I deny that this way is the one which you recommend, namely, the organization of a national bank. I say and affirm that this way is the liberty of banks. Liberty of banks. Liberty of credit. Oh! Why, Monsieur Proudhon, have not your brilliant powers of persuasion been devoted to these objects? I spare the reader your peroration, in which you deplore my obduracy and adjure me, with a comical gravity, to substitute for my formula, gratuity of credit, yours, liberty of credit, as if credit could be freer than when it costs nothing. Not a drop of blood in my body, mark it well, rebels against the liberty of credit. In the matter of banking, as in the matter of education, liberty is my supreme law. But I say that, until the liberty of banks and the competition of bankers allows the public to reap the benefit of the interest which it pays them, it would be well, useful, constitutional, and quite in accordance with republican economy, to establish, in the midst of the other banks and in competition with them, a national bank giving credit temporarily at 1 or 1/2%, at the risk of what might happen. Do you object to changing the Bank of France, by reimbursing its stockholders, into this national bank that I propose? Then, let the Bank of France make restitution of the 382 million specie which belong to the public, and of which it is the only holder. With 382 million we might very easily organize a bank, what think you, and the largest in the world. In what respect, then, would this bank, formed by the association of the whole people, not be free? Do that alone, and when you have belled this revolutionary act, when you have thus decreed the first act of the democratic and social republic, I will undertake to deduce for you the consequences of this grand innovation. You shall then know what my system is. As for you, Monsieur Bastiat, who, an economist, mock at metaphysics, of which political economy is but the concrete expression, who, a member of the Institute, are unacquainted even with the philosophy of your century, who, the author of a work entitled Economic Harmonies probably in opposition to my economic contradictions, have no conception of the harmonies of history, and see in progress only a desolating fatalism, who, an advocate of capital and interest, are utterly ignorant of the principles of commercial bookkeeping, who, conceiving finally, through the circumlocutions of a bewildered imagination and on the authority of your authors more than from your own profound conviction, that it is possible to organize, with the public funds, a bank giving credit without interest, continue nevertheless to protest, in the name of liberty of credit, against gratuity of credit. You are undoubtedly a good and worthy citizen, an honest economist, a conscientious writer, a loyal representative, a faithful Republican, a true friend of the people, but your last words entitle me to tell you, Monsieur Bastiat, that, scientifically, you are a dead man. 564. P.J. Proudhon. General idea of the Revolution in the 19th century. 1851. Translation by John Beverley Robinson. In every revolutionary history three things are to be observed. The preceding state of affairs, which the revolution aims at overthrowing, and which becomes counter-revolution through its desire to maintain its existence. The various parties which take different views of the revolution, according to their prejudices and interests, yet are compelled to embrace it and to use it for their advantage. The revolution itself, which constitutes the solution. The parliamentary, philosophical, and dramatic history of the Revolution of 1848 can already furnish material for volumes. I shall confine myself to discussing disinterestedly certain questions which may illuminate our present knowledge. What I shall say will suffice, I hope, to explain the progress of the Revolution of the 19th century, and to enable us to conjecture its future. First study. Reaction causes revolution. I shall endeavor to show, by what is passing before our eyes, that just as the instinct for conservatism is inherent in every social institution, the need for revolution is equally irresistible, that every political party may become by turns revolutionary and reactionary, that these two terms, reaction and revolution, correlatives of each other and mutually implying each other, are both essential to humanity, notwithstanding the conflicts between them, so that, in order to avoid the rocks which menace society on the right and on the left, the only course is for reaction to continually change places with revolution, just the reverse of what the present legislature boasts of having done. To add to grievances, and, if I may use the comparison, to bottle up revolutionary force by repression, is to condemn oneself to clearing in one bound the distance that prudence counsels us to pass over gradually, and to substitute progress by leaps and jerks for a continuous advance. Before the Battle of June 565 the revolution was hardly aware of itself, it was but a vague aspiration among the working classes toward a less unhappy condition. Such complaints have been heard at every period. If it was a mistake to despise them, it was unnecessary to fear them. Thanks to the persecution which it has suffered, the revolution of today is fully conscious of itself. It can tell its purpose, it is in the way to define itself, to explain itself. It knows its principles, its means, its aim, it possesses its method and its criterion. In order to understand itself, it has needed only to follow the connection of ideas of its different adversaries. At this moment it is discarding the erroneous doctrines which obscured it. Free and brilliant, you are about to see it take possession of the masses, and drive them toward the future with irresistible inspiration. The revolution, at the point at which we have arrived, is completed in thought, and needs only to be put into execution. It is too late to give vent to the mine. If the power which has come back into your hands should change its policy toward the revolution, it would obtain no result, unless it changed its principles at the same time. The revolution, I have just told you, has grown its teeth. The reaction has been only a fit of teething sickness for it. It must have solid food, a few fragments of liberty, a few concessions to the interests which it represents, will only serve to increase its hunger. The revolution means to exist, and to exist, for it, is to reign. Are you willing then to serve this great cause, to devote yourselves, heart and soul, to the revolution? You may, for there is still time, again become the chiefs and regulators of the movement, save your country from a serious crisis, emancipate the lower classes without turmoil, make yourselves the arbiters of Europe, decide the destiny of civilization and of humanity. I know well that such is your fervent desire, but I do not speak of desire, I want acts, pledges. Pledges for the revolution, not harangues, plans for economic reconstruction, not governmental theories, that is what the lower classes want and expect from you. Government. Ah! We shall still have enough of it, and to spare. Know well that there is nothing more counter-revolutionary than the government. Whatever liberalism it pretends, whatever name it assumes, the revolution repudiates it, its fate is to be absorbed in the industrial organization. Speak then, for once, straightforwardly, Jacobins, Girondists, ists, terrorists, indulgents, who have all deserved equal blame, and all need equal pardon. Fortune again favoring you, which course will you follow? The question is not what you would have done in a former exigency, the question is what you are going to do now, when the conditions are no longer the same. Will you support the revolution, yes or no? Second study. Is there sufficient reason for revolution in the 19th century? One law of tendency in society. The revolution of 1789 has done only half its work. A revolution is an act of sovereign justice, in the order of moral facts, springing out of the necessity of things, and in consequence carrying with it its own justification, and which it is a crime for the statesman to oppose it. That is the proposition which we have established in our first study. Now the question is to discover whether the idea which stands out as the formula of the revolution is not chimerical, whether its object is real, whether a fancy or popular exaggeration is not mistaken for a serious and just protest. The second proposition therefore which we have to examine is the following. Is there today sufficient reason in society for revolution? For if this reason does not exist, if we are fighting for an imaginary cause, if the people are complaining because, as they say, they are too well off, the duty of the magistrate would be simply to undeceive the multitude, whom we have often seen aroused without cause, as the echo responds to one who calls. In a word, is the occasion for revolution presented at the moment, by the nature of things, by the connection of facts, by the working of institutions, by the advance in needs, by the order of providence? The question which we have taken for the text of this study, is there sufficient reason for a revolution in the 19th century, resolves itself into the following: what is the tendency of society in our day? Hence, but a few pages will suffice to support the answer which I do not hesitate to point out now. Society, as far as it has been able to develop freely for half a century, under the distractions of 89, 93, the paternalism of the empire and the guarantees of 1814, 1830, and 1848, is on a road radically and increasingly wrong. 2. Chaos of economic forces. Tendency of society toward poverty. I call certain principles of action economic forces, such as the division of labor, competition, collective force, exchange, credit, property, etc., which are to labor and to wealth what the distinction of classes, the representative system, monarchical heredity, administrative centralization, the judicial hierarchy, etc., are to the state. If these forces are held in equilibrium, subject to the laws which are proper to them, and which do not depend in any way upon the arbitrary will of man, labor can be organized, and comfort for all guaranteed. If, on the other hand, they are left without direction and without counterpoise, labor is in a condition of chaos, the useful effects of the economic forces is mingled with an equal quantity of injurious effects, the deficit balances the profit, society, in so far as it is the theater, the agent, or the subject of production, circulation, and consumption, is in a condition of increasing suffering. Up to now, it does not appear that order in a society can be conceived except under one of these two forms, the political and the industrial, between which, moreover, there is fundamental contradiction. The chaos of industrial forces, the struggle which they maintain with the government system, which is the only obstacle to their organization, and which they cannot reconcile themselves with nor merge themselves in, is the real, profound cause of the unrest which disturbs French society, and which was aggravated during the second half of the reign of Louis Philippe. I shall limit myself to recalling very briefly some of the most general facts, in order to give the reader a glimpse of this order of forces and phenomena, which has been hidden from all eyes until now, and which alone can put an end to the governmental drama. Everybody has heard of the division of labor. It consists of the distribution of the manual labor of a given industry in such a manner that each person performs always the same operation, or a small number of operations, so that the product, instead of being the integral product of one worker, is the joint product of a large number. According to Adam Smith, who first demonstrated this law scientifically, and all the other economists, the division of labor is the most powerful lever of modern industry. To it principally must be attributed the superiority of civilized peoples to savage peoples. Without division of labor, the use of machines would not have gone beyond the most ancient and most common utensils, the miracles of machinery and of steam would never have been revealed to us, progress would have been closed to society, the French Revolution itself, lacking an outlet, would have been but a sterile revolt, it could have accomplished nothing. But, on the other hand, by division of labor, the product of labor mounts to tenfold, 100-fold, political economy rises to the height of a philosophy, the intellectual level of nations is continually raised. The first thing that should attract the attention of the legislator is the separation of industrial functions, the division of labor in a society founded upon hatred of the feudal and warlike order, and destined in consequence to organize itself for work and peace. It was not done thus. This economic force was left to all the overturns caused by chance and by interest. The division of labor, becoming always more minute, and remaining without counterpoise, the worker has been given over to a more and more degrading subjection to machinery. That is the effect of the division of labor when it is applied as practiced in our days, not only to make industry incomparably more productive, but at the same time to deprive the worker, in mind and body, of all the wealth which it creates for the capitalist and the speculator. Here is how an observer, who is not suspected of sympathy with labor, M. de Tocqueville, sums up on this grave subject. In proportion to the more complete application of the principle of the division of labor, the worker becomes weaker, more limited, and more dependent. J.B. Say has already said, "A man, whose whole life is devoted to the execution of a single operation, will most assuredly acquire the faculty of executing it better and quicker than others, but he will, at the same time, be rendered less fit for every other occupation, corporeal or intellectual, his other faculties will be gradually blunted or extinguished, and the man, as an individual, will degenerate in consequence. To have never done anything but make the 18th part of a pin, is a sorry account for a human being to give of his existence." On the whole, we may conclude, that division of labor is a skillful mode of employing human agency, that it consequently multiplies the productions of society, in other words, the powers and the enjoyments of mankind, but that it in some degree degrades the faculties of man in his individual capacity. 566. All the economists are in accord as to this fact, one of the most serious which the science has to announce, and, if they do not insist upon it with the vehemence which they habitually use in their polemics, it must be said, to the shame of the human mind, that it is because they cannot believe that this perversion of the greatest of economic forces can be avoided. So the greater the division of labor and the power of machines, the less the intelligence and manual skill of the worker. But the more the value of the worker falls and the demand for labor diminishes, the lower are wages and the greater is poverty. And it is not a few hundreds of men but millions, who are the victims of this economic perturbation. Philanthropic conservatives, admirers of ancient customs, charge the industrial system with this anomaly. They want to go back to the feudal farming period. I say that it is not industry that is at fault, but economic chaos. I maintain that the principle has been distorted, that there is disorganization of forces, and that to this we must attribute the fatal tendency with which society is carried away. Another example. Competition, next to the division of labor, is one of the most powerful factors of industry, and at the same time one of the most valuable guarantees. Partly for the sake of it, the first revolution was brought about. The workers' associations, established at Paris some years since, have recently given it a new sanction by establishing among themselves piecework, and abandoning, after their experience of it, the absurd idea of the equality of wages. Competition is moreover the law of the market, the spice of the trade, the salt of labor. To suppress competition is to suppress liberty itself. It is to begin the restoration of the old order from below, in replacing labor by the rule of favoritism and abuse, of which 89 rid us. Yet competition, lacking legal forms and superior regulating intelligence, has been perverted in turn, like the division of labor. In it, as in the latter, there is perversion of principle, chaos, and a tendency toward evil. This will appear beyond doubt if we remember that of the 36 million souls who compose the French nation, at least 10 million are wage workers, to whom competition is forbidden, for whom there is nothing but to struggle among themselves for their meager stipend. Thus that competition, which, as thought in 89, should be a general right, is today a matter of exceptional privilege. Only they whose capital permits them to become heads of business concerns may exercise their competitive rights. The result is that competition, as Rossi, Blanqui, and a host of others have recognized, instead of democratizing industry, aiding the worker, guaranteeing the honesty of trade, has ended in building up a mercantile and land aristocracy, 1,000 times more rapacious than the old aristocracy of the nobility. Through competition all the profits of production go to capital. The consumer, without suspecting the frauds of commerce, is fleeced by the speculator, and the condition of the workers is made more and more precarious. Speaking of this, Eugene Burette says, I assert that the working class is turned over, body and soul, to the sweet will of industry. And elsewhere he says, the most trifling speculation may change the price of bread 1 cent a pound, which means $124,100,000 for 36 million people. It was recently seen how little free competition could do for the people, and how illusory it is as a guarantee with us at present, when the prefect of police, yielding to the general demand, authorized the sale of meat at auction. Nothing less than all the energy the people could muster, aided by governmental power, could overcome the monopoly of the butchers. Accuse human nature, say the economists, do not accuse competition. Very well, I will not accuse competition, I will only remark that human nature does not remedy one evil by another, and ask how it has mistaken its path. What? Competition ought to make us more and more equal and free, and instead it subordinates us one to the other, and makes the worker more and more a slave. This is a perversion of the principle, a forgetfulness of the law. These are not mere accidents, they are a whole system of misfortunes. It is not only that our present society, though having forsaken its principles, tends continually to impoverish the producer, to subordinate labor to capital, contradiction in itself, but that it tends also to make of workers a race of helots, inferior to the caste of free men as of old, and it tends to erect into a political and social dogma the enslavement of the working class and the necessity of its poverty. 3. Anomaly of government. Tendency toward tyranny and corruption. It is by contrast with error that truth impresses itself upon the understanding. In place of liberty and industrial equality, the revolution has left us a legacy of authority and political subordination. The state, growing more powerful every day, and endowed with prerogatives and privileges without end, has undertaken to do for our happiness what we might have expected from a very different source. How has it acquitted itself of its task? What part has the government played during the last 50 years, regardless of the particular form of its organization? What has been its tendency? That is now the question. Up to 1848, statesmen, whether belonging to the ministry or the opposition, whose influence directed public sentiment and governmental action, did not seem to have been aware of the mistaken course of society in what especially concerns the laboring classes. Most of them indeed made it a merit and a duty to busy themselves in the amelioration of the workers' lot. One would cry out for teachers, another would talk against the premature and immoral employment of children in manufactories. This one would demand the lowering of duties upon salt, beverages, and meat, that one called out for the complete abolition of town and custom house tariffs. In the lofty regions of power there was a general impulse toward economic and social questions. Not a soul saw that, in the present state of our institutions, such reforms were but innocent chimeras, that, in order to bring them about, nothing less than a new creation was necessary, in other words, a revolution. Since the abdication of Louis Philippe, on the 24th of February, the governmental set, participants in privilege, have changed their opinion. The policy of oppression and impoverishment which they formerly followed without knowing it, I had almost said in spite of themselves, has been accepted by many of them, this time with full knowledge. What does the system demand? That the capitalistic feudalism shall be maintained in the enjoyment of its rights, that the preponderance of capital over labor shall be increased, that the parasite class shall be reinforced, if possible, by providing for it everywhere hangers-on, through the aid of public functions, and as recruits if necessary, and that large properties shall be gradually re-established, and the proprietors ennobled. Did not Louis Philippe, toward the end of his reign, devote himself to conferring titles of nobility, that thus, by indirect ways, certain services, which the official list of offices cannot satisfy, shall be recompensed, finally, that everything shall be attached to the supreme patronage of the state charities, recompenses, pensions, awards, concessions, exploitations, authorizations, positions, titles, privileges, ministerial offices, stock companies, municipal administrations, etc., etc. This is the reason for that venality whereof the scandals under the last reign so surprised us, but at which the public conscience would have been less astonished, if the mystery had been explained. This too is the ulterior aim of that centralization which, under pretext of the general interest, exerts pressure upon local interests, by selling to the last and highest bidder the justice which they claim. Understand clearly that corruption is the soul of centralization. There is not a monarchy nor a democracy that is free from it. Government is unchangeable in its spirit and essence. If it takes a hand in public economy, it is to establish, by favor or by force, what accident tends to bring about. Even charitable institutions serve the ends of those in authority marvelously well. Charity is the strongest chain by which privilege and the government, bound to protect them, holds down the lower classes. With charity, sweeter to the heart of men, more intelligible to the poor man than the abstruse laws of political economy, one may dispense with justice. Benefactors abound in the catalogue of saints, not one law dispenser is found there. The government, like the church, places fraternity far above justice. Be a good friend of the poor as much as you like, but it hates calculators. In connection with the discussion on pawnbrokers, the Journal des Débats recalled that there would in time be hospitals everywhere. Loan offices, it added, showed the same progress. Each commune wanted one for itself, and would soon obtain it. I cannot conceive the indignation of the whole list of bourgeois delegates against the two honorable socialists who proposed to establish a loan office in each county immediately. Never was there a proposition more worthy of the favor of the débats. The establishment for loans upon wages, even if the loan were gratuitous, is the antechamber of the hospital. And what is the hospital? The temple of poverty. Through these three ministries, that of agriculture and commerce, that of public works, and that of the interior, through the taxes of consumption and through the custom house, the government keeps its hand on all that comes and goes, all that is produced and consumed, on all the business of individuals, communes, and departments, it maintains the tendency of society toward the impoverishment of the masses, the subordinating of the workers, and the always growing preponderance of parasite offices. Through the police, it watches the enemies of the system; through the courts, it condemns and represses them; through the army, it crushes them; through public institutions, it distributes, in such proportions as suit it, knowledge and ignorance; through the church, it puts to sleep any protest in the hearts of men; through the finances, it defrays the cost of this vast conspiracy at the expense of workers. Thus, in 1851 as in 1788, and from analogous causes, there is in society a pronounced tendency towards poverty. Now, as then, the wrong of which the laboring class complains is not the effect of a temporary or accidental cause, it is that of a systematic diversion of the social forces. The crash of 89-91 left no organic principle, no working structure, after having abolished, together with the monarchy, the last remains of feudalism, proclaimed equality before the law and for taxation, freedom of the press and of worship, and interested the people, as much as it could, by the sale of national property. It has not redeemed one of its promises. When the Revolution proclaimed liberty of the people, the subordination of power to the country, it set up two incompatible things, society and government, and it is this incompatibility which has been the cause or the pretext of this overwhelming, liberty-destroying concentration, called centralization, which the parliamentary democracy admires and praises, because it is its nature to tend toward despotism. The Republic had society to establish, it thought only of establishing government. Centralization continually fortifying itself, while society had no institution to oppose to it, through the exaggeration of political ideas and the total absence of social ideas, matters reached a point where society and government could not live together, the condition of existence of the latter being to subordinate and subjugate the former. Therefore, while the problem propounded in 89 seemed to be officially solved, at the bottom there was change only in the governmental metaphysics, what Napoleon called ideology. Liberty, equality, progress, with all their oratorical consequences, are written in the text of the constitutions and the laws, there is no vestige of them in the institutions. The ancient hierarchy of classes has been replaced by an ignoble feudalism, based on mercantile and industrial usury, by a chaos of interests, an antagonism of principles, a degradation of law. The abuses have changed the face which they bore before 89, to assume a different form of organization, they have diminished neither in number nor gravity. On account of our being engrossed with politics, we have lost sight of social economy. It was in this way that the Democratic Party itself, the heir of the first revolution, came to attempting to reform society by establishing the initiative of the state, to create institutions by the prolific virtue of power, in a word, to correct an abuse by an abuse. All minds being bewitched with politics, society turns in a circle of mistakes, driving capital to a still more crushing agglomeration, the state to an extension of its prerogatives that is more and more tyrannical, the laboring class to an irreparable decline, physically, morally and intellectually. In place of this governmental, feudal, and military rule, imitated from that of the former kings, the new edifice of industrial institutions must be built. In place of this materialist centralization which absorbs all the political power, we must create the intellectual and liberal centralization of economic forces. Labor, commerce, credit, education, property, public morals, philosophy, art, everything in fact require it of us. I conclude. There is sufficient cause for a revolution in the 19th century. Third study. The principle of association. I begin with the principle of association. If I wanted merely to flatter the lower classes, the recipe would not be difficult. Instead of a criticism of the social principle, I should deliver a panegyric of workers' societies. I should exalt their virtues, their constancy, their sacrifices, their spirit of benevolence, their marvelous intelligence. I should herald their triumphs. What could I not say on this subject, dear to all democratic hearts? Do not the workers' societies at this moment serve as the cradle for the social revolution, as the early Christian communities served as the cradle of Catholicity? Are they not always the open school, both theoretical and practical, where the worker learns the science of the production and distribution of wealth, where he studies, without masters and without books, by his own experience solely, the laws of that industrial organization, which was the ultimate aim of the Revolution of '89, but of which our greatest and most famous revolutionists caught only a glimpse? What a topic for me, for the manifestation of a facile sympathy, which is not the less disinterested, in that it is always sincere. With what pride do I recall that I too wanted to found an association, more than that, the central agency and circulating organ of workers' associations. And how I cursed that government, which, with an expenditure of 300 million, could not find a cent which it could use for the benefit of poor workers. I have better than that to offer to associations. I am convinced that at this moment they would give much for an idea, and it is ideas that I am bringing them. I should decline their approval, if I could obtain it only by flattery. If those of their members who may read these pages will but deign to remember that, in treating of association, it is a principle, even less than that, a hypothesis, that I discuss, it is not this or that enterprise, for which, in spite of its name, association is in no wise responsible, and of which the success in point of fact, does not depend upon association. I speak of association in general, not of associations, whatever they may be. I have always regarded association in general fraternity as a doubtful arrangement, which, the same as pleasure, love, and many other things, concealed more evil than good under a most seductive aspect. It is perhaps the effect of the temperament which nature has given me, that I distrust fraternity as much as I do passion. I have seen few men who were proud of either. Especially when association is presented as a universal institution, the principle, means and end of the revolution, does it appear to me to hide a secret intention of robbery and despotism. I see in it the inspiration of the governmental system, which was restored in '91, strengthened in '93, perfected in 1804, erected into a dogma and system from 1814 to 1830, and reproduced in these latter days, under the name of direct government, with an impulse which shows how far delusion of mind has gone with us. Let us apply the criterion. What does society want today? That its tendency toward sin and poverty should become a movement toward comfort and virtue. What is needed to bring about this change? The re-establishment of the equilibrium of forces. Is association the equilibrium of forces? No. Is association even a force? No. What, then, is association? A dogma. Association is so much a dogma, in the eyes of those who propose it as a revolutionary expedient, something finished, complete, absolute, unchangeable, that all they who have taken up this utopia have ended, without exception, in a system. In illuminating with their fixed idea the different parts of the social body, they were bound to end, and in fact they did end, by reconstructing society upon an imaginary plan, much like the astronomer, who, from respect for his calculations, made over the system of the universe. Thus the Saint Simonian school, going beyond the idea of its founder, produced a system, Fourier produced a system, Owen, a system, Cabet, a system, Pierre Leroux, a system, Louis Blanc, a system, as Babeuf, Morelli, Thomas More, Campanella, Plato, and others before them, who, each starting from a single principle, produced systems. And all these systems, antagonistic among themselves, are equally opposed to progress. Let humanity perish sooner than the principle. That is the motto of the utopians, as of the fanatics of all ages. Socialism, under such interpreters, became a religion which might have passed, 500 or 600 years ago, as an advance upon Catholicism, but which in the 19th century is as little revolutionary as possible. No, association is not a directing principle, any more than an industrial force. Association, by itself, has no organic or productive power, nothing which, like the division of labor, competition, etc., makes the worker stronger and quicker, diminishes the cost of production, draws a greater value from materials, or which, like the administrative hierarchy, shows a desire for harmony and order. The union of forces, which must not be confounded with association, as we shall shortly see, is equally with labor and exchange, a producer of wealth. It is an economic power of which I was, I believe, the first to accentuate the importance, in my first memoir upon property. 100 men, uniting or combining their forces, produce, in certain cases, not 100 times, but 200, 300, 1,000 times as much. This is what I have called collective force. I even drew from this an argument, which, like so many others, remains unanswered, against certain forms of appropriation, that it is not sufficient to pay merely the wages of a given number of workers, in order to acquire their product legitimately, that they must be paid twice, thrice, or 10 times their wages, or an equivalent service rendered to each one of them. Collective force, in its bare metaphysical aspect, is another principle which is not less a producer of wealth. Moreover, its application is found in every case in which individual effort, no matter how often repeated, would be ineffective. Nevertheless, no law commands its application. It is remarkable that the utopian socialists have never thought of boasting of it. It is because collective force is an impersonal act, while association is a voluntary agreement. There may be points wherein they meet, but they are not identical. The question remains whether association is one of these essentially immaterial economic forces such as competition, division of labor, property, etc., which by their action become productive of utility and a source of prosperity, for it is evident that only on this condition can this principle of association, I make no distinction of schools, be advanced as the solution of the problem of the proletariat. In a word, is association an economic power? For 20 years now it has been heralded and its virtues set forth. How is it that no one has demonstrated its efficacy? Can it be that the efficacy of association is more difficult to demonstrate than that of commerce, credit, or the division of labor? For my part, I answer categorically, no. Association is not an economic force. It is in its nature sterile, even injurious, since it places fetters on the liberty of the worker. The authors who have advocated utopian fraternities, by which so many are still attracted, have attributed, without reason or proof, a virtue and efficacy to the social contract, which belongs only to collective force, the division of labor, or to exchange. The public has not perceived the confusion, hence the experiments of societies with constitutions, their varying fortunes, and the uncertainty of opinion. When an industrial or commercial society aims at setting to work one of the great economic forces, or at carrying on a business, of which the nature requires that it should remain undivided, such as a monopoly, or an established line of trade, the society formed for this object may result successfully, but it does so not by virtue of its principle, but by virtue of its methods. So true is this that whenever the same result can be obtained without it, the preference is to dispense with association. Association is a bond which is naturally opposed to liberty, and to which nobody consents to submit, unless it furnishes sufficient indemnification, so that, to all utopian socialists, one may oppose this practical rule: never, except in spite of himself, and because he cannot do otherwise, does man associate. Let us make a distinction between the principle of association, and the infinitely variable methods, of which a society makes use when affected by external circumstances foreign to its nature, among which I place in the first rank the economic forces. The principle is one which would defeat the enterprise, unless another motive were found. The methods are what permit one to merge himself in it, in the hope of obtaining wealth by a sacrifice of independence. The formula of association then is as follows. It is thus enunciated by Louis Blanc. From each according to his ability. To each according to his needs. The Code, in its different definitions of civil and commercial society, is in accord with the orator of the Luxembourg Commission, Any derogation from this principle is a return to individualism. Thus explained by socialists and jurists, can association be generalist and become the universal higher law, the public civil law of a whole nation? Such is the question proposed by the different social schools, and all unanimously answer it in the affirmative while varying their modes of application. My answer is, no, the contract of association, under whatever form, can never become a universal rule, because, being by its nature unproductive and harassing, applicable only to quite special conditions, its inconveniences growing much more rapidly than its benefits, it is equally opposed to the advantageous use of labor, and to the liberty of the worker. Whence I conclude that a single association can never include all the workers in one industry, nor all industrial corporations, nor, a fortiori, a nation of 36 million men, therefore that the principle of association does not offer the required solution. I may add that association is not only not an economic force, but that it is applicable only under special conditions, depending on the methods. It is easy to verify this second proposition by the facts, and thence to determine the part played by association in the 19th century. Association formed without any outside economic consideration, or any leading interest, association for its own sake, as an act of devotion, a family tie, as it were, is an act of pure religion, a supernatural bond, without real value, a myth. But if association is not a productive force, if on the contrary it imposes onerous conditions, from which labor naturally seeks to free itself, it is clear that association can no longer be considered an organic law, that, far from assuring equilibrium, it would tend rather to destroy harmony, by imposing upon all general obligation, instead of justice, instead of individual responsibility. Association therefore cannot be maintained from the point of view of right, and as a scientific factor, but only as a sentiment, a mystic principle, a divine institution. Nevertheless the champions, despite everything, of association, feeling how sterile is their principle, how opposed to liberty, how little therefore it can be accepted as the sovereign formula of the revolution, are making the most incredible efforts to sustain this will-o'-the-wisp of fraternity. Louis Blanc has gone so far as to reverse the Republic motto, as if he wanted to revolutionize the revolution. He no longer says, as everybody else says, and according to tradition, liberty, equality, fraternity, he says equality, fraternity, liberty. We begin with equality nowadays, we must take equality for our first term, upon it we must build the new structure of the revolution. As for liberty, that is deduced from fraternity. Louis Blanc promises liberty after association, as the priests promise paradise after death. I leave to you to guess what kind of socialism it will be which plays thus with transpositions of words. Equality. I had always thought that it was the natural fruit of liberty, which has no need of theory nor of constraint. I had thought, I say, that from the organization of economic forces, the division of labor, competition, credit, reciprocity, above all, education, that equality would be born. Louis Blanc has changed all that. Anews general, he puts equality on the left, liberty on the right, fraternity between them, like Jesus Christ between the two thieves. We cease to be free, as nature made us, in order to become equal, which only labor can make us, as a preliminary, by state order, after which we become more or less free, according to the convenience of the government. From each according to his capacity. To each according to his needs. Equality demands this, according to Louis Blanc. Who then shall determine the capacity? Who shall be the judge of the needs? You say that my capacity is 100, I maintain that it is only 90. You add that my needs are 90, I affirm that they are 100. There is a difference between us of 20 upon needs and capacity. It is, in other words, the well-known debate between demand and supply. Who shall judge between the society and me? If the society persists, despite my protests, I resign from it, and that is all there is to it. the society comes to an end from lack of associates. If, having recourse to force, the society undertakes to compel me, if it demands from me sacrifice and devotion, I say to it, hypocrite! You promised to deliver me from being plundered by capital and power, and now, in the name of equality and fraternity, in your turn, you plunder me. Formerly, in order to rob me, they exaggerated my capacity and minimized my needs. They said that products cost me so little, that I needed so little to live. You are doing the same thing. What difference is there then between fraternity and wage labor? It is one of two things: either association is compulsory, and in that case it is slavery, or it is voluntary, and then we ask what guarantee the society will have that the member will work according to his capacity, and what guarantee the member will have that the association will reward him according to his needs? Is it not evident that such a discussion can have but one solution, that the product and the need be regarded as correlated expressions, which leads us to the rule of liberty, pure and simple? Reflect a moment. Association is not an economic force, it is only a bond of conscience, obligatory before that inward tribunal, and of no effect, or rather of an injurious effect, in relation to labor and wealth. And it is not by the aid of a more or less skillful argument that I prove it, it is the result of industrial practice since the origin of associations. Posterity will not understand how, in a century of innovation, writers, reputed to be the first to understanding social matters, should have made so much noise about a principle which is entirely subjective, and which has been explored to its foundations by all the generations of the globe. In a population of 36 million, there are 24 million occupied with agriculture. These you can never associate. What use would it be? To work the soil requires no social mapping out, and the soul of the peasant is averse to association. The peasant, remember, applauded the repression of June 1848, because he saw in it an act of liberty against communism. Out of the 12 million remaining, at least 6 million, composed of mechanics, artisans, employers, functionaries, for whom association is without object, without profit, without attraction, would prefer to remain free. There are then 6 million souls, composing in part the wage-working class, whom their present condition might interest in workers' associations, without closer examination, and upon the strength of promises. I venture to say in advance to these 6 million persons, fathers, mothers, children, old men, that they will hasten to free themselves from their voluntary yoke, if the revolution should fail to furnish them with more serious, more real reasons for associating themselves than those which they fancy they perceive, of which I have demonstrated the emptiness. Association has indeed its use in the economy of nations. The workers' associations are indeed called upon to play an important part in the near future, and are full of hope both as a protest against wage labor, and as an affirmation of reciprocity. This part will consist chiefly in the management of large instruments of labor, and in the carrying out of certain large undertakings, which require at once minute division of functions, together with great united efficiency, and which would be so many schools for the laboring class if association, or better, participation, were introduced. Such undertakings, among others, are railroads. But association, by itself, does not solve the revolutionary problem. Far from that, it presents itself as a problem, the solution of which implies that the associates enjoy all their independence, while preserving all the advantages of union, which means that the best association is one into which, thanks to a better organization, liberty enters most and devotion least. It is for this reason that workers' associations, which have now almost changed their character as to the principles which guide them, should be judged, not by the more or less successful results which they obtain, but only according to their silent tendency to assert and establish the social republic. Whether the workers know it or not, the importance of their work lies not in the petty interests of their company but in the negation of the capitalist regime, both stock market speculator adjutor and governmental, which the first revolution left undisturbed. Later, with the political lie, mercantile chaos and financial futility overcome, the companies of workers, abandoning luxury goods and toys, will have to take over the great departments of industry, which are their natural prerogative. Fourth study. The principle of authority. Some 12 years ago, well I may recall it, while busying myself with researches into the foundations of society, having in view not at all political eventualities, impossible then to have foreseen, but solely for the greater glory of philosophy, I was the first to cast into the world a denial which has since obtained great renown, the denial of government and of property. Others before myself, to seem original, humorous, or seeking a paradox, had denied those two principles. Not one had made this denial the subject of a serious, earnest criticism. One of our most good-natured journalists, Pelletan, undertaking my defense one day, motu proprio, made this singular statement to his readers, that, in attacking sometimes property, sometimes power, sometimes something else, I was firing a gun into the air, to attract toward myself the attention of empty heads. Pelletan was too good indeed, and I cannot be too much obliged to him for his kindness. He must have taken me for a literary person. It is time that the public should know that, in philosophy, in politics, in theology, in history, negation is the preliminary requirement to affirmation. All progress begins by abolishing something, every reform rests upon denunciation of some abuse, each new idea is based upon the proved insufficiency of the old idea. Thus Christianity, in denying the plurality of the gods, in becoming atheistic, from the pagan point of view, asserted the unity of God, and from this unity deduced its whole theology. Thus Luther, in denying the authority of the Church, asserted the authority of reason, and laid the first stone of modern philosophy. Thus our fathers, the revolutionaries of '89, in denying the sufficiency of feudal rule, asserted, without understanding it, the necessity of some different system, which it is the mission of our age to explain. Thus, finally, I myself, having demonstrated afresh, under the eyes of my readers, the illegitimacy and powerlessness of government as a principle of order, will cause to arise from this negation a productive, affirmative idea, which must lead to a new form of civilization. Priority in philosophical conceptions is not less an object of emulation than priority in industrial inventions, with lofty minds which know their value and seek the glory of their discovery, although they can be neither sold nor patented. In the domain of pure thought, as well as in that of mechanical improvement applied to the arts, there are rivalries, imitations, I had almost said counterfeits, were it not that I fear, by the use of so strong a term, to asperse an honorable ambition, which attests the superiority of the present generation. The idea of anarchy had this fortune. The denial of government having been renewed since the February Revolution with new ardor and some success, certain men of note in the Democratic and Socialistic Party, whom the idea of anarchy filled with disquietude, thought that they might appropriate the arguments directed against government, and upon these arguments, which were essentially negative, might restore the very principle which was at stake, under a new name, and with a few modifications. Without intending it, without suspecting it, these honorable citizens took the position of counter-revolutionaries, since a counterfeit, for after all this word expresses my idea better than any other, a counterfeit, in political and social affairs, is really counter-revolution. I shall prove it immediately. That is what these restorations of authority really are, that have been undertaken recently in competition with anarchy, and that have occupied public attention under the names of direct legislation, direct government, of which the authors or editors are, in the first place, Messrs. Rittinghausen and Considerant, and afterwards, Ledgerolin. According to Messrs. Considerant and Rittinghausen, the first idea of direct government came from Germany. As for Ledgerolin, he only claims it, and with reservations, for our first revolution, this idea being found at length in the Constitution of '93, and in the social contract. It must be understood, that if I intervene in my turn in the discussion, it is not to claim a priority which I reject with all my power in the terms in which the question has been put. Direct government and direct legislation seem to me the two biggest blunders in the annals of politics and of philosophy. How is it that M. Rittinghausen, who understands German philosophy to the bottom, how is it that M. Considerant, who 10 or 15 years ago wrote a pamphlet, under the title, Breaking Up of Politics in France, how is it that M. Ledru-Rollin, who, when he subscribed to the Constitution of '93, made such generous and futile efforts to make direct government practicable, and to reduce it within the bounds of common sense, how is it, I ask, that these gentlemen have not understood that the very arguments which they use against indirect government, have no force that does not apply equally against direct government, that their criticism is admissible only when made absolute, and that, in stopping halfway, they have fallen into the most pitiful inconsequence. Above all, how is it that they have not seen that their pretended direct government is nothing but the reduction to absurdity of the governmental idea, to the extent that, if through the progress of ideas and the complexity of interests, society is forced to abjure every kind of government, it will be just because direct government, the only form of government that seems to be rational, liberal, equal, is nevertheless impossible? Meanwhile comes along M. de Girardin, aspiring, no doubt, to have a share in the invention, or at least, in the completion, who proposed this formula, abolition of authority through the simplification of government. What was M. de Girardin doing with this foolish business? Such a mind, so resourceful, can never be restrained. You are too quick, M. de Girardin, to accomplish anything. Authority is to government what the thought is to the word, the idea to the fact, the soul to the body. Authority is government in principle, as government is authority in practice. To abolish either, if it is a real abolition, is to abolish both. By the same token, to preserve one or the other, if the preservation is effective, is to keep both. The prejudice in favor of government having sunk into our deepest consciousness, stamping even reason in its mold, every other conception has been for a long time rendered impossible, and the boldest thinkers could but say that government was no doubt a scourge, a chastisement for humanity, but that it was a necessary evil. That is why, up to our own days, the most emancipating revolutions and all the eruptions of liberty have always ended in a reiteration of faith in and submission to power, why all revolutions have served only to re-establish tyranny. I make no exception of the Constitution of '93, any more than that of 1848, the two most advanced expressions nevertheless of French democracy. What has maintained this mental predisposition and made its fascination invincible for so long a time, is that, through the supposed analogy between society and the family, government has always presented itself to the mind as the natural organ of justice, the protector of the weak, the preserver of the peace. By the attribution to it of provident care and of full guarantee, government took root in the hearts, as well as in the minds of men, it formed a part of the universal soul, it was the faith, the intimate, invincible superstition of the citizens. If this confidence weakened, they said of government, as they said of religion and property, it is not the institution which is bad, but the abuse of it, it is not the king who is wicked but his ministers, if the king knew. Thus to the hierarchical and absolutist view of a governing authority, is added an ideal which appeals to the soul, and conspires incessantly against the desire for equality and independence. The people at each revolution think to reform the faults of their government according to the inspiration of their hearts, but they are deceived by their own ideas. While they think that they will secure power in their own interest, they really have it always against them. In place of a protector, they give themselves a tyrant. Experience, in fact, shows that everywhere and always government, however much it may have been for the people at its origin, has placed itself on the side of the richest and most educated class against the more numerous and poorer class. It has little by little become narrow and exclusive, and, instead of maintaining liberty and equality among all, it works persistently to destroy them, by virtue of its natural inclination towards privilege. We have shown in a previous study how since 1789, the revolution having founded nothing, society, as M. Collard expressed it, having been reduced to dust, the distribution of wealth left to chance. Government, whose task it is to protect property as well as person, found itself in fact established for the rich against the poor. Who does not see now that this anomaly, which then it was thought proper to embody in the political constitution of our country, is common to all governments? At no epoch is property found to depend on labor exclusively, at no epoch has work been guaranteed by the equilibrium of economic forces. In this matter, the civilization of the 19th century is not any more advanced than that of the Middle Ages. Authority, in defending rights, however established, has always been for riches against misfortune. The history of governments is the martyrology of the proletariat. What really is the social contract? An agreement of the citizen with the government? No, that would mean but the continuation of the same idea. The social contract is an agreement of man with man, an agreement from which must result what we call society. In this, the notion of commutative justice, first brought forward by the primitive fact of exchange, and defined by the Roman law, is substituted for that of distributive justice, dismissed without appeal by Republican criticism. Translate these words, contract, commutative justice, which are the language of the law, into the language of business, and you have commerce, that is to say, in its highest significance, the act by which man and man declare themselves essentially producers, and abdicate all pretension to govern each other. Commutative justice, the reign of contract, the industrial or economic system, such are the different synonyms for the idea which by its accession must do away with the old systems of distributive justice, the reign of law, or in more concrete terms, feudal, governmental, or military rule. The future hope of humanity lies in this substitution. But before this revolution of doctrine can be formulated, before it can be comprehended, before it can take possession of the peoples who alone can put it into practice, what fruitless debates! What weary inactivity of ideas! What a time for agitators and sophists! From the controversy of Jurieu with Bossuet, to the publication of Rousseau's Social Contract almost a century elapsed, and when the latter appeared, it was not to assert the idea, but to stifle it. Rousseau, whose authority has ruled us for almost a century, understood nothing of the social contract. To him, most of all, must be ascribed the great relapse of '93, expiated already by 57 years of fruitless disorder, and which certain minds more ardent than wise wish us still to regard as a sacred tradition. The idea of contract excludes that of government. M. Ledru-Rollin, who is a lawyer, and whose attention I call to this point, ought to know it. What characterizes the contract is agreement for equal exchange, and it is by virtue of this agreement that liberty and well-being increase, while by the establishment of authority, both of these necessarily diminish. This will be evident if we reflect that contract is the act whereby two or several individuals agree to organize among themselves, for a definite purpose and time, that industrial power which we have called exchange, and in consequence have obligated themselves to each other, and reciprocally guaranteed a certain amount of services, products, advantages, duties, etc., which they are in a position to obtain and give to each other, recognizing that they are otherwise perfectly independent, whether for consumption or production. Between contracting parties there is necessarily for each one a real personal interest. It implies that a man bargains with the aim of securing his liberty and his revenue at the same time, without any possible loss. 567 Between governing and governed, on the contrary, no matter how the system of representation or of delegation of the governmental function is arranged, there is necessarily alienation of a part of the liberty and of the means of the citizen. The contract therefore is essentially reciprocal. It imposes no obligation upon the parties, except that which results from their personal promise of reciprocal delivery. It is not subject to any external authority, it alone forms the law between the parties, it awaits their initiative for its execution. But if such is the contract in its most general acceptation, and in daily practice, what will be the social contract, which is relied upon to bind together all the members of a nation into one and the same interest? The social contract is the supreme act by which each citizen pledges to the association his love, his intelligence, his work, his services, his goods, in return for the affection, ideas, labor, products, services, and goods of his fellows, the measure of the right of each being determined by the importance of his contributions, and the recovery that can be demanded in proportion to his deliveries. Thus the social contract should include all citizens, with their interests and relations. If a single man were excluded from the contract, if a single one of the interests upon which the members of the nation, intelligent, industrious, and sensible beings, are called upon to bargain, were omitted, the contract would be more or less relative or special, it would not be social. The social contract should increase the well-being and liberty of every citizen. If any one-sided conditions should slip in, if one part of the citizens should find themselves, by the contract, subordinated and exploited by the others, it would no longer be a contract, it would be a fraud, against which annulment might at any time be invoked justly. The social contract should be freely discussed, individually accepted, signed with their own hands, by all the participants. If the discussion of it were forbidden, cut short or juggled, if consent were obtained by fraud, if signature were made in blank, by proxy, or without reading the document and the preliminary explanation, or even if, like the military oath, consent were a matter of course and compulsory, the social contract would then be no more than a conspiracy against the liberty and well-being of the most ignorant, the weakest, and the most numerous, a systematic spoliation, against which every means of resistance, and even of reprisal, would be a right and a duty. We may add that the social contract of which we are now speaking has nothing in common with the contract of association, by which, as we have shown in a previous study, the contracting party gives up a portion of his liberty, and submits to an annoying, often dangerous, obligation, in the more or less well-founded hope of a benefit. The social contract is of the nature of a contract of exchange. Not only does it leave the party free, it adds to his liberty. Not only does it leave him all his goods, it adds to his property. It prescribes no labor, it bears only upon exchange, all these being points which are not found in the contract of association, which is even antagonistic to it. Such should be the social contract, according to the definitions of the law and universal practice. Is it necessary now to say that, out of the multitude of relations which the social pact is called upon to define and regulate, Rousseau saw only the political relations, that is to say, he suppressed the fundamental points of the contract, and dwelt only upon those that are secondary? Is it necessary to say that Rousseau understood and respected not one of these essential, indispensable conditions: the absolute liberty of the party, his personal, direct part, his signature given with full understanding, and the share of liberty and prosperity which he should experience? For him, the social contract is neither an act of reciprocity, nor an act of association. Rousseau takes care not to enter into such considerations. It is an act of appointment of arbiters, chosen by the citizens, without any preliminary agreement, for all cases of contest, quarrel, fraud or violence, which can happen in the relations which they may subsequently form among themselves, the said arbiters being clothed with sufficient force to put their decisions into execution, and to collect their salaries. Of a real, true contract, on whatsoever subject, there is no vestige in Rousseau's book. To give an exact idea of his theory, I cannot do better than compare it with a commercial agreement, in which the names of the parties, the nature and value of the goods, products and services involved, the conditions of quality, delivery, price, reimbursement, everything in fact which constitutes the material of contracts, is omitted, and nothing is mentioned but penalties and jurisdictions. Indeed, citizen of Geneva, you talk well. But before holding forth about the sovereign and the prince, about the policeman and the judge, tell me first what is my share of the bargain? What? You expect me to sign an agreement in virtue of which I may be prosecuted for 1,000 transgressions, by municipal, rural, river and forest police, handed over to tribunals, judged, condemned for damage, cheating, swindling, theft, bankruptcy, robbery, disobedience to the laws of the state, offense to public morals, vagabondage, and in this agreement I find not a word of either my rights or my obligations, I find only penalties. But every penalty no doubt presupposes a duty, and every duty corresponds to a right. Where then in your agreement are my rights and duties? What have I promised to my fellow citizens? What have they promised to me? Show it to me, for without that, your penalties are but excesses of power, your law-controlled state a flagrant usurpation, your police, your judgment and your execution so many abuses. You who have so well denied property, who have impeached so eloquently the inequality of conditions among men, what dignity, what heritage, have you for me in your republic, that you should claim the right to judge me, to imprison me, to take my life and honor? Perfidious declaimer, have you inveighed so loudly against exploiters and tyrants, only to deliver me to them without defense? Rousseau defined the social contract thus: to find a form of association which defends and protects, with the whole power of the community, the person and goods of each associate, and by which each one, uniting himself to all, obeys only himself and remains as free as before. Yes, these are indeed the conditions of the social pact, as far as concerns the protection and defense of goods and persons. But as for the mode of acquisition and transmission, as to labor, exchange, value and price of products, as to education, as to the multitude of relations which, whether he wishes it or not, places man in perpetual association with his fellows, Rousseau says not a word, his theory is perfectly meaningless. Who does not see that without some definition of rights and duties, the sanction which follows is absolutely null? Who does not see that where there are no stipulations, there can be no infractions, nor, in consequence, any criminals, and, to conclude with philosophical rigor, that a society which after having provoked revolt, punishes and kills by virtue of such authority, itself commits assassination with premeditation and by treachery? Rousseau is so far from desiring that any mention should be made in the social contract of the principles and laws which rule the fortunes of nations and of individuals, that, in his demagogue's program, as well as in his treatise on education, he starts with the false, thievish, murderous supposition that only the individual is good, that society depraves him, that man therefore should refrain as much as possible from all relations with his fellows, and that all we have to do in this world below, while remaining in complete isolation, is to form among ourselves a mutual insurance society, for the protection of our persons and property, that all the rest, that is to say, economic matters, really the only matters of importance, should be left to the chance of birth or speculation, and submitted, in case of litigation, to the arbitration of elected officers, who should determine according to rules laid down by themselves, or by the light of natural equity. In a word, the social contract, according to Rousseau, is nothing but the offensive and defensive alliance of those who possess, against those who do not possess, and the only part played by the citizen is to pay the police, for which he is assessed in proportion to his fortune, and the risk to which he is exposed from general pauperism. It is this contract of hatred, this monument of incurable misanthropy, this coalition of the barons of property, commerce, and industry against the disinherited lower class, this oath of social war indeed, which Rousseau calls social contract, with a presumption which I should call that of a scoundrel, if I believed in the genius of the man. But if the virtuous and sensitive Jean-Jacques had taken for his aim the perpetuation of the discord among men, could he have done better than to offer them, as their contract of union, this charter of their eternal antagonism? Watch him at work, you will find in his theory of government the same spirit that inspired his theory of education. As the tutor, so the statesman. The pedagogue preaches isolation, the publicist sows dissension. After having laid down as a principle that the people are the only sovereign, that they can be represented only by themselves, that the law should be the expression of the will of all, and other magnificent commonplaces, after the way of demagogues, Rousseau quietly abandons and discards this principle. In the first place, he substitutes the will of the majority for the general, collective, indivisible will, then, under the pretext that it is not possible for a whole nation to be occupied from morning till night with public affairs, he gets back, by the way of elections, to the nomination of representatives or proxies, who shall do the lawmaking in the name of the people, and whose decrees shall have the force of laws. Instead of a direct, personal transaction where his interests are involved, the citizen has nothing left but the power of choosing his rulers by a plurality vote. That done, Rousseau rests easy. Tyranny, claiming divine right, had become odious. He reorganizes it and makes it respectable, by making it proceed from the people, so he says. Instead of a universal, complete agreement, which would assure the rights of all, provide for the needs of all, and guard against all difficulties, which all must understand, consent to and sign, he gives us, what? That which today we call direct government, a recipe by which, even in the absence of all royalty, aristocracy, priesthood, the abstract collectivity of the people can still be used for maintaining the parasitism of the minority and the oppression of the greater number. It is, in a word, the legalization of social chaos by a clever fraud, the consecration of poverty, based on the sovereignty of the people. Moreover, there is not a word about labor, nor property, nor industrial forces, all of which it is the very object of a social contract to organize. Rousseau does not know what economics means. His program speaks of political rights only, it does not mention economic rights. It is Rousseau who teaches us that the people, a collective being, has no unitary existence, that it is an abstract personality, a moral individuality, incapable by itself of thinking, acting, or moving, which means that general reason is not superior to individual reason, and, in consequence, that he who has the most developed individual reason best represents general reason. A false proposition, which leads directly to despotism. It is Rousseau who teaches us by aphorisms the whole of this liberty-destroying theory, making his deductions from this first error. That popular or direct government results essentially from the yielding up of liberty that each one must make for the advantage of all. That the separation of powers is the first condition of government. That in a well-ordered republic no association or special meeting of citizens can be permitted, because it would be a state within a state, a government within a government. That a sovereign is one thing, a prince is another. That the first by no means excludes the second, so that the most direct government may well exist with a hereditary monarchy, as was seen under Louis Philippe, and as some people would like to see again. That as the sovereign, that is to say, the people, is a fictitious being, an ideal person, a mere conception of the mind, it has, as its natural and visible representative, the prince, who is the more valuable because he is one. That the government is not within a society, but outside of it. That according to all these considerations, which are linked together in Rousseau like the theorems of geometry, a real democracy has never existed, and never will exist, seeing that in a democracy it is the greater number that should lay down the law and exercise the power, while it is contrary to the order of nature that the greater number should govern and the less be governed. That direct government is impracticable, above all in a country like France, because, before everything else, it would be necessary to equalize fortunes, and equality of fortunes is impossible. That besides, on account of the impossibility of maintaining equal conditions, direct government is of all the most unstable, the most perilous, the most fruitful of catastrophes and civil wars. That as the ancient democracies could not maintain themselves, despite the powerful aid of slavery, it would be vain to attempt to establish this form of government among ourselves. That democracy is made for gods, not for men. After having trifled with his readers thus for a long time, after having drawn up the code of capitalist and mercantile tyranny, under the deceptive title of social contract, the Genoese charlatan deduces the necessity of a lower class, of the subordination of labor, of a dictatorship and of the Inquisition. It appears to be the advantage of literary people that style should take the place of reason and morality. The idea of contract, in opposition to that of government, which was the outcome of the Reformation, passed through the 17th and 18th centuries, without being noticed by a single publicist, nor observed by a single revolutionary. On the other hand, all that was most illustrious in the Church, in philosophy, in politics, conspired to oppose it. Rousseau, Sieyes, Robespierre, Guizot, all that school of parliamentarians, bore the banner of the opposition. At last one man, perceiving the disregard of the leading principle, brought again to the light the new and fruitful idea. Unfortunately, the practical side of his doctrines deceived his own disciples. They could not see that the producer is the negation of the ruler, that organization is incompatible with authority, and thus for 30 years the principle was lost to sight. Finally, it took hold of public opinion, through the loudness of protest, but then, O vanus hominum mens, O pectora coeca. 568 Opposition brings about revolution. The idea of anarchy had hardly been implanted in the mind of the people when it found so-called gardeners who watered it with their calumnies, fertilized it with their misrepresentations, warmed it in the hothouse of their hatred, supported it by their stupid opposition. Today, thanks to them, it has borne the anti-governmental idea, the idea of labor, the idea of contract, which is growing, mounting, seizing with its tendrils the workers' societies, and soon, like the grain of mustard seed of the gospel, it will form a great tree, with branches which cover the earth. The sovereignty of reason having been substituted for that of revolution. The notion of contract succeeding that of government. Historic evolution leading humanity inevitably to a new system. Economic criticism having shown that political institutions must be lost in industrial organization. We may conclude without fear that the revolutionary formula cannot be direct legislation, nor direct government, nor simplified government, that it is no government. Neither monarchy, nor aristocracy, nor even democracy itself, in so far as it may imply any government at all, even though acting in the name of the people, and calling itself the people. No authority, no government, not even popular, that is the revolution. Direct legislation, direct government, simplified government, are ancient lies, which they try in vain to rejuvenate. Direct or indirect, simple or complex, governing the people will always be swindling the people. It is always man giving orders to man, the fiction which makes an end to liberty, brute force which cuts questions short, in the place of justice, which alone can answer them, obstinate ambition, which makes a stepping stone of devotion and credulity. But absolute power, in its simplest expression, is odious to reason and to liberty. The feeling of the people is always aroused against it, following feeling, revolt makes its protest heard. Then the principle of authority is forced to retire. It retires step, by a series of concessions, each one more insufficient than the other, of which the last, pure democracy, or direct government, ends in the impossible and the absurd. The first term of the series then being absolutism, the last fateful term is anarchy, in every sense. We are about to pass in review, one after the other, the principal terms of this great evolution. Humanity asks its masters, whence these pretensions of yours to reign over me and govern me? They answer, because society cannot dispense with order, because in a society it is necessary there should be some who obey and labor, while others give orders and directions, because, individual faculties being unequal, interests opposite, passions antagonistic, the advantage of one opposed to the general advantage, some authority is needed which shall assign the boundaries of rights and duties, some arbiter who will cut short conflicts, some public force which will put into execution the judgments of the sovereign. The power of the state is just this discretionary authority, this arbiter who renders to each what is his, this force which assures that the peace shall be respected. Government, in a word, is the principle and guarantee of social order, that is what both nature and common sense tell us. This explanation has been repeated since the origin of societies. It is the same at all epochs, and in the mouth of all powers. You will find the identical, invariably, in the books of Malthusian economists, in opposition newspapers, and in the professions of faith of republicans. There is no difference among them, except in the proportion of the concessions to liberty that they propose to make, in derogation of the principle of authority, illusory concessions, which add to the forms of government called moderate, constitutional, democratic, etc., a flavoring of hypocrisy, of which the taste renders them only the more contemptible. Thus government, in its unmodified nature, presents itself as the absolute, necessary, sine qua non condition of order. For that reason it always aspires toward absolutism, under all disguises. In fact, according to the principle, the stronger the government, the nearer order approaches perfection. These two notions then, government and order, are in the relation to each other of cause of effect. The cause is government, the effect is order. It is thus that primitive societies have reasoned. We have already remarked upon this subject, that, from what such societies could conceive of human destiny, it was impossible that they should have reasoned otherwise. But this reasoning is none the less false, and the conclusion is quite inadmissible, because, according to the logical classification of ideas, the relation of government to order is not that of cause to effect, as statesmen pretend, it is that of a particular to a general. Order is the genus, government is the species. In other words, there are many ways of conceiving order, but who has proved to us that order in a society is what its masters choose to call it? On the one hand is alleged the natural inequality of faculties, whence is deduced that of conditions; on the other, the impossibility of uniting the divergence of interests and of harmonizing opinions. But in this antagonism there is at most but a problem to be solved. It should not be a pretext for tyranny. Inequality of faculties. Divergence of interests. Well, sovereigns, with your crowns, robes, and fasces, that is precisely what is meant by the social question, and you think to solve it with club and bayonet. Saint Simon was quite right in regarding the words government and military as synonyms. Government cause order in society? It is like Alexander untying the Gordian knot with his sword. Who then, shepherds of the public, authorizes you to think that the problem of opposition of interests and inequality of faculties cannot be solved, that the distinction of classes necessarily springs from it, and that, in order to maintain this natural and providential distinction, force is necessary and legitimate? I affirm, on the contrary, and all they whom the world calls utopians, because they oppose your tyranny, affirm, with me, that the solution can be found. Some believe that they have found it in community, others in association, yet others in the industrial series. For my part, I say that it is found in the organization of economic forces, under the supreme law of contract. Who can assure you that none of these hypotheses is true? The advance of labor and of ideas sets this liberal theory, through my lips, against your governmental theory, which has no basis but your ignorance, no principle but a sophism, no method but force, no object but the robbery of humanity. To find a form of transaction which, in drawing together the divergence of interests, in identifying individual advantage, in effacing the inequality of nature by that of education, solves all political and economical contradictions, under which each individual will be both producer and consumer as synonymous, both citizen and prince, ruler and ruled, under which his liberty steadily increases, with no need of giving up any part of it, under which his material prosperity grows indefinitely, without his experiencing any loss through the act either of society or of his fellow citizens, either in his property, or in his work, or in his recompense, or in his relations of interest, of opinion, or of attachment among his fellows. What, do these conditions seem to you impossible to satisfy? Does it seem to you impossible to imagine anything more inextricable than the social contract, when you think of the frightful number of relations that it must regulate, something like squaring the circle, or finding perpetual motion? That is the reason why, wearied of the struggle, you fall back upon absolutism and force. Consider, moreover, that if the social contract can be solved between two producers and who doubts terms, it can as well be solved among millions, as it relates always to a similar engagement, and that the number of signatures adds nothing to it, while making it more and more effective. Your plea of inability then does not exist, it is ridiculous, and you are left without excuse. However that may be, listen, men of power, to the words of the producer, the proletarian, the slave, of him whom you expect to force to work for you. I demand neither the goods nor the money of anybody, and I am not disposed to allow the fruit of my labor to become the prey of another. I, also, want order, as much as they who are continually upsetting it by their alleged government, but I want it as the result of my free choice, a condition for my labor, a law of my reason. I will not submit to it coming from the will of another, and imposing sacrifice and servitude upon me as preliminary conditions. But what do I say? Laws for one who thinks for himself, and who ought to answer only for his own actions, laws for one who wants to be free, and feels himself worthy of liberty? I am ready to bargain, but I want no laws. I recognize none of them. I protest against every order which it may please some power, from pretended necessity, to impose upon my free will. Laws. We know what they are, and what they are worth. Spider webs for the rich and powerful, steel chains for the weak and poor, fishing nets in the hands of the government. 25 February, 1848, a handful of Democrats, after having driven out the monarchy, proclaimed the Republic at Paris. They took counsel with themselves only for this step, they did not wait until the people had pronounced upon it, in their primary meetings. The support of the citizens was boldly presumed by them. I believe upon my soul and conscience, that they did well. I believe that they acted in the fullness of their right, although they were to the rest of the people as 1 to 1,000. And, because I was convinced of the justice of their work, I did not hesitate to associate myself therewith, the Republic, in my opinion, being but the cancellation of a lease between the people and the government. Adversus hostem aeterna auctoritas esto 569 says the law of the 12 tables. Against power the right to reclaim cannot lapse, usurpation is meaningless. Nevertheless, from the point of view of the sovereignty of numbers, of the imperative mandate, and of universal suffrage, which are more or less accepted by us, these citizens committed an act of usurpation, a criminal attack against public faith and the law of nations. By what right did they without a mandate, they, whom the people had not elected, they who were only an imperceptible minority in the mass of citizens, by what right, I ask, did they rush upon the Tuileries like a band of pirates, abolish the monarchy and proclaim the Republic? The Republic is above universal suffrage. We said in the elections of 1850, and this was repeated afterwards from the tribune, amid acclamations, by a man not suspected of anarchical opinions, General Cavaignac. If this is true, the morality of the February Revolution is vindicated, but what can we say of those who, while proclaiming the Republic, saw in it nothing but the exercise of universal suffrage, the establishment of a new form of government? The governmental principle admitted, it was for the people to pronounce upon the form, and who can say that the people would have voted in favor of the Republic, if they had been appealed to? On the 10th of December, 1848, the people were consulted upon the choice of their first magistrate, and they named Louis Bonaparte, by a majority of 5.5 million, out of 7.5 million voters. In choosing this candidate, the people, in their turn, took counsel only with their own inclinations, they took no account of the predictions and opinions of Republicans. For my part, I disapproved this election for the same reasons that led me to support the proclamation of the Republic. And, because I disapproved of it, I have since opposed, as far as in me lay, the government of the people's choice. Nevertheless, from the point of view of universal suffrage, of the imperative mandate, and of the sovereignty of numbers, I ought to believe, that Louis Bonaparte expresses the ideas, the needs, and the tendencies of the nation. I ought to accept his policy as the policy of the people. Even if it were opposed to the Constitution, the mere fact that the Constitution did not emanate directly from the people, while the President was the personification of the majority of votes, his policy should be held as approved, inspired, and encouraged by the sovereign people. They who went to the conservatory on the 13th of June, 1848, were but factionaries. Who gave them the right to suppose that the people, at the end of 6 months, would discard their president? Louis Bonaparte presented himself under the auspices of his uncle, 570. Everybody knows what that means. Do you still talk about the people? I mean the people as it show itself in mass meetings, at the ballot box, the people, which they did not dare to consult about the Republic in February, the people, which on the 16th of April and in the days of June, declared itself by an immense majority against socialism, the people, which elected Louis Bonaparte, because it adored Napoleon Bonaparte, the people, which elected the Constituent Assembly, and afterwards the Legislative Assembly, the people, which did not rise on the 13th of June. The people, which did not protest on the 31st of May, the people which signed petitions for revision and petitions against revision. Is this the people which will be enlightened from above, its representatives, inspired by its wisdom, be rendered thereby infallible, when it comes to picking out the most virtuous and most capable, and of deciding upon the organization of labor, of credit, of property, and of power itself? At present we are a quasi-democratic republic. All the citizens are permitted, every third or fourth year, to elect, first, the legislative power, second, the executive power. The duration of this participation in the government for the popular collectivity is brief, 48 hours at the most for each election. For this reason the correlative of the government remains nearly the same as before, almost the whole country. The president and the representatives, once elected, are the masters, all the rest obey. They are subjects, to be governed and to be taxed, without surcease. Fifth study. Social liquidation. The preceding studies, as much upon contemporaneous society as upon the reforms which it suggests, have taught us several things which it is well to recount here summarily. The fall of the July monarchy and the proclamation of the Republic were the signal for a social revolution. This revolution, at first not understood, little by little became defined, determined and settled, under the influence of the very same reaction which was displayed against it, from the first days of the provisional government. This revolution consists in substituting the economic, or industrial, system, for the governmental, feudal, and military system, in the same way that the present system was substituted, by a previous revolution, for a theocratic or sacerdotal system. By an industrial system, we understand, not a form of government, in which men devoted to agriculture and industry, entrepreneurs, proprietors, workers, become in their turn a dominant caste, as were formerly the nobility and clergy, but a constitution of society having for its basis the organization of economic forces, in place of the hierarchy of political powers. And to explain that this organization must result from the nature of things, that there is nothing arbitrary about it, that it finds its law in established practice, we have said that, in order to bring it about, the question was of one thing only, to change the course of things, the tendency of society. Passing then to the examination of the chief ideas that offer themselves as principles for guidance, and that serve as banners to parties, we have recognized that the principle of association, invoked by most schools, is an essentially sterile principle, that it is neither an industrial force nor an economic law, that it would involve both government and obedience, two words which the revolution bars. That the political principle revived recently, under the names of direct legislation, direct government, etc., is but a false application of the principle of authority, whereof the sphere is in the family, but which cannot legitimately be extended to the commune or the nation. At the same time we have established that in place of the idea of association, there was a tendency to substitute in the workers' societies a new idea, reciprocity, in which we have seen both an economic force and a law. That to the idea of government there was opposed, even in the political tradition itself, the idea of contract, the only moral bond which free and equal beings can accept. Thus we come to recognize the essential factors of the revolution. Its cause, the economic chaos which the revolution of 1789 left after it. Its occasion, a progressive, systematic poverty, of which the government finds itself, willy-nilly, the promoter and supporter. Its organic principle, reciprocity, in law terms, contract. Its aim, the guarantee of work and wages, and thence the indefinite increase of wealth and of liberty. Its parties, which we divide into two groups, the socialist schools, which invoke the principle of association, and the democratic factions, which are still devoted to the principles of centralization and of the state. Finally, its adversaries, the capitalistic, theological usurious, governmental, partisans of the status quo, all those indeed who live less by labor than by prejudice and privilege. To deduce the organizing principle of the revolution, the idea at once economic and legal of reciprocity and of contract, taking account of the difficulties and opposition which this deduction must encounter, whether on the part of revolutionary sects, parties, or societies, or from the reactionaries and defenders of the status quo, to expound the totality of these reforms and new institutions, wherein labor finds its guarantee, property its limit, commerce its balance, and government its farewell, that is to tell, from the intellectual point of view, the story of the revolution. After these preliminaries, we have now three things to do. First, to cut short the disorganizing tendency which the old revolution bequeathed to us, and to proceed, with the aid of the new principle, to the dissolution of established interests. Thus the Constituent Assembly proceeded on the night of the 4th of August 1789. Second, to organize, always with the aid of the new principle, the economic forces, and to lay down the law of property. Third, to dissolve, submerge, and cause to disappear the political or governmental system in the economic system, by reducing, simplifying, decentralizing and suppressing, one after another, all the wheels of this great machine, which is called the government or the state. Suppose, I say, that the people, once enlightened as to their true interests, declare their will, not to reform government, but to revolutionize society. In that case, without prejudice to a better plan, without pretending that the steps herein pointed out are at all absolute, or incapable of all sorts of modifications, this is how I conceive the representatives of the people might carry out their mandate. Let us take up this great question of property, the source of such intolerable pretensions, and of such ridiculous fears. The revolution has two things to accomplish about property: its dissolution and its reconstitution. I shall address myself first to its dissolution, and begin with buildings. This understood, let us suppose that the city of Paris, resuming the abandoned project of workers' settlements, should reopen the campaign against the cost of dwellings, should buy houses that were for sale at the lowest price, contract with building workers' companies for repairing them and keeping them in repair, then lease them, according to the rules of competition and equal exchange. After a while the city of Paris would own most of the houses of which it is composed, and would have all its citizens for tenants. In this, as always, the tendency is noticeable and significant, the right is incontestable. If after the taking of the Bastille, the city of Paris had set aside for such acquisition the sums which it has spent on public festivals, royal coronations, and celebrations of the births of princes, it would already have paid for several 100 million worth of property. Let the country be the judge, let it decide in how many years it intends to revolutionize this first class of properties. What it resolves, I shall hold to be wisely resolved, and I accept in advance. While waiting, permit me to formulate a scheme. The right of property, so honorable in its origin, when that origin is none other than labor, has become in Paris, and in most cities, an improper and immoral instrument of speculation in the dwelling places of citizens. Speculation in bread and food of prime necessity is punished as a misdemeanor, sometimes as a crime. Is it more permissible to speculate in the habitations of the people? Our consciences, selfish, lazy, blind, most of all in matters that touch our pockets, have not yet noticed the similarity, all the more reason that the revolution should denounce it. If the trumpet of the last judgment should resound in our ears, which of us at that moment would refuse to make this confession? Let us make it then, for I vow the last hour is approaching for the ancient abuse. It is too late to talk of purgatory, of gradual penitence, of progressive reform. Eternity awaits you. There is no middle ground between heaven and hell. We must take the leap. I propose to manage the dissolution of rentals in the same manner as that of the bank, of the public debt, and of private debts and obligations. From the date of the decree which shall be passed by future representatives, all payments made as rental shall be carried over to the account of the purchase of the property, at a price estimated at 20 times the annual rental. Every such payment shall purchase for the tenant a proportional undivided share in the house he lives in, and in all buildings erected for rental, and serving as a habitation for citizens. The property thus paid for shall pass under the control of the communal administration, which shall take a first mortgage upon it, in the name of all the tenants, and shall guarantee them all a domicile, in perpetuity, at the cost price of the building. Communes may bargain with owners for the purchase and immediate payment for rented buildings. In such case, in order that the present generation may enjoy the benefit of reduction in rental, the said communes may arrange for an immediate diminution of the rental of the houses for which they have negotiated, in such manner that complete payment may be made within 30 years. For repairs, management, and upkeep of buildings, as well as for new constructions, the communes shall deal with bricklayers' companies or building workers' associations, according to the rules and principles of the new social contract. Proprietors who occupy their own houses shall retain property therein, as long as suits their interests. Let the country enter upon this course, and the safety of the people is assured. A guarantee stronger than all laws, all electoral combinations, all popular sanctions, will assure lodging to the workers forever, and render a return to speculation of rents impossible. Neither government, nor legislation, nor code is needed, a simple agreement among citizens suffices, with the execution of it confided to the commune. The producer is housed by a simple business transaction, something which neither kings nor dictator will ever accomplish. Through the land the plundering of man began, and in the land it has rooted its foundations. The land is the fortress of the modern capitalist, as it was the citadel of feudalism, and of the ancient patriciate. Finally, it is the land which gives authority to the governmental principle, an ever-renewed strength, whenever the popular Hercules overthrows the giant. Today the stronghold, attacked upon all the secret points of its bastions, is about to fall before us, as fell, at the sound of Joshua's trumpets, the walls of Jericho. The machine which is able to overthrow the ramparts has been found. It is not my invention, it has been invented by property itself. Everybody has heard of the land banks that have been in use for a long time among the landowners of Poland, Scotland, and Prussia, of which French proprietors and farm owners are demanding so insistently the introduction into our own country. In a previous article, speaking of the liquidation of mortgage-secured debts, I had occasion to recall the attempts made by several honorable conservatives in the National Assembly to endow France with this beneficent institution. I showed, in connection therewith, how the land bank might become an instrument of revolution with regard to debts and interest. I am about to show how it may be the same with regard to landed property. The special characteristic of the land bank, after the low price and the facility of its credit, is the reimbursement for annuities. Suppose that the proprietors, no longer waiting for the government to act, but taking their affairs into their own hands, follow the example of the workers' associations, and get together to found a bank by subscription, or mutual guarantee. The farmer or peasant can then pay for the land that he cultivates in 25, 30, 34 or 40 years, if the owner will agree to it. He can pay for it in 20, 18, or 15 years, if he can buy it by the system of annuities. What then prevents the peasant from becoming everywhere the owner of the soil, and freeing himself from farm rent? What prevents him is that the owner demands to be paid in cash, and that if cash is not forthcoming, he lets the land, that is to say, he requires payment in perpetuity. In that case, you will say, Why does not the tenant borrow? Ah, that is because the loan of money on mortgage agrees exactly with farm rent. The interest required for this kind of loan serves not in the least to extinguish the debt, and is even higher than the farm rent. The peasant therefore finds himself enclosed in a circle, he must cultivate to eternity, but never possess. If he borrows, he gives himself a second master, double interest, double slavery. There is no way of escape without the aid of a fairy. Well, the fairy exists, it remains only for us to test the virtue of her wand. The fairy is the land bank. This will be as if the cultivator had to pay rent for 15, 20, or 30 years, in order to become the owner of property worth $2,000. Thus the farm rent is not perpetual, it is annually charged off the price, it gives a title to the property. And as the price of real estate cannot be raised indefinitely, since it is only the capitalization of 20, 30 or 40-fold of the part of the product which is in excess of the cost of working the land, it is evident that the peasant cannot fail to obtain the property. With the land bank the farmer is released, it is the proprietor who is caught. Do you understand now why the conservatives of the Constituent Assembly were unwilling to permit a land bank? Thus what we call farm rent, left to us by Roman tyranny and feudal usurpation, hangs only by a thread, the organization of a bank, demanded even by property itself. It has been demonstrated that the land tends to return to the hands that cultivate it, and that farm rent, like house rent, like the interest of mortgages, is but an improper speculation, which shows the disorder and anomaly of the present economic system. Whatever may be the conditions of this bank, which will come into existence on the day when those who need it desire it, whatever be the rate of charge for its services, however small its issues, it can be calculated in how many years the soil will be delivered from the parasitism which sucks it dry, while strangling the cultivator. And when once the revolutionary machine shall have released the soil, and agriculture shall have become free, feudal exploitation can never re-establish itself. Property may then be sold, bought, circulated, divided, or united, anything, the ball and chain of the old serfdom will never be dragged again. Property will have lost its fundamental vices, it will be transfigured. It will no longer be the same thing. Still, let us continue to call it by its ancient name, so dear to the heart of man, so agreeable to the ear of the peasant, property. I propose to decree. Every payment of rent for the use of real estate shall give title to the farmer for a share of the real estate, and shall be a lien upon it. When the property has been entirely paid for, it shall revert immediately to the commune, which shall take the place of the former proprietor, and shall share the fee simple and the economic rent with the farmer. Communes may bargain directly with owners who wish to do so for the repurchase of rentals and the immediate purchase of the properties. In that case, provision shall be made for the supervision of the communes, for the installation of cultivators, and for the fixing of the boundaries of possessions, taking care to make up by an increase in quantity for any deficiency in the quality of the land, and to proportion the rent to the product. As soon as all landed property shall have been completely paid for, all the communes of the Republic shall come to an understanding for equalizing among them the quality of tracts of land, as well as accidents of culture. The part of the rent to which they are entitled upon their respective territories shall serve for compensation and for general insurance. Beginning with the same date, the former proprietors who have held their title by working their properties themselves, shall be placed on the same footing as the new, subjected to the same rights, in such a manner that the chance of locality or of succession may favor no one, and that the conditions of culture shall be equal for all. The tax on land shall be abolished. The rural police are placed under the control of the municipal councils. A general liquidation is the obligatory preliminary of every revolution. After 60 years of mercantile and economic chaos, a second night of the 4th of August is indispensable. We are still masters of the situation, and free to proceed with all the prudence, all the moderation, that we may think advisable. Later, our fate may not depend upon our free choice. I have proved at length that in the aspirations of the country, in the ideas that are current among capitalists and proprietors, as well as among peasants and workers, everything tends toward this liquidation: cooperative associations, accumulation of coin at the bank, discount houses, credit notes, land banks, workers' villages, right to value of improvements, etc., etc. I have analyzed and deduced these ideas, and I have found at the bottom of them always the principle of reciprocity and contract, never that of government. Finally, I have shown how liquidation could, on each point, be made to work as rapidly as might be desired, and if I have pronounced myself in favor of the easiest and quickest way, it was not, as might be supposed, because I held extreme opinions, but because I was convinced that this method is the wisest, the most just, the most conservative, the most advantageous to all interested, debtors, creditors, house owners, tenants, land proprietors and tenant farmers. Sixth study. Organization of economic forces. Rousseau said truly, no one should obey a law to which he has not consented, and M. Rittinghausen too was right when he proved that in consequence the law should emanate directly from the sovereign, without the intermediary of representatives. But it was in the application that both these writers failed. With suffrage, or the universal vote, it is evident that the law is neither direct nor personal, any more than collective. The law of the majority is not my law, it is the law of force, hence the government based upon it is not my government, it is government by force. That I may remain free, that I may not have to submit to any law but my own, and that I may govern myself, the authority of the suffrage must be renounced, we must give up the vote, as well as representation and monarchy. In a word, everything in the government of society which rests on the divine must be suppressed, and the whole rebuilt upon the human idea of contract. When I agree with one or more of my fellow citizens for any object whatever, it is clear that my own will is my law, it is I myself, who, in fulfilling my obligation, am my own government. Therefore if I could make a contract with all, as I can with some, if all could renew it among themselves, if each group of citizens, as a commune, canton, department, corporation, company, etc., formed by a like contract, and considered as a moral person, could thereafter, and always by a similar contract, agree with every and all other groups, it would be the same as if my own will were multiplied to infinity. I should be sure that the law thus made on all questions in the Republic, from millions of different initiatives, would never be anything but my law, and if this new order of things were called government, it would be my government. Thus the principle of contract, far more than that of authority, would bring about the union of producers, centralize their forces, and assure the unity and solidarity of their interests. The system of contracts, substituted for the system of laws, would constitute the true government of the man and of the citizen, the true sovereignty of the people, the Republic. For the contract is liberty, the first term of the Republican motto. We have demonstrated this superabundantly in our studies on the principle of authority and on social liquidation. I am not free when I depend upon another for my work, my wages, or the measure of my rights and duties, whether that other be called the majority or society. No more am I free, either in my sovereignty or in my action, when I am compelled by another to revise my law, were that other the most skillful and most just of arbiters. I am no more at all free when I am forced to give myself a representative to govern me, even if he were my most devoted servant. The contract is equality, in its profound and spiritual essence. Does this man believe himself my equal? Does he not take the attitude of my master and exploiter, who demands from me more than it suits me to furnish, and has no intention of returning it to me, who says that I am incapable of making my own law, and expects me to submit to his? The contract is fraternity, because it identifies all interests, unifies all divergences, resolves all contradictions, and in consequence, give wings to the feelings of goodwill and kindness, which are crushed by economic chaos, the government of representatives, alien law. The contract, finally, is order, since it is the organization of economic forces, instead of the alienation of liberties, the sacrifice of rights, the subordination of wills. Let us give an idea of this organism, after liquidation, reconstruction, after the thesis and antithesis, the synthesis. 1. Credit. The organization of credit is 3/4 done by the winding up of the privileged and usurious banks, and their conversion into a national bank of circulation and loan, at 1/2, 1/4, or 1/8%. It remains only to establish branches of the bank, wherever necessary, and to gradually retire specie from circulation, depriving gold and silver of their privilege as money. As for personal credit, it is not for the national bank to have to do with it, it is with the workers' companies, and the farming and industrial societies, that personal credit should be exercised. 2. Property. I have shown above how property, repurchased by the house rent or ground rent, would come back to the tenant farmer and house tenant. It remains for me to show, especially in relation to property in land, the organizing power of the principle which we have invoked to bring about this conversion. All the socialists, Saint-Simon, Fourier, Owen, Cabet, Louis Blanc, the Chartists, have conceived agricultural organization in 2 ways. Either the farmer is simply a worker associate of a large workshop of culture, which is the commune, the phalanstery. Or each cultivator becomes a tenant of the state, which is the only proprietor, the only landlord, all land having been taken by it. In this case, the ground rent becomes part of the taxes, and may replace them entirely. The first of these 2 systems is governmental and communist at the same time. Through this double principle it has no chance of success. It is a utopian conception stillborn. The Phalansteans will talk for a good while yet of their model community, the communists are not ready to give up their rural fraternity. They may have this consolation. If the idea of a farming association or of cultivation by the government were ever brought forward as a serious proposal during the revolution, supposing that a government could still exist in a revolution directed chiefly against itself, the chances of insurrection would be laid before the peasant. There would be the menace of tyranny for him, even from those who called themselves socialists. The second system seems more liberal, it leaves the cultivator his own master in his work, subjects him to no orders, imposes upon him no rules. In comparison with the present lot of farmers, it is probable that, with the greater length of leases and moderation of rents, the establishment of this system would encounter little opposition in the country. I admit, for my part, that I hesitated for a long time over this idea, which grants some liberty, and which I could reproach with no injustice. Nevertheless I have never been completely satisfied with it. I find in it always a character of governmental autocracy which is disagreeable to me. I see in it a barrier to liberty of transactions and of inheritances, the free disposition of the soil taken away from him who cultivates it, and this precious sovereignty, this eminent domain, as the lawyers say, forbidden to the citizen, and reserved for that fictitious being, without intelligence, without passion, without morality, that we call the state. By this arrangement, the occupant has less to do with the soil than before. The clod of earth seems to stand up and say to him, "You are only a slave of the taxes, I do not know you." But why should the rural worker, the most ancient, the most noble of all, be thus disgrowned? The peasant loves the land with a love without limit, as Michelet poetically says, he does not want a tenancy, a concubinage, he wants a marriage. It is asserted that mankind, as a race, has an anterior, imprescriptible, inalienable right to the soil. It is thence deduced, as by the physiocrats formerly, that the commune or the state should share in the economic rent. It is said that this economic rent should be taken in taxes. And from all this results the enfeoffment of the land by perpetual, unchangeable tenancy, and, what is more serious, the non-circulation, the immobility, of a whole class of capital, the largest in volume, and the most valuable, through its security. This doctrine appears to me fatal, opposed to all the teachings of science, and of dangerous tenancy. What is called economic rent in agriculture has no other cause than the inequality in the quality of the land. Without this inequality there would be no economic rent, since there would be no means of comparison. Therefore, if anybody has a claim on account of this inequality, it is not the state, but the other land workers who hold inferior land. That is why in our scheme for liquidation we stipulated that every variety of cultivation should pay a proportional contribution, destined to accomplish a balancing of returns among farm workers, and an assurance of products. To the industrial occupations, in favor of which the ground rent seems to be reserved, have no more right to it than the state, for the reason that they do not exist apart from agricultural work and independently of it, they are a subdivision of it. The farm worker cultivates and harvests for all, the artisan, the merchant, the manufacturer, work for the farm worker. As soon as the dealer has received the price of his merchandise, he is paid his share of the economic rent, as well as of the gross product of the soil, his account is settled. To make the farm worker only pay the taxes, under the pretext that they are economic rent, would be to exempt other industries from taxation, to their profit, and to permit them to receive the whole of the rent, without reciprocity on their part. 3. Division of labor, collective forces, machines, workers' companies. In France, 2/3 of the inhabitants are interested in land owning, and even this proportion must increase. Next to credit, which controls everything, it is the greatest of our economic forces. Through it, therefore, we must proceed to the revolutionary organization in the second place. Agricultural labor, resting on this basis, appears in its natural dignity. Of all occupations it is the most noble, the most healthful, from the point of view of morals and health, and as intellectual exercise, the most encyclopedic. From all these considerations, agricultural labor is the one which least requires the societary form, we may say even more strongly, which most energetically rejects it. Never have peasants been seen to form a society for the cultivation of their fields, never will they be seen to do so. The only relations of unity and solidarity which can exist among farm workers, the only centralization of which rural industry is susceptible, is that which we have pointed out, which results from compensation for economic rent, mutual insurance, and, most of all, from abolishing rent, which makes accumulation of land, parceling out of the soil, serfdom of the peasant, dissipation of inheritances, forever impossible. It is otherwise with certain industries, which require the combined employment of a large number of workers, a vast array of machines and hands, and, to make use of a technical expression, a great division of labor, and in consequence a high concentration of power. In such cases, worker is necessarily subordinate to worker, man dependent on man. The producer is no longer, as in the fields, a sovereign and free father of a family, it is a collectivity. Railroads, mines, factories, are examples. In such cases, it is one of two things: either the worker, necessarily a piece worker, will be simply the employee of the proprietor capitalist entrepreneur, or he will participate in the chances of loss or gain of the establishment, he will have a voice in the council, in a word, he will become an associate. In the first case the worker is subordinated, exploited, his permanent condition is one of obedience and poverty. In the second case he resumes his dignity as a man and citizen, he may aspire to comfort, he forms a part of the producing organization, of which he was before but the slave, as, in the town, he forms a part of the sovereign power, of which he was before but the subject. Thus we need not hesitate, for we have no choice. In cases in which production requires great division of labor, and a considerable collective force, it is necessary to form an association among the workers in this industry, because without that, they would remain related as subordinates and superiors, and there would ensue two industrial castes of masters and wage workers, which is repugnant to a free and democratic society. Such therefore is the rule that we must lay down, if we wish to conduct the revolution intelligently. Every industry, operation, or enterprise, which by its nature requires the employment of a large number of workers of different specialties, is destined to become a society or a company of workers. That is why I said one day, in February or March 1849, at a meeting of patriots, that I rejected equally the construction and management of railroads by companies of capitalists and by the state. In my opinion, railroads are in the field of workers' companies, which are different from the present commercial companies, as they must be independent of the state. A railroad, a mine, a factory, a ship, are to the workers who use them what a hive is to the bees, at once their tool and their home, their country, their territory, their property. It is surprising that they who so zealously maintain the principle of association should have failed to see that such was its normal application. But where the product can be obtained by the action of an individual or a family, without the cooperation of special abilities, there is no opportunity for association. Association not being called for by the nature of the work, cannot be profitable nor of long continuance. I have given the reasons elsewhere. When I speak of either collective force or of an extreme division of labor, as a necessary condition for association, it must be understood from a practical point of view, rather than in a rigorous logical or mathematical sense. Liberty of association being unrestricted, it is evident that if the peasants think well to associate, they will associate, independently of the considerations against it. On the other hand, it is not less clear that if one must live up to the rigorous definitions of science, the conclusion would be that all workers must associate, inasmuch as collective force and division of labor exist everywhere, to however slight a degree. The capitalist, you will cry, alone runs the risk of the enterprise. Could the capitalists alone work a mine or run a railroad? Could one man alone carry on a factory, sail a ship, play a tragedy, build the Pantheon or the Column of July? Can anybody do such things as these, even if he has all the capital necessary? And the one who is called the employer, is he anything more than a leader or captain? It is in such cases, perfectly defined, that association, due to the immorality, tyranny, and theft suffered, seems to me absolutely necessary and right. The industry to be carried on, the work to be accomplished, are the common and undivided property of all those who take part therein. The granting of franchises for mines and railroads to companies of stockholders, who plunder the bodies and souls of the wage workers, is a betrayal of power, a violation of the rights of the public, an outrage upon human dignity and personality. Thus the outline of the revolution begins to display itself. Already its aspect is grandiose. On the one hand, the peasants, at last masters of the soil which they cultivate, and in which they desire to take root. Their enormous, unconquerable mass, aroused by a common guarantee, united by the same interests, assures forever the triumph of the democracy, and the permanence of contract. On the other hand, there are myriads of small manufacturers, dealers, artisans, the volunteers of commerce and industry, working in isolation or in small groups, the most migratory of beings, who prefer their complete independence to the sovereignty of the soil, sure of having a country wherever they can find work. Finally appear the workers' companies, regular armies of the revolution, in which the worker, like the soldier in the battalion, maneuvers with the precision of his machines, in which thousands of wills, intelligent and proud, submit themselves to a superior will, as the hands controlled by them engender, by their concerted action, a collective force greater than even their number. The cultivator had been bent under feudal servitude through rent and mortgages. He is freed by the land bank, and, above all, by the right of the user to the property. The land, vast in extent and in depth, becomes the basis of equality. In the same way the wage worker of the great industries had been crushed into a condition worse than that of the slave by the loss of the advantage of collective force. But by the recognition of his right to the profit from this force, of which he is the producer, he resumes his dignity, he regains comfort. The great industries, terrible engines of aristocracy and pauperism, become, in their turn, one of the principal organs of liberty and public prosperity. Let us then lay down the principles of the agreement which must constitute this new revolutionary power. Large-scale industry may be likened to a new land, discovered, or suddenly created out of the air, by the social genius, to which society sends a colony to take possession of it and to work it, for the advantage of all. This colony will be ruled by a double contract, that which gives it title, establishes its property, and fixes its rights and obligations toward the mother country, and the contract which unites the different members among themselves, and determines their rights and duties. Toward society, of which it is a creation and a dependence, this workers' company promises to furnish always the products and services which are asked of it, at a price nearly as possible that of cost, and to give the public the advantage of all desirable betterments and improvements. To this end, the workers' company abjures all combinations, submits itself to the law of competition, and holds its books and records at the disposition of society, which, upon its part, reserves the power of dissolving the workers' company, as the sanction of its right of control. Toward the individuals and families whose labor is the subject of the association, the company makes the following rules. That every individual employed in the association, whether man, woman, child, old man, head of department, assistant head, worker, or apprentice, has an undivided share in the property of the company. That he has the right to fill any position, of any grade, in the company, according to the suitability of sex, age, skill, and length of employment. That his education, instruction, and apprenticeship should therefore be so directed that, while permitting him to do his share of unpleasant and disagreeable tasks, they may also give variety of work and knowledge, and may assure him, from the period of maturity, an encyclopedic aptitude and a sufficient income. That all positions are elective, and the bylaws subject to the approval of the members. That pay is to be proportional to the nature of the position, the importance of the talents, and the extent of responsibility. That each member shall participate in the gains and in the losses of the company, in proportion to his services. That each member is free to leave the company, upon settling his account, and paying what he may owe, and reciprocally, the company may take in new members at any time. These general principles are enough to explain the spirit and scope of this institution, that has no precedent and no model. They furnish the solution of two important problems of social economy, that of collective force, and that of the division of labor. By participation in losses and gains, by the graded scale of pay, and the successive promotion to all grades and positions, the collective force, which is a product of the community, ceases to be a source of profit to a small number of managers and speculators, it becomes the property of all the workers. At the same time, by a broad education, by the obligation of apprenticeship, and by the cooperation of all who take part in the collective work, the division of labor can no longer be a cause of degradation for the worker, it is, on the contrary, the means of his education and the pledge of his security. 4. Constitution of value. Organization of low prices. If commerce or exchange, carried on after a fashion, is already, by its inherent merit, a producer of wealth, if, for this reason, it has been practiced always and by all the nations of the globe, if, in consequence, we must consider it as an economic force, it is not the less true, and it springs from the very notion of exchange, that commerce ought to be so much the more profitable if sales and purchases are made at the lowest and most just price, that is to say, if the products that are exchanged can be furnished in greater abundance and in more exact proportion. Scarcity of product, in other words, the high price of merchandise, is an evil in commerce. The imperfect relations, that is to say, the arbitrary prices, the anomalous values, are another evil. To deliver commerce from these two diseases that eat into and devour it, would be to increase the productivity of commerce, and consequently the prosperity of society. At all times speculation has taken advantage of these two scourges of commerce, scarcity of product and arbitrary value, in order to exaggerate them, and bring pressure upon the unhappy people. Always also the public conscience has rebelled against the exact aions of mercantilism, and struggled to restore the equilibrium. We all know of the desperate war waged by Turgot against the monopolizers of grain, who were supported by the courts and by precedent. We can also remember the less fortunate efforts of the Convention, and its laws establishing maximum prices. In our own day, the tax on bread, the abolition of the slaughterhouse privilege, the railroad rate scale, and those of ministerial offices, etc., etc., are so many attempts in the same direction. It must always be remembered with shame that certain economists have nevertheless aspired to erect into a law this mercantile disorder and commercial disturbance. They see in it a principle as sacred as that of the family or of labor. The school of Say, sold out to English and native capitalism, the chief focus of counter-revolution next to the Jesuits, has for 10 years past seemed to exist only to protect and applaud the execrable work of the monopolists of money and necessaries, deepening more and more the obscurity of a science naturally difficult and full of complications. These apostles of materialism were made to work in with the eternal executioners of conscience. After the events of February, they signed an agreement with the Jesuits, a compact of hypocrisy and a bargain with starvation. Let the reaction which unites them hasten to cause them to retrace their steps, and let them get to cover quickly, for I warn them that if the revolution spares men, it will not spare deeds. No doubt value, the expression of liberty, and growing out of the personality of the worker, is of all human things the most reluctant to submit to formulas. Therein lies the excuse of the misleading routine arguments of the economists. Thus the disciples of Malthus and Say, who oppose with all their might any intervention of the state in matters commercial or industrial, do not fail to avail themselves at times of this seemingly liberal attitude, and to show themselves more revolutionary than the revolution. More than one honest searcher has been deceived thereby. They have not seen that this inaction of power in economic matters was the foundation of government. What need should we have of a political organization, if power once permitted us to enjoy economic order? When, by the liquidation of debts, the organization of credit, the deprivation of the power of increase of money, the limitation of property, the establishment of workers' companies and the use of a just price, the tendency to raising of prices shall have been definitely replaced by a tendency to lower them, and the fluctuations of the market by a normal commercial rate, when general consent shall have brought this great about face of the sphere of trade, then value, at once the most ideal and most real of things, may be said to have been constituted, and will express at any moment, for every kind of product, the true relation of labor and wealth, while preserving its mobility through the eternal progress of industry. The constitution of value solves the problem of competition and that of the rights of invention, as the organization of workers' companies solves that of collective force and of the division of labor. I can merely indicate at this moment these consequences of the main theorem. Their development would take too much space in a philosophical review of the revolution. 5. Foreign commerce. Balance of imports and exports. By the suppression of custom houses, the revolution, according to theory, and regardless of all military and diplomatic influences, will spread from France abroad, extend over Europe, and afterwards over the world. To suppress our custom houses is in truth to organize foreign trade as we have organized domestic trade. It is to place the countries with which we trade on even terms with ourselves in our trade legislation. It is to introduce among them the constitution of value and of property. It is, in a word, to establish the solidarity of the revolution between the French people and the rest of the human race, by making the new social compact common to all nations through the power of exchange. From what we have said in connection with social liquidation, as well as in connection with the constitution of property, the organization of workers' companies and the guarantee of low prices, it follows that if the charge for loans at the bank should diminish, if the interest on the public debt and upon private obligations were proportionally reduced, if thereupon house rent and ground rent were lowered in like proportion, if a tabulation were made of values and properties, etc., etc., the cost price of all sorts of products would decrease notably, and in consequence the tariff might be lowered to the advantage of all. That would be a step in general progress such as has never yet been seen, because a government is incapable of bringing it about. If this general movement, as I have more than once observed, should only make a beginning, if the tariff, driven by credit, should move on this line however little, the ancient order of things in all that concerns our foreign relations would be suddenly changed, and international economics would enter upon the road to revolution. As for me, I, who oppose the free traders because they favor interest, while they demand the abolition of tariffs. I should favor lowering the tariff from the moment that interest fell, and if interest were done away with, or even lowered to 1/4 or 1/2%, I should be in favor of free trade. I believe in free trade, even without reciprocity, as a consequence of the abolition of interest, not otherwise. Seventh study. Absorption of government by the economic organism. Government has for its dogmas, 1. The original perversity of human nature. 2. The inevitable inequality of fortunes. 3. The permanency of quarrels and wars. 4. The irremediability of poverty. Whence it is deduced. 5. The necessity of government, of obedience, of resignation, and of faith. These principles admitted, as they still are, almost universally, the forms of authority are already settled. They are, a. The division of the people into classes or castes, subordinate to one another, graduated to form a pyramid, at the top of which appears, like the divinity upon his altar, like the king upon his throne, authority. B. Administrative centralization. C. Judicial hierarchy. D. Police. E. Worship. Add to the above, in countries in which the democratic principle has become preponderant. F. The separation of powers. G. The intervention of the people in the government, by vote for representatives. H. The innumerable varieties of electoral systems, from the convocation by estates, which prevailed in the Middle Ages, down to universal and direct suffrage. I. The duality of legislative chambers. J. Voting upon laws, and consent to taxes by the representatives of the nation. K. The rule of majorities. Such is broadly the plan of construction of power, independently of the modifications which each of its component party may receive, as, for example, the central power, which may be in turn monarchical, aristocratic, or democratic, which once furnished publicists with a ground for classification, according to superficial character. It will be observed that the governmental system tends to become more and more complicated without becoming on that account more efficient or more moral, and without offering any more guarantees to person or property. This complication springs first from legislation, which is always incomplete and insufficient, in the second place, from the multiplicity of functionaries, but most of all, from the compromise between the two antagonistic elements, the executive initiative and popular consent. It has been left for our epoch to establish unmistakably that this bargaining, which the progress of centuries renders inevitable, is the surest index of corruption, of decadence, and of the approaching dissolution of authority. What is the aim of this organization? To maintain order in society, by consecrating and sanctifying obedience of the citizen to the state, subordination of the poor and to the rich, of the common people to the upper class, of the worker to the parasite, of the layman to the priest, of the bourgeois to the soldier. As far back as the memory of humanity extends, it is found to have been organized on the above system, which constitutes the political, ecclesiastical, or governmental order. Every effort to give power a more liberal appearance, more tolerant, more social, has invariably failed. Such efforts have been even more fruitless when they tried to give the people a larger share in government, as if the words sovereignty and people, which they endeavored to yoke together, were as naturally antagonistic as these other two words, liberty and despotism. Humanity has had to live, and civilization to develop, for 6,000 years, under this inexorable system, of which the first term is despair and the last death. What secret power has sustained it? What force has enabled it to survive? What principles, what ideas, renewed the blood that flowed forth under the poniard of authority, ecclesiastical and secular? This mystery is now explained. Beneath the governmental machinery, in the shadow of political institutions, out of the sight of statesmen and priests, society is producing its own organism, slowly and silently, and constructing a new order, the expression of its vitality and autonomy, and the denial of the old politics, as well as of the old religion. This organization, which is as essential to society as it is incompatible with the present system, has the following principles: 1. The indefinite perfectibility of the individual and of the race. 2. The honorableness of work. 3. The equality of fortunes. 4. The identity of interests. 5. The end of antagonisms. 6. The universality of comfort. 7. The sovereignty of reason. 8. The absolute liberty of the man and of the citizen. I mention below its principal forms of activity: a. Division of labor, through which classification of the people by industries replaces classification by caste. b. Collective power, the principle of workers' companies, in place of armies. c. Commerce, the concrete form of contract, which takes the place of law. d. Equality in exchange. e. Competition. f. Credit, which turns upon interests, as the governmental hierarchy turns upon obedience. g. The equilibrium of values and of properties. The old system, standing on authority and faith, was essentially based on divine right. The principle of the sovereignty of the people, introduced later, did not change its nature, and it is a mistake today, in the face of the conclusions of science, to maintain a distinction which does not touch underlying principles, between absolute monarchy and constitutional monarchy, or between the latter and the democratic republic. The sovereignty of the people has been, is, I may say so, for a century past, but a skirmishing line for liberty. It was either an error, or a clever scheme of our fathers to make the sovereign people in the image of the king man. As the revolution becomes better understood, this mythology vanishes, all traces of government disappear and follow the principle of government itself to dissolution. This absolute incompatibility of the two systems, so often proved, still does not convince writers who, while admitting the dangers of authority, nevertheless hold to it, as the sole means of maintaining order, and see nothing beside it but empty desolation. Like the sick man in the comedy, who is told that the first thing he must do is to discharge his doctors, if he wants to get well, they persist in asking how can a man get along without a doctor, or a society without a government. They will make the government as republican, as benevolent, as equal as possible, they will set up all possible guarantees against it, they will belittle it, almost attack it, in support of the majesty of the citizens. They tell us, you are the government. You shall govern yourselves, without president, without representatives, without delegates. But to live without government, to abolish all authority, absolutely and unreservedly, to set up pure anarchy, seems to them ridiculous and inconceivable, a plot against the republic and against the nation. What will these people who talk of abolishing government put in place of it? They ask. We have no trouble in answering. It is industrial organization that we will put in place of government, as we have just shown. In place of laws, we will put contracts, no more laws voted by a majority, nor even unanimously, each citizen, each commune, or corporation, makes its own. In place of political powers, we will put economic forces. In place of the ancient classes of nobles, burghers, and peasants, or of bourgeoisie and proletariat, we will put the general titles and special departments of industry, agriculture, manufacture, commerce, etc. In place of public force, we will put collective force. In place of standing armies, we will put industrial associations. In place of police, we will put identity of interests. In place of political centralization, we will put economic centralization. Do you see now how there can be order without functionaries, a profound and holy intellectual unity? You, who cannot conceive of unity without a whole apparatus of legislators, prosecutors, attorneys general, custom house officers, policemen, you have never known what real unity is. What you call unity and centralization is nothing but perpetual chaos, serving as a basis for endless tyranny. It is the advancing of the chaotic condition of social forces as an argument for despotism, a despotism which is really the cause of the chaos. Well, in our turn, let us ask, What need have we of government when we have made an agreement? Does not the National Bank, with its various branches, achieve centralization and unity? Does not the agreement among farm workers for compensation, marketing, and reimbursement for farm properties create unity? From another point of view, do not the industrial associations for carrying on the large-scale industries bring about unity? And the constitution of value, that contract of contracts, as we have called it, is not that the most perfect and indissoluble unity? And if we must show you an example in our own history in order to convince you, does not that fairest monument of the convention, the system of weights and measures, form, for 50 years past, the cornerstone of that economic unity which is destined to replace political unity? Never ask again then what we will put in place of government, nor what will become of society without government, for I assure you that in the future it will be easier to conceive of society without government, than of society with government. The people is a collective entity. They who have exploited the people from time immemorial still hold it in servitude, stand upon this collectivity of its nature, and deduce from this its legal incapacity, which requires their personal control. We, on the contrary, from that collectivity of the people, draw proof that it is completely and perfectly capable, that it can do anything, and needs no one to restrain it. The only question is how to give full play to its powers. The judiciary too has gone. What is justice? Mutual guarantees, that which for 200 years we have called the social contract. Every man who has signed this contract is fit to be a judge, justice for all, authority for none. As for procedure, the shortest is the best. Down with tribunals and jurisdictions. Last came administration, accompanied by the police. Our decision was taken quickly. Since the people is multiple and unity of interest constitutes its collectivity, centralization comes about through this unity, there is no need of centralisers. Let each household, each factory, each association, each municipality, each district, attend to its own police, and administer carefully its own affairs, and the nation will be policed and administered. What need have we to be watched and ruled, and to pay, year in and year out, 25 million? Let us abolish prefects, commissioners, and policemen too. The next question is of schools. This time there is no idea of suppression, but only of converting a political institution into an economic one. If we preserve the methods of teaching now in use, why should we need the intervention of the state? A community needs a teacher. It chooses one at its pleasure, young or old, married or single, a graduate of the normal school or self-taught, with or without a diploma. The only thing that is essential is that the said teacher should suit the fathers of families, and that they should be free to entrust their children to them or not. In this, as in other matters, it is essential that the transaction should be a free contract and subject to competition, something that is impossible under a system of inequality, favoritism, and university monopoly, or that of a coalition of church and state. As for the so-called higher education, I do not see how the protection of the state is needed, any more than in the former case. Is it not the spontaneous result, the natural focus of lower instruction? Why should not lower instruction be centralized in each district, in each province, and a portion of the funds destined for it be applied to the support of higher schools that are thought necessary, of which the teaching staff should be chosen from that of the lower schools? Every soldier, it is said, carries a marshal's baton in his knapsack. If that is not true, it ought to be. Why should not every teacher bear in his diploma the title of university professor? Why, after the example of what is done in workers' companies, as the teacher is responsible to the academic council, should not the academic council be appointed by the teachers? Thus even with the present system of instruction, the university centralization in a democratic society is an attack upon paternal authority, and a confiscation of the rights of the teacher. But let us go to the bottom of the matter. Governmental centralization in public instruction is impossible in the industrial system, for the decisive reason that instruction is inseparable from apprenticeship, and scientific education is inseparable from professional education. So that the teacher, the professor, when he is not himself the foreman, is before everything the man of the association of the agricultural or industrial group which employs him. As the child is the pledge, pignus, between the parents, so the school becomes the bond between the industrial associations and families. It is unfitting that it should be divorced from the workshop, and, under the plea of perfecting it, should be subjected to external power. To separate teaching from apprenticeship, as is done today, and, what is still more objectionable, to distinguish between professional education and the real, serious, daily, useful practice of the profession, is to reproduce in another form the separation of powers and the distinction of classes, the two most powerful instruments of governmental tyranny and the subjection of the workers. Let the working class think of this. If the school of mines is anything else than the actual work in the mines, accompanied by the studies suitable for the mining industry, the school will have for its object, to make, not miners, but chiefs of miners, aristocrats. If the school of arts and crafts is anything but the art or craft taught, its aim will soon be to make, not artisans, but directors of artisans, aristocrats. If the school of commerce is anything but the store, the counting house, it will not be used to make traders, but captains of industry, aristocrats. If the naval school is anything but actual service on board ship, including even the service of the cabin boy, it will serve only as a means of marking two classes, sailors and officers. Thus we see things go under our system of political oppression and industrial chaos. Our schools, when they are not establishments of luxury or pretexts for sinecures, are seminaries of aristocracy. It was not for the people that the Polytechnic, the Normal School, the military school at Saint Cyr, the school of law, were founded. It was to support, strengthen, and fortify the distinction between classes, in order to complete and make irrevocable the split between the working class and the upper class. In a real democracy, in which each member should have instruction, both ordinary and advanced, under his control in his home, this superiority from schooling would not exist. It is contradictory to the principle of society. But when education is merged in apprenticeship, when it consists, as for theory, in the classification of ideas, as for practice, in the specialization of work, when it becomes at once a matter of training the mind and of application to practical affairs in the workshop and in the house, it cannot any longer depend upon the state, it is incompatible with government. Let there be in the Republic a central bureau of education, another of manufactures and arts, as there is now an academy of sciences and an office of longitude. I see no objection. But again, what need for authority? Why such an intermediary between the student and the schoolroom, between the shop and the apprentice, when it is not admitted between the worker and the employer? The three bureaus, of public works, of agriculture and commerce, and of finance, will all disappear in the economic organism. The first is impossible, for two reasons. First, the initiative of communes and departments as to works that operate within their jurisdiction. Second, the initiative of the workers' companies as to carrying the works out. Unless democracy is a fraud, and the sovereignty of the people a joke, it must be admitted that each citizen in the sphere of his industry, each municipal, district or provincial council within its own territory, is the only natural and legitimate representative of the sovereign, and that therefore each locality should act directly and by itself in administering the interests which it includes, and should exercise full sovereignty in relation to them. The people is nothing but the organic union of wills that are individually free, that can and should voluntarily work together, but abdicate never. Such a union must be sought in the harmony of their interests, not in an artificial centralization, which, far from expressing the collective will, expresses only the antagonisms of individual wills. The direct, sovereign initiative of localities, in arranging for public works that belong to them, is a consequence of the democratic principle and the free contract. Their subordination to the state is an invention of '93, and a return to feudalism. I may add that, Contrary as is the supremacy of the state to democratic principles in the matter of public works, it is also incompatible with the rights of workers created by the revolution. We have already had occasion to show, especially in connection with the establishment of a national bank and the formation of workers' companies, that in the economic order labor subordinated to itself both talent and capital. This the more, because that under the operation, sometimes simultaneous, sometimes independent, of the division of labor and of collective power, it becomes necessary for the workers to form themselves into democratic societies, with equal conditions for all members, on pain of a relapse into feudalism. Among the industries which demand this form of organization, we have already mentioned railroads. We may add to these the construction and support of roads, bridges, and harbors, and the work of afforestation, clearing, drainage, etc., in a word, all that we are in the habit of considering in the domain of the state. If it becomes thenceforth impossible to regard as mere mercenaries the workers who are closely or distantly connected with the associations for buildings, for waters and forests, for mines, if we are to be forced to see this low mob as sovereign societies, how can we maintain the hierarchical relations of the minister to the heads of departments, of heads of departments to engineers, and of engineers to workers, how, in short, preserve the supremacy of the state? The workers, much elated by the use of the political rights conferred upon them, will desire to exercise them in their fullness. Associating themselves, they will first choose leaders, engineers, architects, accountants, then they will bargain directly, as one power with another, with municipal and district authorities for the execution of public works. Far from submitting to the state, they will themselves be the state, that is to say, in all that concerns their industrial speciality, they will be the direct, active representative of the sovereign. Let them set up an administration, open credit, give pledges, and the country will find in them a guarantee superior to the state, for they will be responsible at least for their own acts, while the state is responsible for nothing. After the revolution has been accomplished at home, will it also be accomplished abroad? Who can doubt it? The revolution would be vain if it were not contagious, it would perish, even in France, if it failed to become universal. Everybody is convinced of that. The least enthusiastic spirits do not believe it necessary for revolutionary France to interfere among other nations by force of arms. It will be enough for her to support, by her example and her encouragement, any effort of the people of foreign nations to follow her example. What then is the revolution, completed abroad as well as at home? Capitalist and landlord exploitation stopped everywhere, wage labor abolished, equal and just exchange guaranteed, value constituted, cheapness assured, the principle of protection changed, and the markets of the world opened to the producers of all nations, consequently the barrier struck down, the ancient law of nations replaced by commercial agreements, police, judiciary administration, everywhere committed to the hands of the workers, the economic organization replacing the governmental and military system in the colonies as well as in the metropolises, finally, the free and universal commingling of races under the law of contract only, that is the revolution. Is it possible that in this state of affairs, in which all interests, agricultural, financial and industrial, are identical and interwoven, in which the governmental protectorate has nothing to do, either at home or abroad, is it possible that the nations will continue to form distinct political bodies, that they will hold themselves separate, when their producers and consumers are mingled, that they will still maintain diplomacy, to settle claims, to determine prerogatives, to arrange differences, to exchange guarantees, to sign treaties, etc., without any object? To ask such a question is to answer it. It needs no demonstration, only some explanations from the point of view of nationalities. Let us recall the principle. The reason for the institution of government, as we have said, is the economic chaos. When the revolution has regulated this chaos, and organized the industrial forces, there is no further pretext for political centralization, it is absorbed in industrial solidarity, a solidarity which is based upon general reason, and of which we may say, as Pascal said of the universe, that its center is everywhere, its circumference nowhere. When the institution of government has been abolished, and replaced by the economic organization, the problem of the universal revolution is solved. The dream of Napoleon is realized, and the chimera of the Dean of St. Peter's 571 becomes a necessity. It is the governments who, pretending to establish order among men, arrange them forthwith in hostile camps, and as their only occupation is to produce servitude at home, their art lies in maintaining war abroad, war in fact or war in prospect. The oppression of peoples and their mutual hatred are two correlative, inseparable facts, which reproduce each other, and which cannot come to an end except simultaneously, by the destruction of their common cause, government. If then science, and no longer religion or authority, is taken in every land as the rule of society, the sovereign arbiter of interests, government becoming void, all the legislation of the universe will be in harmony. There will no longer be nationality, no longer fatherland, in the political sense of the words, they will mean only places of birth. Whatever a man's race or color, he is really a native of the universe, he has citizens' rights everywhere. As in a limited territory the municipality represents the republic, and wields its authority, each nation on the globe represents humanity, and acts for it within the boundaries assigned by nature. Harmony reigns, without diplomacy and without counsel, among the nations, nothing henceforward can disturb it. Epilogue. When society has turned from within to without, all relations are overturned. Yesterday we were walking with our heads downwards, today we hold them erect, without any interruption to our life. Without losing our personality, we change our existence. Such is the 19th century revolution. The fundamental, decisive idea of this revolution is it not this: no more authority, neither in the church, nor in the state, nor in land, nor in money. No more authority. That means something we have never seen, something we have never understood, the harmony of the interest of one with the interest of all, the identity of collective sovereignty and individual sovereignty. No more authority. That means debts paid, servitude abolished, mortgages lifted, rents reimbursed, the expense of worship, justice and the state suppressed, free credit, equal exchange, free association, regulated value, education, work, property, domicile, low price, guaranteed, no more antagonism, no more war, no more centralization, no more governments, no more priests. Is not that society emerged from its shell and walking upright? No more authority. That is to say further, free contract in place of arbitrary law, voluntary transactions in place of the control of the state, equitable and reciprocal justice in place of sovereign and distributive justice, rational instead of revealed morals, equilibrium of forces instead of equilibrium of powers, economic unity in place of political centralization. Once more, I ask, is not this what I may venture to call a complete reversal, a turnover, a revolution? Oh, personality of man! Can it be that for 60 centuries you have groveled in this abjection? You call yourself holy and sacred, but you are only the prostitute, the unwearied and unpaid prostitute, of your servants, of your monks, and of your soldiers. You know it, and you permit it? To be governed is to be kept in sight, inspected, spied upon, directed, law-driven, numbered, enrolled, indoctrinated, preached at, controlled, estimated, valued, censured, commanded, by creatures who have neither the right, nor the wisdom, nor the virtue to do so. To be governed is to be at every operation, at every transaction, noted, registered, enrolled, taxed, stamped, measured, numbered, assessed, licensed, authorized, admonished, forbidden, reformed, corrected, punished. It is, under the pretext of public utility, and in the name of the general interest, to be placed under contribution, trained, ransomed, exploited, monopolized, extorted, squeezed, mystified, robbed, then, at the slightest resistance, the first word of complaint, to be repressed, fined, despised, harassed, tracked, abused, clubbed, disarmed, choked, imprisoned, judged, condemned, shot, deported, sacrificed, sold, betrayed, and, to crown all, mocked, ridiculed, outraged, dishonored. That is government, that is its justice, that is its morality. And to think that there are Democrats among us who pretend that there is any good in government, socialists who support this ignominy, in the name of liberty, equality, and fraternity, proletarians who proclaim their candidacy for the presidency of the Republic. Hypocrisy. Political economy is in fact the queen and ruler of this age, although its mercenaries are unwilling to admit it. It is political economy which directs everything, without appearing to do so. If Louis Bonaparte fails in his demand for prorogation, business is the cause. If the Constitution is not revised, it is the stock exchange which forbids. If the law of the 31st of May is revoked, or at least profoundly modified, it is commerce that has demanded it. If the Republic is invincible, it is because the interests protect it. If the peasant, of the earth from of old, embraces the revolution, it is because the earth, his adored mistress, summons him. If we do not rest on Sunday, it is because industrial and mercantile influences are opposed to it. But you, Republicans of the old school, to whom the desire for advance is not lacking, and respect for authority is the only restraint, can you not for once give rein to your instincts? Forward then, cowards! You have half your body on the brink already. You have said, the Republic is above universal suffrage. If you understand the formula, you will not avoid the commentary. The Revolution is above the Republic. Letter to Villaume. Paris, January 24, 1856. Translation by Paul Sharkey. To Monsieur Villaume. My dear Villaume, it is beyond my ability to offer you the explanations you wish with the extensiveness, precision and rigorous principles you might want me to furnish. That would require thoroughgoing, difficult, and protracted effort from which more pressing concerns preclude me at the moment, no matter how eager I may be to accommodate you. Please be content, therefore, with the following few pages and allow me to count on your intelligence and our being good friends to ensure that you will not credit me with views that I do not hold or impute to me consequences that are repugnant to my theories. Here, then, is what I think your impartial criticism should be reminded of. From 1839 to 1852 my studies had entirely to do with controversy, which is to say that I confined myself to seeking out the essence and value of ideas per se, their import and implications, where they led and where they did not lead. In short, I strove to achieve a full and complete grasp of principles, institutions, and systems. So there was much that I denied, in that I found that in almost every particular and place theories were not compatible with their own component parts, institutions not in harmony with their object or purpose, or writers sufficiently informed, independent and logical. I found that this seemingly peaceable, normal, self-assured society was at the mercy of disorder and antagonism, that it was as bereft of economic science as of morality, and that this was equally applicable to parties, schools, utopias, and systems. So I embarked afresh, on the work of general acknowledgement of phenomena, ideas, and institutions, eschewing all partisanship and with logic itself my sole criterion. Such work has not always been understood, the blame for which is surely mine. With regard to matters relating essentially to morality and justice, it has not always been possible for me to remain philosophically cold-blooded and indifferent, especially when dealing with self-serving, dishonest naysayers. Consequently I have been taken for a pamphleteer when all I ever wanted to be was a critic, an agitator when I was merely asking for justice, a hate-fueled partisan when my vehemence was meant solely to rebut unfounded claims, and finally, as a two-faced writer because I was as quick to point out contradiction in those who believed themselves friends of mine as I was in my adversaries. The upshot of this protracted discussion, This impassioned analysis has proved highly illuminating for me in my belief that I had stumbled upon what I was looking for, to wit, the true meaning and determination of things per se, with traditions, institutions, theories, and enshrined conventional beliefs and practices discounted, but this was not meant for the public which only ever read snatches of me and was forever wondering where I was going and what I was after. Thus, whereas it seems to me that economic and social science can be tackled seriously, thanks to the work of classification I have done, and that I might try my hand at constructing them, the public, which has not kept abreast of my thought processes, finds that I had rendered the darkness denser and heaped up doubt where hitherto there was at least the advantage of being able to breathe and live in utter safety and confidence. And this is where I find myself after 13 or 14 years of criticism or, if you will, of negation. I am embarking upon my positive study, establishing what they call scientific truth or, in more common parlance, having spent the first half of my career on demolition, I am right now engaged in rebuilding. 572. Keep that in mind, dear friend, if you wish to be fair with me and not condemn me wrongly any more than you would sing my praises without good reason. Whilst I would never claim to be the equal of a learned man like Cuvier 573, I can nevertheless confess to you with some pride that I, in my explorations of economics, was doing something akin to what that great naturalist had done with his fossils. To me the social realm seemed to be in that chaotic state that Cuvier had discerned in the underground world, and so I seized on ideas, institutions, and phenomena, in a search for meaning, definition, law, relationships, analogies, etc., labeling my exhibits until such time as I might be able to piece together the whole picture, just as Cuvier had reconstructed the skeleton of the dinothere or some other antediluvian beast. Did I succeed? Did I go astray? Have I made any discoveries? These are questions for posterity to answer. What I can state is that this is what I did, or at any rate what I meant to do. And now we come to examples. 1. You ask me what I mean by this proposition, property is theft, and then, how could I, having uttered that proposition, have spoken out equally forcefully against communism? In light of the foregoing explanatory remarks, you will appreciate that your question may serve a double purpose for me. You are either asking me what I was trying to say as an investigator, classifier, or critic, or else you want to know what my view ultimately is of the role of property in human society. On the first count, namely, what I intended to affirm with this phrase, as shocking as it is emphatic, that property is theft, let me answer that I stand by the conclusions of my 1840 memoir and my definition as such. I hold that the principle of property, note that I am talking here about the principle, not the practice and intent, is very substantially the same as or closely approximates to what the morality of nations has so properly condemned and scourged under the designation theft, that in this respect, there is no real difference between good and evil, that here we have one of those pairs of terms, like fornication and marriage, between which there is no difference, physically or psychologically speaking, so that if the one is tolerated and even blessed whilst the other is upbraided and abhorred, this is for reasons that it is not appropriate to examine here. Note that it is not my meaning that fornication should be applauded and marriage abolished. I am most decidedly for the latter and opposed to the former, and the same applies to property and theft. At this point, I would have to go into long and serious consideration of the usefulness of disclosing such secrets to the public, on the steadfastness of my support for my definition, depicting it on occasion as a war cry against an entire class of citizens. It is up to you to fill in here whatever I refrain from saying. For my part, it is enough that I reiterate to you that, as a critic and classifier of ideas, I abide by my 1840 definition and do not intend to depart from it in any way. So it only remains to be discovered how I reckon that the principle of property, being the same as the principle of theft, can become an element of order in society, a force or faculty of our economy. Here, my dear Guillaume, my affirmation, pure and unadorned, will absolutely have to suffice. To explain myself, I would need to broach the most formidable and difficult issues of concern to the human mind, the distinction between good and evil, justice, freedom, religion, etc. Then I would have to offer you a description of the great machine that goes by the name of society, a description modeled, not upon some abstraction out of my imagination, but upon any society whatsoever, for society is society, despite the superficial differences. It is everywhere, always, and of necessity identical and adequate to itself, just the way the human body is the human body, whether the skin covering it be white, red, or black. You will appreciate that such an exposition is utterly out of the question for me. All that I can state is that in any situation, in any society, property remains what I said it was, that this is the condition upon which it fulfills its role and has its effect, that to try to correct it is to destroy it. Besides, if the disastrous effects of theft have disappeared from what is called property, as they must if theft is to cease being theft and become, if I may say so, legitimate or property, this results from the intrusion of another power which changes with the evil character of the principle and endows it with a contrasting virtue. In short, in the imperfect arrangement of our society, badly controlled by freedom, justice, etc., property frequently, indeed habitually, manifests the effects of out-and-out theft. It is, so to speak, in the state of nature, whereas in a properly regulated society, it steps up from the state of raw nature to the state of a civilized, lawful nature, without thereby ceasing to be itself, pretty much as education raises an individual from a condition of savagery to a civilized state, without his thereby ceasing to be himself, without his actually renouncing his race and his temperament. All of which, my dear friend, must strike you as oddly paradoxical, but, as you know, everything in science starts out as paradox. Despite the changes that property has undergone already, we still only know it through pagan law, jus quaeridem, and canon law, which add up to the same thing. Both depend on force when they do not rely on mystery. Now, force and mystery, faith and sword, are not valid arguments in philosophy. To what I am saying about property goes for other principles of action too, the criticism of which has made less of an impact, although they play no smaller part in society. Among these are, for instance, the division of labor, monopoly, competition, government, and community-community. There is not one of these principles which, analyzed in itself, is not radically and essentially harmful either to the worker or to the individual or to society, and which is not therefore in some degree deserving of the anathema slapped on property. And since, in the current state of affairs, there is nothing to stop the random spread of these principles, it is not unreasonable that they should come in for criticism, sometimes from the economists, sometimes from the moralists, and sometimes from the philanthropists or liberals. However, the fact is that they should be looked upon as forces or faculties inherent in the makeup of society and equally liable to extinction, either through exclusion or abandonment. The best comparison I could draw to property and the principles I am talking about would be with the 7 deadly sins: pride, avarice, envy, gluttony, sloth, wrath, and laziness. None will rush to their defense, certainly, and Christianity has turned them into the 7 demons from hell. Now the fact is that, in proper psychological terms, the human soul only survives on a diet of these notorious sins or fundamental passions, that the entire craft of the moralist consists not of tearing them down or rooting them out but of educating them so as to draw from them the actual virtues that best distinguish man from the animals: dignity, ambition, taste, love, sensuality, and courage. I make no mention of laziness or inertia, which represent the absence of vitality and death outright. Between vice and virtue, there is no essential difference, the making of either of them is in the seasoning, the handling, the purpose, the intent, the degree, a host of things. Likewise, in terms of principle, there is no difference between property and theft. What makes the one just and the other infamous is the conditions that accompany them, the circumstances that condition them. It must be admitted, my dear friend, that these days we are far removed from such a view of matters, and that, in our stubborn attachment to tradition, Christian, feudal prejudices, are, instead, wholly disposed to regard property as something sacrosanct and entirely right, good, and virtuous, the way we turn virtue into an inspiration from heaven, government into divine right, and authority into absolute law. In a society in which property, government, and all the things I have been talking about, notions that are far from true, are embraced, it is inevitable that frightening abuses will crop up, a ghastly tyranny of which no revolution can ever quite rid us. First and foremost, we must set our thinking to rights and bring things back to their rightful definitions. 3. Socialism. In my contradictions I also held the socialists and the economists up to ridicule. You say, after 1848, I embraced socialism. This shift bothers you and you ask for an explanation. Any word in a language is susceptible to widely differing and occasionally even contradictory uses. By socialism do you mean that philosophy which teaches the theory of society or social science? This is the socialism to which I subscribe. Do we mean, not so much the philosophy or the science as the school, the sect, the faction that embraces that science, believes it feasible and quests after it? I am of such a mind. It was in this regard that Le Peuple and Le Representant du Peuple in 1848 were both mouthpieces of socialism. Even today, I loudly proclaim my socialism and am more than ever a believer in its success. But in economic discussions, as it happens, socialism is the name given to that theory which has a tendency to sacrifice the rights of the individual to the rights of society, just as individualism is employed for the theory that tends to sacrifice society to the individual. In this instance, I reject socialism just as I reject individualism, in which I am merely following the example of Pierre Leroux who, whilst declaring himself a socialist, as I did myself, in 1848, nevertheless in his writings opposed socialism and asserted the prerogatives of the individual. 4. The Bank of the People or Free Credit. Here I can do no better than refer you to the articles published by M. Derriman in La Presse. 574. The notion of a lending institution organized under the supervision of the state and operating, not for the benefit of some privileged company of investors, but for the benefit of the nation and at the lowest possible rates of interest, is by now such a commonplace as to have been absorbed into the public consciousness, which, day by day, is suggesting fresh means of implementation and regarding which there is no need for me to devise any system of my own. Such was the challenge, the opposition, the misrepresentation encountered by the core idea that I could and had to affirm and support what was then termed the program of the Bank of the People. Now that opinion has moved on, now that there are 20 solutions offered for the same problem, that implementation now awaits only the initiative of a few hundred producers or the go-ahead from the government, now that the only cause of hesitancy derives from the series of privileges which will be smashed and scattered once this new principle becomes a fact, I have no further reason to fret about what is to become of the idea, let alone to cast around for some special formula. The idea is in the public domain, as are the ideas of freedom and equality which can never be banished. The choosing of a formula is a matter for general consensus, just as it is up to each individual theorist to tinker with it. 5. Management of public utilities. As you say, there are 3 ways in which public utilities can be operated: by the state, like the mail today, by capitalist companies, as all the railways are at present, or, finally, by workers' associations. This third model being the only one that has not been put to the test, it is still somewhat shrouded in an obscurity that I shall strive to dispel. As with the bank, there are a number of possible approaches, especially where the raising of capital is concerned. I shall confine myself to just one of these. I imagine that back in 1840, when the government awarded the concession to the Northern Railways, in the belief that enterprise was beneath itself, it may have been minded both to do private capital a favor and to offer labor a partnership, which, it seems to me, it could easily have done. The company would have been comprised not only of the investors supplying the working capital but of the shareholders and the workers. Operating profits split between the workers and the shareholders according to a specific ratio. The portion of the profits allotted to the workers and then shared around them according to their function, rank, etc., etc. Workers represented on the steering council by half or one-third of the members of said council. Management, entrusted to a single director or to several, belonging to the worker category, i.e. engineers, architects, consultants, etc. When the franchise runs out, the company, having discharged its obligations in terms of interest and dividends payable to its shareholders, reduces its charges accordingly and then becomes a wholly worker-owned venture. Against this new backdrop, the company still has to look to the maintenance of the rolling stock, the replacement of vehicles, track relaying and repairs, etc. The nation owns the railways, the premises, all the equipment and accoutrements which the company is under an obligation to hand over in good condition on expiry of each franchise, following an audit by arbitrators. In principle, the state's shareholding is acknowledged, in respect of all the improvements and cost reductions that can be made to operations. That state shareholding will help, on a yearly basis, to determine the reductions to fares to be made, if any. The state is a full partner on the Council of Oversight and Steering Council, independently of its acknowledged general oversight of any limited liability company under the law. It is not the purpose of such state meddling to hobble the freedom of the association nor to make it subject to civil service opinion or authority, but merely to watch over the economic and social education of the working class, the nurturing of its ideas, the prudence of its advice, the direction of its morals, and to ensure compliance with the principles of freedom and equality upon which the institution is built. In principle, all of the workforce of the concern are associates, which is to say, participants. However, given the instability of service and the seasonability of work, the company shall have the option of taking into service, as the need arises, however many wage earners circumstances may dictate. Steps are to be taken with regard to anything relating to training, further training and the welfare of the workers, schools, libraries, baths, retirement funds, etc., etc. In this regard it should primarily be practical experience that provides the insights which theory can never furnish before the event. Meanwhile, I will admit that I cannot imagine that it could be equally easy to turn over a rail franchise to a company of workers, most of them ignorant, I mean, but appropriately represented and advised, as to a company of shareholders with no interest in anything but their returns and who leave the handling of their interests to presumptuous and often disloyal managers. There you have it, my dear Villaume. What I can tell you, your understanding of these matters is too great for you not to appreciate that in such matters, there is no scope for improvisation and that protracted research is often required before a solution can be found that might be spelled out in barely a single sentence. Our concern above all else should be with right, until such time as we may get to grips with the implementation of it, and I dare to believe that worker association, where matters of public utility are concerned, comes closest to right. Under this arrangement public services, national ownership, workers' rights are all underpinned by guarantee. Where will you find such advantages in the present day? Forgive me, my dear friend, for not being able to offer a better response to your challenges. I am firm in my belief in the truth, and I will vigorously defend it against every falsehood that is identifiable as such by its relation to contradiction, oppression, and privilege, but I am not one to flatter myself that I always have it in my possession. Yours, P.J. Proudhon. Stock Exchange Speculator's Manual. 4th edition. 1857. Translation by Ian Harvey. Preface. The agricultural and industrial order, that primary and profound foundation on which rests the social structure, is in full revolution. Is it a declining nation, disappearing society, or superior civilization that is beginning? The reader will decide. What is certain at least is that a transformation, which I am not examining here, for freedom or servitude, the supremacy of work or the superiority of privilege, is on the agenda. It is the decisive general fact standing out at the top of our industrial inventory. The prediction has now been borne out. Industrial anarchy has produced its just consequences, faith in old ideas has also been shaken, and public honesty has disappeared. I challenge anyone to say that he believes otherwise. Therefore, industrial feudalism exists, uniting all the vices of anarchy and subordination, all the corruptions of hypocrisy and scepticism. A system of anarchic competition and legal coalition. A system of government concessions and state monopolies. A system of corporations, partnerships, masters, and guild masters. A system of national debts and popular loans. A system of capital exploiting labor. A system of commercial seesawing and stock market banditry. A system of sublimation of securities and mobilization of property. A system in which an increasingly impoverished present consumes the future. Then, what the prophets of the social transformation themselves did not expect, industrial feudalism is no more solid than industrial anarchy was. Like the latter, the former is only another crisis that must pass. Sic erat instabilis tellus, inhabilis unda 575. In fact, history has demonstrated that anarchy or feudalism is always due to a lack of balance, to antagonism and social war, for which, in the current state of mind, only a remedy through a more powerful concentration can be imagined, a third period that we will name without any malignant purpose, the Industrial Empire. In closing, toward and against us, the revolution began in 1789, based on economic and social balance, that is, law, freedom, equality, honor, peace, progress, internal joy and all civil and domestic virtues. I am not referring to the government or politics but the industrial republic. Final considerations. However, the revolutionary spirit is always there keeping watch. Ancient feudalism, as well, although it crushed the rights of many, was called a revolution in the sense of equality. The same with the new feudalism, subordinating labor and deciding on capitalist exploitation for the benefit of a caste of parasites, is called in its turn a revolution in the sense of sharing, which we have named liquidation. In short, according to the law of historic antinomies, an industrial democracy must follow industrial feudalism, that arises from the opposition of terms, as the day follows the night. Such is the problem to be resolved in favor of the middle class. We can guess through this discussion that the problem is the same one for which the lower class in turn has claimed the solution. 576. By lower class, we mean the one that it is not only distinguished by labor, which also distinguishes, even to a greater degree, the middle class, but the wage workers. Under good conditions, the condition of wage workers may be considered as more advantageous with regard to freedom of the heart and mind and, up to a certain point, to the well-being of the individual and the family, but under the general conditions of the workers due to the insecurity of commerce and businesses, the progress of machinery, the depreciation of the labor force and the stupefaction of fragmented work, wage worker has become synonymous with servitude and poverty. For the wage-earning class, the poorest and most numerous, as poor as it is numerous, reform is always reduced to these three terms. Guarantee of labor. Low cost of living. Higher education in the industrial order as in the scientific and literary orders, therefore a growing participation of workers in the advantages and prerogatives of employers, which means a merging of the classes through the equality of aptitudes and methods. 3. Industrial democracy, financing of labor by labor or universal mutuality, end of the crisis. Except for the temperament of outlaws of the mountain, whose temperament had been hardened by exile to such a degree that it could no longer be shaken, the empire's strength was based on the fact that neither dynasty, fusion 577 church or republic dared step forward as its successor. The first thing that the successor would have to do would be to declare all payments suspended and then call, in lieu of parliament, a creditors' assembly in order to obtain a liquidation arrangement. Such a job could not be assigned to a Bourbon, an Orleans, or even a Lamartine or General Cavaignac. Who among them would want to return at that price? It would be worse than returning, like Louis XVIII, for whom it was the only way to return, in foreign wagons. Only a union of public safety would be strong enough to undertake such a financial redistribution. Where are the Carnots, Cambons, PIERRES, and Barrères who would comprise it? 578. Those of us for whom that type of solution would not be satisfactory because it guarantees nothing, who moreover do not believe ourselves genius enough to solve problems posed in contradictory terms, we will confine ourselves, after noting the progress of the new revolution, to presenting its definitive formula. According to the most significant symptoms at the present time, workers' associations. The thought that first inspired them was naive and unfortunately illusory. Freeing labor from its employers, workers were to form associations among themselves in order to enjoy the supposedly enormous profits and prerogatives reserved up until then for the heads of companies. They ignored the fact that in most if not all of the industries the workers' groups occupied those in which, above all, spontaneous association seemed to be immediately practical. The profits, when they existed, were enough for one person but nothing when divided among multitudes. In a large factory, the redistribution of the owner's profits to the wage workers he employs would not increase wages varying from 0.5 to 1.5 francs by 10%, and so would only bring slight relief to the workers' destitution. Thus it is in all occupations considered together, the owner's net income, which we must usually consider as the fruit of his specific business deals and compensation for his risks, is not what causes the worker's misery. Therefore, the demand for that net profit will not relieve it. Of the 4 billion that labor must pay each year to maintain the feudal regime, the net income, received in the form of dividends and interest, does not reach 100 million, so the assumed cause and effect relationship between net income and pauperism is not there. Workers' associations, founded on hatred of the employers, on a notion of substitution, were all too quick to make such an assumption. Other miscalculations, the result of inexperience and prejudice, of carrying out ideas of centralization, community-communate, hierarchy, supremacy, and parliamentary politics, quickly sowed division and discouragement. All the abuses of corporations, owned by anonymous stockholders, were repeated on a larger scale in those so-called fraternal companies. They had dreamed of cornering every industry, rendering free companies void and dead, replacing the bourgeoisie with the proletariat once and for all. The better to emancipate the people, they intended to exclude from the circle of workers' communities those who had until then been the representatives of freedom. That error was long in yielding consequences. Of the several hundred workers' associations that existed in Paris in 1850 to 1851, there are barely 20 left. They owe their salvation solely to the abandonment of the utopian ideas of 1848 and the recognition of the true principles of social economy. In this regard, those associations merit study all the more because the phenomenon of their existence reveals a positive element of financial and industrial speculation. The problem for the workers' associations, outside of which they fall back fatally into the limbo of religious brotherhoods, is divided into two related questions. One in the competition of forces and in their combination, is there a productive potentiality that could produce financially substantial results so that workers could use it to amass the capital they are lacking and to transform themselves from wage workers to participants? In other words, can labor, like capital, finance businesses by itself? 2. Can the ownership and management of companies, instead of remaining individual as it has always usually been, perhaps gradually become collective to the point of providing the working classes, on the one hand, with a decisive guarantee of emancipation, and on the other hand, providing civilized nations with a revolution in the relationship between labor and capital, definitively replacing the interests of the state with justice in the political order? The workers' entire future depends on the answer to these questions. If the answers are affirmative, a new world opens up to humanity. If they are negative, the proletariat will know it. As God and the Church advise, there is no hope for them in this base world. Lasciate ogni speranza, 579. First, we understand that the solution to the problem will not come from an enthusiastic multitude only obeying its instincts and in whom a long oppression has killed intelligence. Immediate initiators are necessary here from the working masses, people from among their midst who have received from the civilization of which they bear the burden a sum of knowledge and have learned enough in the exploiters' schools to now do without the exploiters. There are only a few such initiators with one foot in civilization and the other in barbarism, even in the most industrially advanced nations, such as France and England. What is worse is that those elite workers, precisely due to their ambiguous nature, are generally, with regard to their less educated co-workers, the least welcome, if not the most averse of all people. With barbarism on the one side and pride on the other, it seems that the working class, with all its categories, conspires against its own freedom. When, says an English economist, the uneducated English workmen are released from the bonds of iron discipline in which they have been restrained by their employers in England, and are treated with the urbanity and friendly feeling which the more educated workmen on the continent expect and receive from their employers, they, the English workmen, completely lose their balance, they do not understand their position, and after a certain time become totally unmanageable and useless. This result of observation is borne out by experience in England itself. As soon as any idea of equality enters the mind of an uneducated English working man, his head is turned by it. When he ceases to be servile, he becomes insolent. J. Stuart Mill, Principles of Political Economy with some of their applications to social philosophy, I.7.5. This weakness, which is no longer rare among French workers and is worsened even further by an excessive mobility of character, constitutes in the present state of society, in which the proletariat can expect nothing except from itself, the greatest obstacle to its liberation. It is a question then, and that is where all the difficulty lies, of forming a union of workers with a certain dose of morality and intelligence, able to conceive of socio-economic laws and firmly desiring to follow them to the exclusion of all the fantasies and hallucinations of the time. In short, with regard to the question we have just asked, it is a matter of amassing not financial capital en masse de capitaux but human capital en fonds de hommes. Once those initiators are found, a number of workers, or, to put it better, collaborators, must be gathered around each of them, destined to become, in each category of work, a model society, a true embryonic rebirth. We ask if this group possesses in itself a particular productive force. Labor, as we said in our introduction, is a productive force, the first of all and the most powerful. Capital is another one, commerce another, and speculation one more. We can add property, credit, competition, etc. to that list. In economy, everything that is an action or principle of action is a productive force. That said, apart from the labor of each individual worker and the capital that they serve and are exploited by, is the group of workers, like division of labor, also a force? Can this force stand in place of capital and do without its protection? The facts, more eloquent in their spontaneity than theories, are going to respond. We have visited workers' associations. We have followed their situation since their origin up until December 31, 1853, and from 1853 until 1856, we have studied their internal discipline and principles, more or less clearly expressed in their articles, which govern everything. We believe we have pleased the public by publishing the details you are about to read on the transformation gathering steam in the industrial economy beyond the formulas of the code and legal predictions. All these associations are founded on the following bases: 1. Unlimited ability to ceaselessly admit new partners or members, consequently, there is a perpetuity and infinite multitude of companies, the constitution of which is universalist in nature. 2. Labor's progressive formation of capital, in other words, labor's partnership with labor, so that the workers themselves manufacture for each other, according to their specialties, the tools and furnishings they respectively need, or by means of levies on the price of sales and services or monthly deductions from wages. 3. Participation of all partners in the management of the company and its profits within the limits and proportions determined by the company's constitution. 4. Piecework and proportional wages. 5. Constant company recruitment among workers to be employed as auxiliaries. 6. Retirement and relief fund based on a wage and profit levy. To these fundamental conditions, which we can view as the common law of the associations, it would be suitable to soon add the following, which, as we have remarked several times, are the necessary complement to the system. 7. Progressive education of apprentices. 8. Mutual guarantee of work, that is, supply, consumption and adequate market among the various associations. 9. Publication of writings. Such is, in its essence, the fundamental law of workers' companies. We leave aside the details of practices specific to each of them. Furthermore, of course, the principles we have just described are not written in the duly authenticated articles of the associations. Our commercial legislation and the courts in charge of interpreting that legislation would not tolerate the perpetuity, universality, declaration of the absence of capital, participation of worker partners in the administration and profits or mutualism of the associations. The new business members had to comply with received legal practices, but they understood the implications of what is impermissible to say and acted accordingly. We see what these workers, without advice and resources, have drawn from that and what they can continue to acquire. It is impossible for us to go into the details here of the operations and inventories of each association as we did in the second edition of this manual. It is enough for us to recall and state that the corporate funds in all of these companies started at zero, as did civilizations. In a few years, they increased, depending on the importance of the industry and the number of partners, to 20,000, 30,000, 50,000 and 60,000 francs. Since 1853, this progress has been sustained, and the company funds of the companies today also have a reserve and relief fund formed with a levy on profits. Any idea of communism has now been abandoned, and equal well-being has been subject to equality or equivalence of services with the equality of guarantees as the fulcrum. As a corollary, workers are persuaded that the fortune of the associations is much less in their extension than in their mutuality. Experience has taught them that the association, if it is a liberal one free from any personal dependency, domestic solidarity, or administrative exploitation one can imagine, still requires some education on the part of its subjects. We are not born associates, one of them told us, we become them. Is that not a translation of the famous expression, homo homini aut deus aut lupus, 580? Moreover, all of them the workers' companies were riddled with adversity, lack of work and poverty, plagued by parliamentary politics, discord, rivalries, defections, and treasons. They paid the price for inexperience, charlatanism, infatuation, and bad faith. The human mind needs time to define its principles, and as long as they are undefined, the conscience is open to problems and iniquity. Some companies' managers, once they were introduced to the business world, withdrew from the associations to establish themselves as employers and bourgeoisie. Furthermore, there are the associates who, from the moment of the first inventory, claimed and left with their rightful share of the proceeds. It is true that long reflection is as repugnant to the modern proletariat as it was to the ancient slave, and that the most difficult task of the associations is not to form themselves and survive but to civilize their associates. Similar details, interesting above all from a psychological perspective, on the history of the workers' associations, could not be included in this pamphlet, in which there is only room for the issue of the financial results and the economic power of those associations at the very most. We now continue and conclude. Workers' associations are the locus of a new principle and model of production that must replace present-day corporations, in which we do not know who is the more shamefully exploited, the workers or the shareholders. The principle that prevailed there, in place of that of employers and employees, after a trial entry into communism, is participation, that is, the mutuality of services supplementing the force of division and the force of collectivity. There is mutuality, in fact, when in an industry, all the workers, instead of working for an owner who pays them and keeps their product, work for one another and thereby contribute to a common product from which they share the profit. However, extend the principle of mutuality that unites the workers of each group to all the workers' associations as a unit, and you will have created a form of civilization that, from all points of view political, economic, aesthetic, differs completely from previous civilizations, that can no longer return to feudalism or imperialism, with all possible guarantees of freedom, fair advertising, an impenetrable system of insurance against theft, fraud, misappropriation, parasitism, nepotism. Monopoly, speculation, exorbitant rent, living expenses, transportation, and credit, against overproduction, stagnation, gluts, unemployment, disease, and poverty, with no need for charity because it will provide us instead, everywhere and always, with our right. Then, no more anticipated achievements, the bounty hunt, subsidies to be shared among ministers, procurers, lawyers, and administrators, no more hush money paid by suppliers and disloyal managers, no more stock market killings, feats of accumulation and latifundia. The inequality of conditions and fortunes will have disappeared, returned to its basic expression that lies in the differences blind nature creates among workers, which education and the division of labor, etc., must continually decrease. Probity, honor, and morals have fled the bourgeois world as they fled the feudal world before the revolution. They will only be encountered there. Certainly, there is a great leap between a few hundred workers forming companies and the economic reconstitution of a nation of 36 million. Furthermore, we do not expect such a reform solely from the expansion of those associations. What is important is that the idea works, that it has been demonstrated by experience, law arises in practice as in theory. We already know that our French example is bearing fruit abroad. Corporations of workers in England have decided that, in the future, instead of spending their funds on useless strikes, they will use them to create companies based on the Parisian model. The final shock, that aforementioned inevitable liquidation, has been coming for more than 8 years. It will be easier to organize work throughout the country than it has been, since 1848, to form the first 20 workers' groups in Paris. 2 consumers' associations. The goal of these associations, such as the menagerie, is to resolve the special problem of industry-industry relations and therefore association-association relations. They are primarily due to bourgeois initiative. Their existence proves that if, in 1848 as always, popular instinct understands ideas in their synthesis, the average intellect, with some training, will address itself first of all and with remarkable nimbleness of intelligence to the heart of the question. Although the internal administration of these purely commercial companies did not present the same problems as those of the workers' associations, they had the valuable merit, in an era of revolutionary agitation, of appearing as a conciliation of interests. It was a step toward that fusion of employers and employees that the utopians denounced as treason toward the people and the radicals as an instant banishment of democracy. The combination in question was less, in fact, a company than a coalition through which a certain number of consumers guarantee a business establishment a steady clientele and constant market in return for a reduction on the current prices of products. The business's profits, which, due to random luck, were higher than those of the industry in general, permitted a significant reduction of prices and corresponding improvement in the position of consumers. The consequence, more or less rapid, for such establishments has been to gradually guarantee to each consumer, based on his consumption, the labor he needs in the same manner as that consumer guarantees a market to the merchant. All consumption presupposes production. Those 2 terms are correlative and adequate to one another. We believe that there was reason for optimistic speculation. Unfortunately, this exceeds the ordinary reach of workers, whose unmanageability is so difficult to overcome, and who do not provide the bourgeoisie with immediate enough advantages for them to resign themselves to the effort, advances, and possible sacrifices required at the beginning. However, consumers' associations have started to multiply in the county seats of the departments thanks to the sponsorship of some bourgeois who have thus given their fellow citizens cooperative bakeries, butcher shops, and grocery stores. The police closed several of them following December 2. We cannot report on the status of this movement today. Justice in the Revolution and in the Church. 1858. Translation by Sean P. Wilbur, Program, and Jesse Cohn, 4th Study, Little Political Catechism. Program. I. The Coming of the People to Philosophy. At the beginning of a new work, we must explain our title and our design. Ever since humanity entered the period of civilization, for as long as anyone remembers, the people, said Paul Louis Courier, have prayed and paid. They pray for their princes, for their magistrates, for their exploiters and parasites. They pray, like Jesus Christ, for their executioners. They pray for the very ones who should by rights pray for them. Then they pay those for whom they pray. They pay the government, the courts, the police, the church, the nobility, the crown, the revenue, the proprietor and the garnizotier, I meant the soldier. They pay for every move they make, pay to come and to go, to buy and to sell, to eat, drink and breathe, to warm themselves in the sun, to be born and to die. They even pay for the permission to work. And they pray to heaven to give them enough, by blessing their labor, to always pay more. The people have never done anything but pray and pay. We believe that the time has come to make them philosophies. The people cannot live in scepticism, after the example of the gentlemen of the institute and of the beautiful souls of the city and the court. Indifference is unhealthy for them, they reject libertinage, they hasten to flee from that corruption which invades from on high. Besides, what they ask for themselves, they want for everyone, and make no exception for anyone. They have never claimed, for example, that the bourgeoisie must have a religion, that religion is necessary for the regulars at the bourse, for the bohemians of the magazines and the theaters, or for that innumerable multitude living from prostitution and intrigue, but that, as for them, their robust consciences have no need of God. The people want neither to dupe nor to be duped any longer. What they call for today is a positive law, based in reason and justice, which imposes itself on all, and which nobody is allowed to mock. Would a reform of the old religion be enough to respond to this wish of the people? No. The people have realized that religion had not been legal tender for a long time among the upper classes, while they continued to believe in it, that, even in the temples, it had lost all credit and all prestige, that it counts for absolutely nothing in politics and business, finally, that the separation of faith and law has become an axiom of government everywhere. The tolerance of the state now covers religion, which is precisely the opposite of what had taken place in the past. Thus the people have followed the movement inaugurated by their leaders. It is weary of the spiritual, and it no longer wants a religion which has been made an instrument of servitude by clerical and anti-clerical Machiavellianism. Whose fault is that? But are the people capable of philosophy? Without hesitation we answer, yes, as well as reading, writing and arithmetic, as well as understanding the catechism and practicing a craft. We even go as far as to think philosophy can be found in its entirety in that essential part of public education, the trade, a matter of attention and habit. Primary instruction requires 3 years, apprenticeship 3 more, for a total of 6 years, when philosophy, the popularization of which has become a necessity of the first order in our times, must be taken by the plebeian, in addition to the 6 years of primary and professional instruction to which he is condemned, an hour per week for 6 more years. Would that be a reason to deny the philosophical capacity of the people? The people are philosophical, because they are as weary of praying as of paying. They have had enough of the Pharisee and the publican, and all it desires, and the point we have reached, is to know how to direct its ideas, and to free itself from this world of tolls and paternosters. It is to this end that we have resolved, with some friends, to consecrate our forces, certain as we are that, if sometimes this philosophy of the people spreads a bit too much from our pen, the truth, once known, will not lack abbreviators. 2. The definition of philosophy. Philosophy is composed of a certain number of questions that have been regarded at all times as the fundamental problems of the human mind, and that for that reason have been declared inaccessible to the common people. Philosophy, it was said, is the science of the universal, the science of principles, the science of causes. This is why we can speak of universal science, the science of things visible and invisible, the science of God, of man, and of the world. Philosophia est scientia dei, hominis et mundi. 581. We believe that the questions which philosophy occupies itself are all questions of common sense. We believe all the more that, far from constituting a universal science, these questions only deal with the very conditions of knowledge. Before we think of becoming erudite, it is necessary to begin by being philosophical. Is that so much to boast of? Thus the first and most important question, for all of philosophy, is to know what philosophy is, what it wants, and above all what it can do. What does all this come down to? The reader will judge. Philosophy, following the etymological signification of the word, the constant practice of thinkers, the most certain results of their labors, and the best accredited definitions, is the search for, and, insofar as it is possible, the discovery of the reason of things. It has required much time and effort by the seekers, to come to that conclusion, which it seems the first comber would have found, if he had only followed common sense, and which everyone will definitely understand. It follows that philosophy is not science, but the preliminary to science. Isn't it rational to conclude, as we just did, that education, instead of ending with philosophy, must begin with it? What we call the philosophy of history, or the philosophy of the sciences, is only an ambitious way to designate science itself, that is to say, that which is most detailed, most generalist in our knowledge, scientists by profession liking to stick to the pure and simple description of facts, without seeking their reason. As the reason of things is discovered, it assumes its place in science, and the scientist follows the philosopher. Let us examine our definition more closely. The word thing, one of the most general in the language, must be understood here to refer, not only to external objects, in opposition to persons, but to all that which, in the man himself, both physical and moral, can furnish material for observation, sentiments and ideas, virtue and vice, beauty and ugliness, joy and suffering, speculations, errors, sympathies, antipathies, glory and decadence, misery and felicity. Every manifestation of the human subject, in a word, all that passes in his soul, his understanding, and his reason, as well as in his body, everything that affects him, either as an individual or in society, or which emanates from him, becoming thus an object of philosophy, is considered, with regard to the philosopher, a thing. By reason we mean the how and why of things, as opposed to their nature, which is impenetrable. Thus, in each thing, the philosopher will note the beginning, duration and end, the size, the shape, the weight, the composition, the constitution, the organization, the properties, the power, the faculties, the increase, the diminution, the evolutions, series, proportions, relations, and transformations, the habits, variations, maxima, minima and means, the attractions, appetites, accompaniments, influences, analogies, in short all that can serve to name known the phenomenality of things and their laws. He will abstain from all investigation, and from any conclusion, on the very nature or en soi of things, for example on matter, mind, life, force, cause, substance, space or time, considered in themselves, and setting aside their appearances or phenomena. Thus, by its definition, philosophy declares that there is a side in things which is accessible to it, which is their reason, and another side about which it can know absolutely nothing, which is their nature. Can one show at once more sincerity and more prudence? And what would be better for the people than this modesty? Philosophy, by its own testimony, is the search for, and, if possible, the discovery of the reason of things. It is not the search for, and still less the discovery of their nature. We will not complain about this distinction. What would a nature be without a reason or appearances? And if the latter were known, who would dare to say that the former was to be missed? To render account, in 3 words, of that which occurs inside, that he observes or carries out outside, of which his senses and his consciousness give testimony, and the reason of which his mind can penetrate, that, for man, is what it is to philosophies, and all that which allows itself to be grasped by the eyes and the mind is matter for philosophy. As for the intimate nature of things, that gene sais qua of which metaphysics cannot stop talking, and which it imagines or conceives after having set aside the phenomenality of things as well as their reason, if that residue is not a pure nothing, we do not know what to make of it. It interests neither our sensibility nor our intelligence, and it does not even have anything in it to excite our curiosity. Well, now, in what way is all that outside the range of the common people? Just as we are, do we not incessantly, and without knowing it, make philosophy, as the good M. Jourdain made prose? Who is the man who, in the affairs of the world, concerns himself with anything but that which interests his mind, his heart, or his senses? To make ourselves consummate philosophers, it is only a question of making ourselves more sensitive to what we do, feel, and say. Is that so difficult? As for the contemplative, those who wanted to see beyond the reason of things and to philosophize on their very nature, they have ended by putting themselves outside nature and reason. They are the lunatics of philosophy. 3. On the quality of the philosophical mind. But here is a rather different affair. It is a question of knowing if philosophy, of which it was first said that the people were incapable, will not, by its very practice, create inequality among men. What can we conclude from our definition? Since philosophy is the search for, and, so far as it is possible, the discovery of the reason of things, it is clear that, in order to philosophize well, the first and most necessary condition is to observe things carefully, to consider them successively in all their parts and all their aspects, without permitting oneself a notion of the ensemble before being certain of the details. This is the precept of Bacon and Descartes, the two fathers of modern philosophy. Couldn't one say that in expounding it, they thought especially of the people? Philosophy is all in the observation, internal and external. There is no exception to that rule. The philosopher, the man who seeks, who still does not know, can be compared to a navigator charged with making a map of an island, and who, in order to carry out his mission, being unable to take a photograph of the country from high in the atmosphere, is obliged to follow with attention, and to record one after another on paper, with exactitude, all the sinuosities and crevices of the coast. The circumnavigation completed, and the summary of observations finished, the geographer would have obtained as faithful a representation as possible of the island, in its parts and in the ensemble, which he never could have done, if, holding himself at a distance, he had been limited to drawing perspectives and landscapes. The philosopher can also be compared to a traveler who, after having traversed in all directions a vast plain, having recognized and visited the woods, the fields, the meadows, the vineyards, the habitations, etc., would then climb a mountain. As he made his ascent, the objects would pass again before his eyes in a general panorama, which would make him understand that of which the inspection of the details had only given him an incomplete idea. Thus, he must stick close to the facts and constantly refer to them, divide his material, make complete counts and exact description. He must go from simple notions to the most comprehensive formulas, testing his views of the ensemble and the glimpsed details against one another. Finally, where immediate observation becomes impossible, to show himself sober in his conjectures, circumspect with regard to probabilities, to challenge analogies, and to judge only self-consciously, and always with reserve, distant things by those near, the invisible by the visible. Under these conditions, would it be too much to say that the practical man is closer to the truth, less subject to illusion and to error than the speculative one? Regular contact with things preserves him from fantasy and vain systems. If the practitioner shines little from invention, he also courts less risk of making a mistake, and rarely loses by waiting. He who works, prays, says an old proverb. Can we not also say, he who works, in so far as he pays attention to his work, philosophizes? It is only by following this scrupulous and slowly rising method of observation, that the philosopher could flatter himself to have reached the summit of philosophy, science, the condition of which is double, certainty and synthesis. These words should frighten no one. Here again the most transcendent philosophy contains nothing outside the abilities and reach of the people. Indeed, a man may have seen more of things than is common among his fellows, he may have viewed them in more detail and more closely, he can thus consider them from a higher level and in a larger ensemble. This question of quantity, which has no influence on the quality of the knowledge, adds nothing to the certainty, and consequently does not increase the value of the mind. This is of extreme importance for the determination of personal right, constitutive of society. Allow me to clarify my thought with some examples. 2 multiplied by 2 equals 4, this is, for everyone, a perfect certainty. But how much is 27 multiplied by 23? Here, more than one innocent will hesitate, and if he has not learned to calculate by figures, it will take a long time to find the solution, let alone dare to respond. Thus I take up the pen, and making the multiplication, I respond that the product demanded is 621. Now, knowing so easily the product of 27 times 23, and being able with the same promptitude and sureness to make the multiplication of all the possible numbers by all the possible numbers, I am clearly more knowledgeable that the one whose arithmetic capacity will stop at the elementary operation 2x2 equals 4. Does this make me more certain? Not at all. The quantity of knowledge, I repeat, adds nothing to the philosophical quality of the knowing. It is by virtue of that principle, and another just like in that we will speak of below, that French law, coming out of the Revolution of '89, has declared us all equal before the law. Between two citizens, between two men, there can be inequality of acquired knowledge, of effective labor, of services rendered, there is no inequality of the quality of reason. Such is, in France, the foundation of personal right, and such is the basis of our democracy. The old regime did not reason in the same way. Is it clear now that philosophy is the legacy of the people? It is the same for the comprehensive power of the mind. 2 multiplied by 2 produces 4, and 2 added to 2 also gives 4, on one side the product, on the other the sum are equal. However little the innocent to whom one makes the remark reflects on it, he will realize that addition and multiplication, although they begin from 2 different points of view and proceed in 2 different manners, resolve themselves, in this particular case, in an identical operation. By making a new effort, he will comprehend as well that 2 minus 4 or 4 divided by 2, it always remains 2, as subtraction and division still resolve, in this particular case, into one single and same operation. All this will interest, and perhaps astonish him. He will have, in the measure from 2 to 4, a synthetic view of things. But the arithmetician knows much more, and his synthesis is incomparably more comprehensive. He knows that whenever one operates on numbers larger than 2, the results can no longer be the same, that multiplication is an abbreviated addition, and division an abbreviated subtraction as well, that more, subtraction is the opposite of addition, and division the opposite of multiplication. In summary, that all these operations, and others more difficult which are deduced from them, come down to the art of composing and decomposing the series of numbers. Does this give him the right to believe himself superior to the other, in nature and dignity? Certainly not. The only difference is that one has learned more than the other, but reason is the same for both of them, and this is why the legislator, at once a revolutionary and a philosopher, has decided that he will take no account of persons. It is for this reason, finally, that modern civilization tends invincibly to democracy, where philosophy reigns, where as a consequence the identity of philosophical reason is recognized. The distinction of classes, like the hierarchy of church and state, is impossible. We can make analogous arguments about all of the genres of knowledge, and we will always arrive at that decisive conclusion, that, for whoever knows, certainty is of the same quality and degree, despite the extent of the knowledge, just as, for whoever grasps the relation of several objects or ideas, the synthesis is of the same quality and form, despite the multitude relations grasped. In no case will there be room to distinguish between the reason of the people and the reason of the philosopher. For, the origin of ideas. Here is the great temptation, I should say the great conspiracy of the philosophers, here is also their chastisement. This principle so luminous, so simple, that in order to know the reason of things, it is necessary to have seen them, has not always been accepted, can you believe it, in philosophy. Without speaking of those, in so great a number, aspired to sound the nature of things, one encounters profound geniuses who have asked if the human mind, so subtle and so vast, could not, by a concentrated meditation on itself, come to that intelligence of the reason of things, which is only, after all, the intelligence of the laws of the mind, if the man who thinks had such a need, in order to learn, to consult a nature which does not think, if a soul created in the image of God, the sovereign organizer, did not possess, by virtue of its divine origin, and prior to its communication with the world, the ideas of things, and if it truly needed the control of phenomena in order to recognize ideas, that is, eternal exemplars. I think, thus I know, cogito, ergo conico, such is the principle of these arch-spiritualist philosophers. Never has a brain which came from the ranks of the people conceived of a chimera like that. Some, interpreting in their own way the hyperphysical dogma of creation, go so far as to pretend that external realities are products of pure thought, and the world an expression of mind, so that it would be enough to have the full possession of the idea, innate in our soul, but more or less obscured, in order, without further information, to possess the reason and grasp the very nature of the universe. That manner of philosophizing, which would dispense with all observation and experience, if it had been justified by the least success, would be, we must admit, very attractive and could not be more convenient. The philosopher would no longer be that labour'd explorer, winning the bread of his soul by the sweat of his brow, always exposed to error by the omission of the least detail, reaching only a limited comprehension, obtaining often, instead of certainty, only probabilities, and sometimes ending in doubt, after having lived through an affliction of mind. He would be a clairvoyant, a miracle worker thaumaturge, a rival to the divinity, directing thought as a sovereign, to say nothing of creative power, and reading fluently the mysteries of heaven, earth, and humanity, at home with the divine thought. Ambition, as one sees, is never lacking among the philosophers. Where does this titanic presumption come from? From the start we have sensed, in a confused manner, what philosophical observation later clarified, that, in the formation of ideas, the perception of phenomena does not render reason by itself, that the understanding, by the constitution which is proper to it, plays a role, that the soul is not exclusively passive in its conceptions, but that in receiving the images or impressions from outside it, it reacts to them and derives ideas from them, so that, for half if not for all, the extrication of ideas, or the discovery of the truth in things, is the work of the mind. Thus, it was said, we find in the soul, like the molds of ideas, archetypal ideas, prior to all observation of phenomena. What were these ideas? Can we recognize them, among the multitude of those, more or less empirical, that the understanding imprints with its own stamp? How to distinguish the patrimony of the mind from its acquisitions? If something in knowledge properly belongs to it, then why know everything? Wouldn't we be justified in supposing that if the mind, possessing the innate principles of things, advanced in knowledge only with the aid of arduous observation, this was due to the heterogeneous union of the soul and the body, a union in which the ethereal substance, offended by the material, had lost the greater part of its knowledge and acuity, retaining only a memory of the fundamental principles that had formed its framework and its property. Others attributed the darkening of the intelligence to original sin. Man, for having wanted to eat, against the express order of God, the fruit of science, would be, according to them, blinded. All the rest convinced themselves that with a good mental discipline and the help of the Spirit of Light, one could restore the human soul to the enjoyment of its high and immortal prerogatives, make it produce science without any imbibition of experience, by the energy of his nature alone, and by virtue of the axiom already cited, I am the child of God, I think, therefore I know. What was at the bottom of all that? A diabolical thought of domination, for one must not be mistaken, privilege of knowledge and pride of genius are the most implacable enemies of equality. Now one thing is known, human knowledge is not enriched by the slightest scrap of a fact or idea by this exclusively spiritual practice. Nothing has served, neither metaphysics nor dialectics, nor the theory of the absolute, nor revelation, nor possession, nor ecstasy, nor magnetism, nor magic, nor theurgy, nor catalepsy, nor ventriloquy, nor the philosopher's stone, nor table turning. All that we know, we have invariably learned, and the mystics, the Illuminati, the somnambulists, even the spirits with which they speak, have learned in their turn by the known means, that is, observation, experience, reflection, calculation, analysis and synthesis. God, doubtless, jealous of his work, wanting to maintain the decree that he had entered, namely, that we would see nothing with the eyes of the mind except by the intermediary of the eyes of the body, and that all that we claim to perceive by other means would be an error and a mystification of the devil. There is no occult knowledge, no transcendent philosophy, no privileged soul, no divinatory genius, no medium between infinite wisdom and the common sense of mortals. Sorcery and magic, once pursued by parliaments, are dispelled by the flame of experimental philosophy. The science of the heavens had only begun to exist on the day when the Copernicuses, the Galileos and the Newtons bid an eternal adieu to astrology. The metaphysics of the ideal taught nothing to Fichte, Schelling and Hegel 582 when these men, whose philosophy is rightly honored, imagined they had deduced a priori, they had only, without knowing it, synthesized experience. By philosophizing more highly than their predecessors, they have enlarged the scope of science. The absolute, by itself, has produced nothing. Translated into a court of law, it has been jeered at as a con. In moral philosophy, mysticism, quietism, and asceticism have led to the most disgusting turpitudes. Christ himself, the Word made flesh, had taught nothing new to the conscience, and the entirety of theology, patiently studied, is found, in the last instance, convicted by its own testimony as nothing other than a phantasmagoria of the human soul, of its operations and its powers, liberty, justice, love, science, and progress. Like it or not, we must keep to the common method, profess in our hearts and with our mouths the democracy of intelligence, and since it is a question in that moment of the origin and the formation of our ideas, to ask the reason of ideas, as with everything else, from observation and analysis. v. That metaphysics is within the province of primary instruction. The definition of philosophy implies by its terms, 1. Someone who seeks, observes, analyses, synthesizes and discovers, which we call the subject or self. 2. Something which is observed, analyzed, the reason of which we seek, and which we call the object or non-self. The first, the observer, subject, self, or mind, is active, the second, the thing observed, object, non-self, or phenomenon, is passive. Let us not frighten ourselves with words. This means that the one is the artisan of the idea, and that the other furnishes the material. There is no statue without the sculptor. This is very simple, is it not? But neither is there a statue without the marble. This is also clear. Now, it is thus for ideas. Suppress one or the other of these two principles, the subject or the object, and no idea will be formed, thought will no longer be possible. Philosophy vanishes. Suppress the sculptor or the block of marble, and you will have no statue. Every artistic or industrial production is like this. Take away the worker, and you will remain eternally with your raw materials. Take away the materials from the worker and ask him to produce something by his thought alone, and he will think you are mocking him. However, in this competition, or this opposition, of the subject and object, of the mind and things, we want to know in a more precise manner what is the role of each, in what consists the action of the mind, and what are the natures of the materials he puts to work. The mind or self is, or at least it acts as if it is, prone to affirm itself as a simple and indivisible nature, consequently as if it is more penetrating and less penetrable, more active and less corruptible, more quick and less subject to change. Things, on the contrary, appear extended and composite, consequently divisible, successive, variable, penetrable, subject to dissolution, susceptible to a greater or lesser degree in all their qualities and properties. What seems at first inexplicable is how the mind, put in relation with external objects by the intermediary of the senses, perceives a nature so different from itself. Can the simple see the composite? That implies a contradiction. On reflection, however, we recognize this: it is precisely that difference of nature which renders objects perceptible to the mind, and subjects them to it. For it sees them, remark it well, not in their substance, which it cannot conceive as other than simple, atomistic, after its own example, and which consequently escapes it. It sees them in their composition and their differences. The intuition of the mind, its action on objects, comes thus from two causes. By its acuity, it divides them and differentiates them infinitely, then, by its simplicity, it restores all these diversities to unity. What the mind sees in things is their differences, species, series, and groups, in a word their reason, and it is because it is mind, because it is simple in its essence, that it sees all that. What the mind cannot discover is the nature or the in itself of things, because that nature, laid bare of its differences, of its unity of composition, etc., becomes then like the mind itself, something simple, amorphous, unapproachable and invisible. The consequence of all this is easy to grasp. The mind put in the presence of things, the self in communication with the non-self, receives impressions and images from it. It grasps differences, variations, analogies, groups, genera, species, all that is the fruit of its first perception. But the mind does not stop there, and the representation of things would not be complete in its thought. It would lack basis and perspective, if the mind did not add something more of its own. Witnessing, then, that infinite diversity of things, such a diversity that each thing seems to denounce itself as having been capable of being something completely different than it is, the mind, which feels itself to be something singular, in opposition to things, conceives of the one, the identical, the immutable, which is nowhere to be found. In observing the contingency of phenomena, the mind conceives of the necessary, which it cannot find anywhere either. It would be fortunate if it did not dare to worship it under the name of destiny. In taking the comparative dimensions of objects and establishing their limits, it conceives of infinity, which is no more real. In following, in its consciousness, the revolutions of time, and measuring the duration of existences, it conceives the eternal, which cannot be said of any person or anything. In recognizing the mutual independence of creatures, it conceives of itself as superior to the creatures, and affirms its free will and its sovereignty, of which nothing can yet give it the model. In seeing movement, it conceives of inertia, a hypothesis without reality. In calculating speed, it conceives of force, which it never grasps. In noting the action of being on one another, it conceives of cause, in the analysis of which it only grasps a contradiction. In comparing the faculties of some to the faculties of others, it conceives of life, intelligence, and soul, and by opposition, matter, death, and nothingness, abstractions or fictions. It does not know. In classing and grouping creatures according to their genera and species, it conceives the universal, superior to every collectivity. In calculating the relations of things, it conceives of law, the notion of which immediately gives it that of an order of the world, although there has been struggle everywhere, and consequently as much disorder as order. Finally, in condemning, according to the purity of its essence, all that appears to it out of proportion, small, mean, monstrous, discordant and deformed, it conceives the beautiful and the sublime, in a word the ideal, which it is condemned to follow always, without ever enjoying it. All these conceptions of the mind, famous in the school 583 under the name of the categories, are indispensable for the understanding of things. Reasoning is impossible without them. At the same time, they do not result from sensation, since, as we see, they exceed the sensation, the perceived image, by the same distance that separates the finite from the infinite. What they take from sensation are the various perspectives that have served to form them antithetically, the perspective of diversity, the perspective of contingency, the perspective of the limit, etc. However, the categories or conceptions of reason all merge with one another, they are adequate to one another and imply each other mutually, since all are invariably related, not to things, but to the essence of the mind, which is single and incorruptible. The formation of the categories or ideas, conceived by the mind apart from experience but on the occasion of experience, their collection and classification, forms what we call metaphysics. It is entirely in grammar, and its teaching belongs to the schoolmasters. From the manner in which the categories form, and from their usage in language and in the sciences, it results that, as analytic or synthetic signs, they are the condition sine qua non of speech and of knowledge, that they form the instrumentation of intelligence, but that by themselves they are sterile, and consequently that metaphysics, excluding all positivism by its nature and purpose, can never become a science. All science is essentially metaphysical, since every science generalizes and distinguishes. Every man who knows, however little he knows, every man who speaks, provided that he understands, is a metaphysician, just as every man who seeks the reason of things is a philosopher. Metaphysics is the first thing that infants and savages think. We could even say that in the mind of every man, metaphysics is present in inverse proportion to science. Thus, by what fanaticism of abstraction can a man call himself exclusively a metaphysician, and how, in a knowledgeable and positive century, do professors of pure philosophy still exist, these people who teach the young to philosophies apart from all science, all art, all literature, and all industry, people, in a word, making a trade, the most conscientiously in the world, of selling the absolute. Those who should once understand the theory of the formation of ideas, and who will carefully take into account these three capital points: 1. The intervention of two agents, the subject and the object, in the formation of knowledge; 2. The difference in their roles, resulting from the difference in their natures; 3. The distinction of ideas into two species, sensory sensible ideas given immediately by objects, and extrasensory or metaphysical ideas, resulting from the action of the mind. Solicited by the contemplation of the outside, that one, we say, can boast of having taken the most difficult step of philosophy. He is freed from fatalism and from superstition. He knows that all his ideas are necessarily posterior to the experience of things, metaphysical ideas as well as sensory ideas. He will remain unshakably and forever convinced that, just as adoration, prophecy, the gift of tongues and of miracles, somnambulism, idealism, whether subjective, objective or absolute, and all the practices of the great work of alchemy, has never produced for indigent humanity an ounce of bread, has created neither shoes, not hats, nor shirts, so it will not have added an iota to knowledge. And he will conclude with the great philosopher Martin, in Voltaire's Candide, we must cultivate our garden. The garden of the philosopher is the spectacle of the universe. Verify unceasingly your observations, put your ideas in order, take care in your analyses, your recapitulations, your conclusions, be sober in your conjectures and hypotheses, mistrust probabilities 584 and above all authorities, do not believe the word of any soul who lives, and use the ideal as a means of scientific construction and control, but do not worship it. Those who, all times, have claimed to detach science from all empiricism and to raise the edifice of philosophy on metaphysical ideas alone, have only succeeded in making themselves plagiarists of ancient theology. Their counterfeits have fallen on their own heads, their transcendentalism has brought to ruin the supernatural in which the people have at all times believed, and they have managed to lose what they wanted to save. Remember, finally, that there is no more innate or revealed science than there are innate privileges or wealth fallen from heaven, and that, as all well-being must be obtained by labor, or be theft, so all knowledge must be the fruit of study, or be false. 6. That philosophy must be essentially practical. We would be gravely mistaken if we imagined that philosophy, because it has been defined as the search for the reason of things, has no other end than to make us discover that reason, and that its object is exclusively speculative. Already, by showing that these conditions are those of common sense, its certainty the same for all, its highest conceptions of the same form and quality as its most elementary propositions, we have had occasion to recall its eminently positive character, its egalitarian spirit as well as its democratic and anti-mystical tendencies. It is philosophy, we have said, that made the French Revolution by deducing from its own pure essence the principle of civil and political equality. We have subsequently confirmed that premise by uprooting all pretensions to transcendence, and proving that de facto and de jure there is nothing for the mind apart from observation, consequently nothing which ordinary mortals can claim by virtue of simple good sense. Logic, which is to say philosophy itself, demands more. In ordinary life, which is that of the immense majority and which forms 3/4 of philosophy, the knowledge of things has value only insofar as it is useful, and nature, our great schoolmistress, has been of the opinion, in giving intelligence as the light of our actions and the instrument of our felicity. Philosophy, in a word, is essentially utilitarian, no matter what has been said, to make of it an exercise of pure curiosity is to sacrifice it. In that regard, universal testimony has judged without appeal. The people, eminently practical, asked what all that philosophy would serve, and the way to make use of it, and as one responded to them, with Schelling, that philosophy exists by itself and for itself, that it would be an injury to its dignity if one sought a use for it, the people have mocked the philosophers, and everyone has done as the people. Philosophy for philosophy's sake is a thought which would never enter a sane mind. A similar pretension might appear excusable among philosophers who seek the reason of things in the inanity of genius, or among the illuminated in communication with the spirits. But since it has been proven that all that transcendence is but a hollow gourd, and that the philosopher has been declared subject to common sense, the servant, like everyone else, of practical and empirical reason, it is imperative that philosophy should humanize itself, and that it should be democratic and social, or else never amount to anything. Now, what is more utilitarian than democracy? Religion, which certainly had a very different birth than democracy, did not take it so high with our poor humanity. It has made itself all things to all people, it has been given to us, by grace from on high, to raise us from sin and misery, to teach us our duties and our rights, to give us a rule of conduct, to enlighten us on our origin and our destiny, and to prepare for us an eternal happiness. Religion responded, in its own way, to all the questions that our consciences and our hearts could address to it. It gave us rules for the conduct of our interests, it did not even disdain to explicate for us the beginnings of the world, the principle of things, the epoch of the creation, the age of the human race, etc. It only left outside its teaching, and did not deliver to our arguments, the things of which the knowledge was not of an immediate usefulness to our moral perfection and to our eternal salvation. Will philosophy do less than religion? It has taken it upon itself to destroy these venerable beliefs. Could it have had in us any other mission than to fill the void? To pose the question in this way is to answer it. No, philosophy cannot be reduced to a kaleidoscope of the mind without practical application, its purpose is to serve us, and if the critique of religion that it allows is fair, the service that falls onto it close to us, in the place of religion, is determined in advance by that very critique. To the old dogma philosophy must substitute a new doctrine, with the only difference the first was of faith and was imposed by authority, while the second must be of science, and impose itself by demonstration. Under the empire of religion, man found everything simple by relating it to the Word of God. On the strength of that guarantee, it rested in full security. Now that, thanks to philosophical reason, the supposed divine word has become doubtful, and the celestial guarantee itself subject to caution, what remains, except that man finds in himself the rule of his actions and the guarantee of his judgments. This is what the ancient philosophers had understood very well, and that they sought so long, under the name of criterion of certainty. Thus the aim of philosophy is to teach man to think for himself, to reason methodically, to make exact ideas of thing, to formulate truth in regular judgments, all in order to direct his life, to merit by his conduct the esteem of his fellows and himself, and to ensure, along with the peace of the heart, the well-being of the body and the security of the mind. The criterion of philosophy, deduced from its practical utility, is thus in some sense double, relative to the reason of things, that it is important for us to understand such as it is in itself, and relative to our proper reason, which is the law of our perfection and our happiness. A principle of guarantee for our ideas. A rule for our actions. As a consequence of this double criterion and of the accord of our practical and speculative reason, a synthesis of all our knowledge and a sufficient idea of the economy of the world and of our destiny, this is what philosophy must accomplish. But where do we find the criterion? As much as philosophy has shown itself powerless to discover the smallest truth with the aid of metaphysical notions alone, so much it has up to the present been unsuccessful in establishing a principle that, serving all at once as critical instrument and rule of action, would also provide the blueprint for the scientific and social edifice, and would later show us the system of the universe. In that which concerns the rule of judgment, we have been served, lacking an authentic instrument, and we continue to be served by different principles, chosen arbitrarily from among the axioms that we suppose most capable of responding to the wants of philosophy. Such is, for example, the principle of contradiction, by virtue of which yes and no cannot be affirmed simultaneously, and from the same point of view, for a single thing. It is the principle which rules mathematics. But that principle, which at first appears so sure, when we work with definite quantities, has been judged insufficient with regard to the sophists who claim that all is true and all is false, as much in the ontological as in the moral order, since, in the fundamental questions, on which depend the certainty of all the others, one can affirm simultaneously, with an equal probability, the yes and the no. The absence of a higher principle, embracing all the content of the mind, appears to make itself felt up to the highest mathematics, the style, the definitions, and the theories of which have been justly criticized, though one cannot, in fact, contest the results. Wearied of struggle, we have thought to say, after Descartes, that the guarantee of our judgments is self-evidence. And what is it that makes that a thing appear self-evident? In that which concerns the rule of actions, the philosophers have not even taken the trouble to test anything. All have returned, by some detour, to the religious idea, as if philosophy and theology had exactly this in common, that the fear of God is the beginning of wisdom. It has even been said, and it is repeated every day, that a little philosophy leads away from religion, but that a lot of philosophy leads back to it, from which it is necessary to conclude that it is not truly the philosopher's problem. If some adventurers in free thought have abandoned the beaten path, they have lost themselves in the mires of egoism. Finally, as to the unity of the sciences, the distress is still more noticeable. Each philosopher has built his system, leaving it to critique to show that that system was a work of marquetry. It is thus that, according to Thales, water is the principle of all things, according to others, it is fire or air, according to Democritus, it is the atoms. 585 Philosophy, like language, is materialist in its beginnings, but that is not where the danger lies, it will only go too far in the ideal. Later, indeed, one has invoked by turns, as the principle of things, love, numbers, and the idea, and philosophy, from abstraction to abstraction, has ended by burning what it first worshipped, adoring the spirit that it had only glimpsed, and falling into a hopeless superstition. It is thus that eclecticism was born, the meaning of which is that there is not a unitary constitution, neither for the world, nor for thought, and that consequently there are only specific, relative certainties, between which the wise must know how to choose, giving, according to the circumstances, satisfaction to all the principles, but not allowing themselves to be mastered by any of them, and reserving always freedom of judgment. Eclecticism, which has been so criticized in our days, has not yet received its true definition. It is polytheism. In this moment, it is with philosophy as with the public conscience, both are demoralised. Eclecticism in philosophy, just like the doctrinaire position in politics, laissez-faire, laissez-passer in economics, and free love in the family, is the negation of unity, death. However, an unresolved problem must not be considered an insoluble problem. It is even permitted to believe that we have come closer to the solution the longer we have searched for it. Also, the lack of success of philosophy on these capital questions of the certainty of ideas, of the rule of morals, and of the architectonic of science, has not prevented it from arriving at theories of which growing generality and rigorous logic seem a sure pledge of triumph. Why, indeed, if man has the certainty of his existence, would he not have at the same time certainty of his observations? Descartes' proposition I think, therefore I am implies that consequence. Why, if the intelligence of man is capable of connecting two ideas, of forming a dyad, a triad, a tetrad, a series, finally, and if each series leads to his self, why, we ask, will he not aspire to construct the system of the world? He must advance, everything invites us. If philosophy is abandoned, it is the end of the human race. 7. The character that must be presented by the guarantee of our judgments and the rule of our actions, conversion from speculative to practical reason, determination of the criterion. Before passing on, will you allow me to make the observation that there is no artisan who is not in a perfect state to understand what philosophy proposes, since there is not one who, in the exercise of his profession, does not make use of several means of justification, measure, evaluation, and control? The worker has, to direct him in his labors, the yardstick, the scale, the square, the rule, the plumb, the level, the compass, standards, specimens, guides, a touchstone, etc. Seemingly, there is no worker who cannot say the purpose of his work, the ensemble of needs or ideas to which it is attached, what its application must be, what its conditions and qualities are, and consequently its importance in the general economy. Now, what the artisan does within his speciality, the philosopher seeks to do for the universality of things. His criterion, consequently, must be much more elementary, since it must be applied to all, his synthesis much broader, since it must embrace all. What then is the yardstick to which we must relate all our observations, according to which we will judge, a priori, the harmony or discord of things, not only of the rational and the irrational, the beautiful and the ugly, but, what is more serious and which concerns us directly, the good and the evil, the true and the false? In the second place, on what basis, according to what plan, in view of what end, will we raise the edifice of our knowledge, so that we can say what Leibniz said of the world of which it must be the expression, that it is the best, the most faithful, the most perfect possible, 586. The day when philosophy will have responded to these two questions, philosophy, we do not say that it will be done, since, either as observation or investigation, or as acquired science, it has no limits, but it will be completely organized, it will know what it wants, where it tends, what its guarantees are, what its mission is in humanity and in the presence of the universe. Let us backtrack a little. From the definition of philosophy that we have given and the analysis that we have made from observation, it results for us, 1. That the idea comes to us originally, concurrently, and ex equo 587 from two sources, one subjective, which is the self, subject, or mind, the other objective, which designates objects, the non-self, or things. 2. That as a consequence of that double origin philosophy bears on relations, already by the definition, and on nothing else. 3. Finally, that every relation, analyzed into its elements, is, like the observation which furnishes it, essentially dualistic, which is also indicated by the etymology of the word rapport or relation, returns from one point to another, from one fact, one idea, one group, etc., to another. It follows from this that the instrument of critique we are looking for is of necessity dualistic or binary. It could not be triadic, since there would be below it simpler elements than it, ideas that it could not explain, and since, moreover, it is easy to convince oneself that every triad, trinity, or ternary is only the abridgment of two dyads, obtained by the identification or confusion of two of their terms. 588. The principle of certainty can no longer be simplistic, as if it emanates exclusively from the self or the non-self, since, as we have seen, the subject, without an object to stimulate it, does not even think, and the object, without the faculty of the mind to divide, to differentiate, and return diversity to unity, would only send itself unintelligible images. Metaphysical ideas themselves cannot serve as principle for philosophy, although they presuppose realistic apperceptions. The reason is that such ideas, obtained by the opposition of the self to the non-self, reflecting its simplistic nature, are extra-phenomenal, and by themselves contain no positive truth, although they are indispensable to the formation of every idea and the construction of every science. Let us hold then as certain, and let us attach ourselves strongly to that idea, that what the philosophers sought under the name of the criterion of certainty and which must serve in the construction of science cannot be a simplistic or metaphysical notion, that it is no longer a sensory image, representative of a pure reality, since that would be to exclude the mind from its own domain, and to make it accomplish its work without putting itself into it, that it cannot be, finally, a ternary or quaternary formula, or one of a higher number, since that would be to take the series in the place of its element. This principle must be at once subjective and objective, formal and real, intelligible and sensory, to indicate a relation of the self to the non-self, and consequently must be dualistic, like philosophical observation itself. However, between the self and the non-self, and vice versa, there is an infinity of relations are possible. Among so many relations furnished to us by philosophical observation, which will we choose to serve as standard and yardstick to the others? Which will form the first basis of our knowledge, the point of departure for our civilization, the pivot of our social constitution? For it is a question of nothing more or less than that. To this point we have considered the self and what we call the non-self as two antithetical natures, the one spiritual, simple, active, and thinking, the other material, composite and consequently divisible, inert, or passive, and non-thinking, serving simply as a target, occasion, and matter for the meditations of the self. In order to not juggle too many ideas at once, we are carried to the observation of that elementary fact, intelligible even to the children to whom one teaches the grammar of Lomond, namely, that philosophical observation implies two terms or actors, the one which observes, the other which is observed. It is the relation of active to passive, such as is shown by the conjugation of the verb in every language. But the passive does not exclude the reciprocal. What we have said of the role of the self and of the non-self in the formation of the idea by no means proves that the one that observes cannot be observed itself, and precisely by the object that it observed. Locke said, and no one has known how to respond to him, how do we know if the non-self is necessarily non-thinking? In every case, we know, and cannot doubt, that our observations bear very often on selves like our own, but who, in this case and in so many that furnish us with the facts, observations, and impressions on which our mind then acts, are considered by us as non-selves. In love, for example, there are also two agents, one who loves, the other who is loved. This does not prevent us from reversing the proposition and saying that the person who loves is loved by the one that she loves, and that the one who is loved loves the one by whom she is loved. It is even only under these conditions that love exists in its fullness. Who, then, once more, would guarantee that we alone have thought, and that, when we describe this plant, when we analyze that rock, there is not in them something that looks at us? One says to me that this implies a contradiction. Why? As thought can only result from an organic centralization, as, thus, while I look at my hand, I am quite sure that my hand does not look at me, because my hand is only a part of the organism that produces thought in me, which includes all of my parts. So it is the same in plants and rocks, which are, like the hairs and the bones of my body, parts of the great organism, which perhaps thinks, if it does not sleep, though we know nothing of it, but which by themselves do not think. There we are. The analogies of existence induce us to suppose that, as there is in the organized being a common sensorium, an interdependent life, an intelligence in the service of all the members of which it is the resultant and which all express it, just as there is in nature a universal life, a soul of the world, which, if it is not acted on from outside, in the manner of our own, because there is no outside for it and because everything is in it, acts within, on itself, contrary to ours, and which is manifested by creating, as a mollusk creates its shell, that great organism of which we ourselves make part, poor individual selves that we are. This is only an induction, doubtless, a hypothesis, a utopia, that I do not intend to offer for more than it is worth. If I cannot swear that the world, that alleged non-self, does not think, then I can no more swear that it thinks, that would surpass my means of observation. All that I can say is that mind is prodigiously expended in this non-self, and that I am not the only self who admires it. Here, then, is what my conclusion will be. Instead of seeking the law of my philosophy in a relation between myself, which I consider as the summit of being, and that which is the most inferior in creation and that I take to be non-thinking, I will seek that law in a relation between myself and another self which is not me, between man and man. For I know that every man, my fellow, is the organic manifestation of a mind, is a self. I judge equally that animals, endowed with sensibility, instinct, even intelligence, although to a lesser degree, are also selves, of a lesser dignity, it is true, and placed at a lower degree on the scale, but created according to the same plan, and as I no more know of a manifest demarcation between the animals and the plants, or between those and the minerals, I ask myself if the inorganic beings are not still minds which sleep, selves in the embryonic state, or at least the members of a self of which I ignore the life and operations. Supposed every being thus to be both self and non-self, what can I do better, in this ontological ambiguity, than to take for the point of departure of my philosophy the relation, not of me to myself, in the manner of Fichte 589, as if I wanted to make the equation of my mind, simple, indivisible, incomprehensible being, but of myself to another which is my equal and is not me, which constitutes a dualism no longer metaphysical or antinomic, but a real duality, living and sovereign? By acting thus I do not court the risk of doing injury or grief to anyone. I have more the advantage, in descending from humanity towards things, of never losing sight of the legitimate ensemble. Finally, whatever the difference of natures which makes the object of my exploration, I am so much less exposed to being mistaken, that in the last analysis every being which is not equal to me, is dominated by me, makes a part of me, or else belongs to other selves like me, so that the law which governs the subjects between them is rationally presumed to govern the objects as well, since apart from that the subordination of the ones to the others would be impossible, and there would be contradiction between nature and humanity. Let us further observe that by that unassailable transaction, philosophy becomes entirely practical instead of speculative, or to put it better, the 2 points of view merge, the rule of my actions and the guarantee of my judgments is identical. What now is that ruling idea, at once objective and subjective, real and formal, of nature and humanity, of speculation and sentiment, of logic and art, of politics and economics, practical reason and pure reason, which govern at once the world of creation and the world of philosophy, and which both are constructed, the idea finally which, dualistic by its formula, excludes nonetheless all anteriority and all superiority, and embraces in its synthesis the real and the ideal. It is the idea of right, justice. 8. Justice, the universal reason of things, science and conscience. The people, in their laborious existence, even more than the philosophers in their speculations, have need of a guide. They need, we have said, a guide for their reason, a rule for their conscience, a superior point of view from which they may embrace their knowledge and their destiny. All this they found in religion. God, the eternal Word, had created man from clay and had animated him with his breath. God had taught how to him to speak. God had imprinted in his heart the ideas of the infinite, the eternal, the just and the ideal. God had taught him religion, worship, and the mysteries. God had delivered to him the elements of all sciences by revealing the history of creation to him, making the animals appear before him and inviting him to name them, showing him the common origin of all peoples and the cause of their dispersion. It was God who had imposed on man the law of labor, created and sanctified the family, founded society, and separated the states, which he governed by his providence. God, finally, living and seeing, principle and goal, all-powerful, just and truthful, guaranteed man's faith, and promised, after a time of trials on this earth, to reward him for his piety with a limitless happiness. Philosophy, which is the search for the reason of things, lost God in the process of seeking God's reason. At the same time, a dispersion took hold of knowledge, doubt gripped men's souls, and they became unable to think of anything but the origin of man and his final end. But this state of anguish could only be momentary. Under better conditions, reason will render us what revelation had given us, and although this legitimate hope has not yet been fulfilled, we can judge, by a simple outline of the state of human knowledge, as to its conditions and its totality, as to how close it may be to that fulfillment. Is it so bad, after all, that something has always been lacking in our knowledge? Isn't it enough for our security, for our dignity, that we see our intellectual wealth increase indefinitely? It thus is a question of assuring ourselves that justice, the principle and the source of which we will from now on locate within ourselves, fulfills, as a critical and organic principle, the object of philosophy, and that consequently it can replace religion for us, to our advantage. Deprived of the support of heaven, man remains himself. Like Medea, he will say, myself alone, and is that not enough? 590 Philosophy is for the affirmative, it awaits the certainty of its principles, the justification of its hopes. Let us see now. Since philosophy is the search for the reason of things, by including under the word things all the manifestations of the human being, and since, according to this definition, any search for the nature or the in itself of things, for their substance and materiality, just as for any kind of absolute, is excluded from philosophy, it readily follows that the principle of certainty, the archetypal idea to which all our knowledge must be referred, must be, above all, a rational principle, that which is most frankly rational, that which is most eminently intelligible, that which is least a thing, if one can put it thus. The idea of justice satisfies this first condition. Its most apparent character is to express a relationship that is all the more rational, one might say, to the extent that it is formed voluntarily, in full knowledge of the cause, by two reasonable beings, two persons. Justice is synallagmatic, it produces not merely the impression of the not-self upon the self and the action of the one upon the other, but an exchange between two selves who know one another as they each know themselves, and who swear, on their mutually guaranteed honor, an alliance in perpetuity. One will not find, in all the encyclopedia of knowledge, an idea of this stature. But it is not enough for justice to be the relation of two wills, it would not fulfill its office if it were that alone. It is equally necessary that it be reality and ideality, moreover, that it should preserve, with the power of synthesis that we have just recognized in it, a character of sufficient primordiality to serve simultaneously as the summit of the philosophical pyramid and as the principle of all knowledge. Again, justice combines these advantages, it is the point of transition between the sensory and the intelligible, the real and the ideal, the concepts of metaphysics and the perceptions of experience. 591. It would be, indeed, a narrow understanding of justice to imagine that it intervenes only in the fabrication of laws, that it has a place only in national assemblies and courts. Undoubtedly it is under this aspect of political sovereignty that it enters our thought and dominates mankind. But this justice, with respect to which, in our relationship with our neighbors, we are especially preoccupied with enforcement, imposes itself with no less authority on the understanding and the imagination than it does on the conscience. Its formula governs the whole world, and everywhere, if it is allowed to express itself in this way, it preaches to us by precept and example. Justice thus takes various names, according to the faculties to which it is addressed. Within the order of the conscience, the highest of all, it is justice properly speaking, ruler our rights and our duties. In the order of intelligence, logic, mathematics, etc., it is equality or equation. In the sphere of imagination, it is called ideal. In nature, it is balance. Justice is essential to each one of these categories of ideas or facts under a particular name and as an indispensable condition, to man alone, a complex being, whose spirit embraces in its unity the acts of freedom and the operations of intelligence. The things of nature and creations of the ideal, impose themselves synthetically with an authority that is always the same, and therefore the individual who, in his relationships to his fellows, neglects the laws of nature or mind, lacks justice. A man asks, why? Because human society, different from the animal communities, is established on a constantly changing totality of synallagmatic relationships, and because, without speech, the determination of these relationships, and consequently legislation and justice, would be impossible. Therefore, the solemn formula of speech is the sermon, the imprecation, and the anathema. The liar is everywhere considered infamous, and among civilized people, the man who respects himself, according to the precept of the gospel, eschews swearing, he gives his word. How many centuries will pass before we abolish this feudal shame, the legal oath? It is through the influence of the same juridical sentiment and its dualistic formula that language tends to become more and more adequate to the idea, and that one notices there these innumerable dual forms, rhymes, parallelisms, agreements in kind, number, and case, distiches, oppositions, antonymies, etc., which make grammar a system of couples, I would say almost transactions. Man reasons, and his logic is only a development of his grammar, of which it retains the copulative paces. However, as it occupies itself less with form than content, it more closely approaches justice, of which it is, if you will allow me this expression, the secretary. Tell me, is it by chance that what is in grammar only a phrase, becomes in logic a judgment? And if grammar is the preparation for logic, is it less true to say that logic, having for its goal to teach us how to write the judgments of justice correctly, is the preparation for jurisprudence? At the same time as he receives impressions and images of external objects, man, we have said, ascends, by virtue of the identity of his thought, to those higher concepts that are called transcendental, because they exceed the range of the senses, or metaphysical, as if they were a revelation of supernatural things. Here, once again, the dualism of justice appears. While Kant, after having made the enumeration of his categories, distributed them into 4 groups, each one formed of a thesis and of an antithesis, balanced by a synthesis, Hegel, following this example, built his entire philosophy on a system of antinomies that produce one another, while being mistaken as to the role and value of the synthesis, revealed to us that great law which dominated his entire critique, namely that justice, a pure concept as much as it is a fact of experience, is the muse of metaphysics. It was Plato, if I am not mistaken, who said that the beautiful is the splendor of the truth. This definition may please the artist, who asks only to be impressed. It is not enough for the philosopher, who wants to feel and to understand at the same time. It is certain that the ideal is a transcendent conception of reason, which elevates art, like religion and justice, above real things and simple utility. But how is this idea of beauty formed in us? By what transition does our spirit rise from the imperfect and miserable aspects of reality to this divine contemplation of the ideal? It is an artist who teaches it to us, through justice. The goal of art, said Raphael, is to render things, not absolutely such as nature presents them to us, but such as it should have made them, and such as we discover, in studying nature, that nature tends to make them without ever arriving at it. Being, reduced to its pure and just form, without excess or defect, without violence or softness, that is art. Any time being, in its reality, approximates its idea in something, it becomes beautiful, it sparkles, and, without exceeding its limitations, it takes on the character of the infinite. Justness in form and expression, justice in social life, the law is always the same. It is thereby that the man of genius and the man of property glorify themselves. This is the secret of the mysterious bond that links art with morality. Shall we speak of politics and its balances? Of political economy, of the endless division of functions, the balance of values, the relation of supply to demand, trade and its balance? Just as the concept of accuracy, i.e. of justice applied to the shape of things, is the transition between the real and the ideal, so the notion of value is at once subjective and objective, and all of justice is the transition between the world of nature and the world of society. Will we say, finally, that war, excessive, is only one investigation, through the struggle of forces, of justice? But what good is it to insist on things that it is enough to name in order to see at once appear the principle which governs them and constitutes them, right? It is by his conscience, much more than by his understanding and his imagination, that man embraces God, the universe, and humanity. It is that conscience, for any statement, which creates in him reason, of which even the name, according to etymology, means nothing but the justification of the fact by its causes, its circumstances, its medium, its elements, its time, its end, in word its idea, always justice. Each one knows what satisfaction seizes the soul upon the clear apperception of a truth, upon the regular conclusion of a reasoning, the demonstrated certainty of an hypothesis. There is something emotional in this pleasure caused by the possession of truth, which is not pure intelligence, which is not impassioned, and that one can compare only with the joy of the triumph gained by virtue over vice. One also knows what heated controversy can exist between men of the most peaceful character with regard to questions in which their interests are by no means engaged. In all of this, I repeat, we can sense an element of will intricately mixed with the operations of understanding, and which, in my opinion, is nothing other than justice intervening in the philosopher's investigation and rejoicing in his success. Just so, the pure form or beauty, exact knowledge or truth, is still justice. Conscience and science would thus be, at base, identical. What gives the sanction to the one is the other. What makes us exclaim, in a tone of satisfied pride or rather of satisfied conscience, it is obvious, is that the obviousness is not only in us an act of judgment, but an act of the conscience, a kind of stop in the last resort which defies the lie. It is obvious. The separation of science and conscience, like that of logic and right, is only a scholastic abstraction. In our soul, things do not occur thus. The certainty of knowledge is something more intimate to us, more emotional, more vital, than the logicians and the psychologists say. Also, as one said of the good man, that he could be eloquent, vir bonus dicendi paradis 592 because he had a conscience, pectus est quod dice rtos facit 593. One could also say that the wise man is incompatible with the dishonest man, and that which science builds in us is the conscience. Assured, by justice, as to his science and his conscience, finding in his own heart the reason of the universe and the reason of himself, what more does man require? And what could the heavens and the powers of the skies offer to him? Need I add that, as the quality of the philosophical spirit is the same in all men, and as they do not differ between them, from this point of view, except by the sum of their knowledge, so the conscience in all is also of equal quality. They differ, in this regard, only by the development of their moral sense and the sum of their virtues. It is by virtue of this second principle that the Revolution, which declared all citizens, because of the equivalence of their judgment, to be equal before the law, wanted further to make them all legislators and dispensers of justice, voters, jurors, judges, referees, experts, members of the communal assembly and the provincial council, representatives of the people, guardians of the nation. It wanted to give them all the right to publish their opinions, to discuss the acts and to control the accounts of the government, to criticize the laws and to pursue their reform. Democracy of the intelligence and democracy of the conscience, such are the two great principles of philosophy, the two articles of faith of the revolution. Let us summarize this section. Since philosophy is essentially dualistic, since in its language and its reasoning the ideas of sensory things incessantly call upon metaphysical ideas and vice versa, and since, in addition, among the objects of its study are included, often mixed and confused, things of nature and humanity, of speculation, of morals and art, it follows that the critical principle of philosophy, dualist and synthetic in its form, empirical and idealist by virtue of its double origin, must be capable of being applied, with equal suitability, to all the categories of knowledge. However, the idea of justice is the only one which meets these conditions. It is thus justice which we will take for a universal and absolute criterion of certainty. The proposal of Descartes, I think, therefore I am, is not certain because it is obvious, which does not mean anything. It is obvious because its two terms are adequate, i.e. equal before the justice of the understanding, confirmed by the judgment of the conscience, and every obvious proposition is found in the same case. That is not all. With the criterion of certainty, one needs for philosophy a principle in virtue of which it coordinates its materials, and which, in construction without end of knowledge, does not enable him any more to be mislaid. Once again, the idea of justice answers this wish. Indeed, justice, or best reason, right reason, as it was formerly said, being all at the same time paramount and understanding with the supreme degree, is with itself its principle, its measurement and its end, so that for the philosopher, the critical principle and the organic or teleological principle is the same one. From which it follows that the last word of philosophy, its constant goal, is to realize, by the synthesis of knowledge, the agreement between man and nature, that is to say, as Fourier called it, universal harmony. There is nothing beyond that. 9. Supremacy of justice. Philosophy defined. Its dualism established. Its leveling spirit and its democratic tendency demonstrated. The formation of ideas, perceptions, and concepts explained. The criterion having been found, the goal indicated, the synthetic formula given, man's purpose determined. One can say, in a sense, that philosophy is finished. It is finished, since it can present itself before the multitude and say to it, I am justice, ego sum qui sum, 594. It is I who shall draw you forth from misery and servitude. There is nothing more but to fill the cotters, which is the business of the professors and the scholars. Indeed, what is this justice, if not the sovereign essence that humanity from time immemorial adored under the name of God? What philosophy has not ceased to seek its turn under various names, the idea of Plato and Hegel, the absolute of Fichte, the pure and practical reason of Kant, the French Revolution's rights of man and of the citizen. Since the beginning of the world, hasn't human religious and philosophical thought constantly revolved on this pivot? It would not be difficult to bring back to this program all the theories religious, philosophical, aesthetic, and moral which since the beginning of the world have occupied the human spirit. We will exempt ourselves of this work. The people do not have time to give to such vast, wild imaginings. All that they ask, is that we summarize for them this new faith in a way that catches them, that enables them to take it seriously, and to make of it at this moment a force and a weapon. We have found ways to make astronomy accessible to the children, without making them pass through the deserts of higher mathematics. We, formerly, had found good means to make all the substance of the religion history, dogmas, liturgy, scriptures penetrate into the mind of the people, without for that obliging them to become theologians. Why, today, should we not teach them philosophy and justice in the same way, without imposing any other condition on them than to make use of their good sense? We will thus say to the people: justice is simultaneously, for any reasonable being, the principle and form of thought, the guarantee of the judgment, the code of conduct, the goal of knowledge and the end of existence. It is feeling and concept, manifestation and law, idea and action, it is universal life, spirit and reason. Just as, in nature, all converges, all conspires, all consents, according to the old expression, in the same way, in a word, all the world tends to harmony and balance, in society, likewise, all is subordinated to justice, all serves it, all is done by its command, according to its measure and for its sake. It is upon its foundation that the edifice of interests is constructed, and, to this end, that of knowledge, while at the same time, it is in itself subordinate to nothing, recognizing no authority beyond itself, serving as an instrument to no power, not even to freedom. It is, of all our ideas, the most understandable, the most present, and the most fertile, of our feelings, the only one that men honor without reserve, and the most indestructible. The ignoramus perceives it as fully as does the wise man, and, to defend it, becomes instantly as subtle as the doctors, as courageous as the heroes. Before the glare of right, mathematical certainty fades. So it is that the construction of justice is the great enterprise of mankind, the most masterly of sciences, the work of the collective spontaneity much more than of the genius of legislators, and an unending task. This, O people, is why justice is severe, and does not suffer mocking remarks. All knees bend before it, and all heads are bowed. It alone allows, tolerates, forbids, or permits. It would cease to be, if it required, on behalf of that which it is, any permission, authorization, or tolerance. Any obstacle is an insult to it, and every man is called to arms to overcome it. Quite different is religion, which could not prolong its life except by making itself tolerant, which could not continue to exist without tolerance. It is enough to say that its role is done with. Justice, on the contrary, is fundamental and unconditioned. It suffers no opposition, it admits of no competition, neither in the conscience, nor in the mind, and whoever sacrifices it, even to the idea, or even to love, is excluded from the communion of mankind. No peace with iniquity, O Democrats, may that be the motto of your peace and your war cry, but, the last of the Christians will say to us, your justice is the reign of God that the gospel prescribes us from seeking in anything, quaerite primum regnum deit justitiam ejus, it is the sacrifice which God prefers, sacrificat sacrificium justicii. How, then, can you not welcome our God, and how can you reject his religion? 595. It is because you yourselves, O inconsistent worshippers, believe in justice even more than you do in your God. You affirm his word, not because it is divine, but because your spirit finds it true. You follow its precepts, not because God is the author, but because they seem to you right. Theology wishes in vain to reverse this order, to give sovereignty to God and to subordinate justice to him. The intimate sense protests, and, in popular teaching, in prayer, it is justice that serves as witness to divinity and the pledge of religion. Justice is the supreme God, it is the living God, God the Almighty, the only God who dares be intolerant with respect to those who blaspheme against him, beneath which are nothing but pure idealities and assumptions. Pray to your God, Christians, the law permits it, but be sure that you do not prefer him to justice, if you would not be treated as conspirators and corruptors. What man, now, in the presence of this great principle of justice, would not have the right to call himself a philosopher? It would be a return immediately to the antique spirit of caste, to disavow the progress of 25 centuries, to hold, like the Senate of old Rome, that the patrician alone has the privilege of the legal formulas and the sacred things, and that in the presence of fulgurating Jupiter the slave does not have the right to call himself religious. All the relations of men with one another are governed by justice, all natural laws derive from that by which the beings, and the elements that compose them, are or tend to be balanced. All the formulas of reason are reduced to the equation or series of equations. Logic, the art of right reasoning, can be defined, like chemistry since Lavoisier, as the art of maintaining balance. Whoever commits an error or a sin, one says, has faltered, he has stumbled, he has lost his balance. Under 1,000 different expressions, language unceasingly reproduces the same idea. Do we not recognize, by this sign, the existence of a popular philosophy, which is nothing other than the philosophy of right, a philosophy that comes simultaneously from reason and from nature? And this is not, at bottom, the same philosophy taught, in his barbaric language, by that philosopher who has never been equaled by any other, the immortal Kant, when he demanded from practical reason, from that which he called its categorical imperative, the supreme guarantee of speculative reason, and when he acknowledged with frankness that nothing was certain beyond right and duty. X. Conditions for a philosophical propaganda. It is when religions pass away, when monarchies fail, when the politics of exploitation, in order to preserve itself, is reduced to proscribing the worker and the idea, and when the republic, everywhere on the agenda, seeks its formula, at the hour when the old convictions are dilapidated, when consciences are rooted, when opinion is abandoned, when the multitude of egoisms shouts every man for himself. That the moment arrives for an attempt at social restoration by means of a new propaganda. One, let us not fear to repeat, justice, under various names, controls the world, nature and humanity, science and conscience, logic and morals, political economy, history, literature and art. Justice is what is most primitive in the human heart, most fundamental in society, most sacred among the nations, and what the masses demand today with the greatest ardor. It is the essence of the religions at the same time as it is the form of reason, the secret object of faith, and the beginning, the middle, and the end of knowledge. What could possibly be more universal, stronger, more complete than justice, justice with respect to which any superiority would imply contradiction? Now, the people possess justice within themselves, they have preserved it better than their masters and their priests, it is stronger among them than among the savants who teach it, the lawyers who discuss it, and the judges who apply it. The people, finally, in their native intuition and their respect for right, are more advanced than their superiors, they are lacking, as they say themselves when speaking of the intelligent animals, only speech. It is speech which we want to give to the people. Thus, we who know how to speak and write, we have but one thing to do, in order to preach to the people and to philosophies in the name of the justice, which is to inspire ourselves with the feelings of our audience, and to take them for our arbiter. If the philosophy that we attempt to explicate is insufficient, they will tell us so. If we go astray in our controversies, if we are mistaken in our conclusions, they will inform us. If something better is offered them, they will take it. The people, in that which concerns justice, are not, strictly speaking, disciples, much less neophytes. The idea is within them, all they need to be initiated into, like the Roman plebs of former times, is the expressions for it. All that we ask of them is that they should have faith in themselves and take note of the facts and the laws. Our ministry goes no further. We are the counselors of the people, not their initiators. To this first advantage entails another, no less precious. While presenting ourselves simply as missionaries of right, we need neither to prevail upon any authority, divine or human, nor to pose as geniuses, martyrs, or saints. Modesty, frankness, zeal, above all, good sense, nothing more is required of us. The truths we carry are not ours, they were not revealed to us from on high by grace of the Holy Ghost, and we have no copyright or proprietary patent over them. These truths are shared by everyone, they are inscribed within every soul, and we are not called on, as a proof of our veracity, to support them with prophecies and miracles. Speak to the slave of liberty, to the proletarian of his rights, to the worker of his salary, all will understand you, and if they see there a chance of success, they will not ask themselves in the name of whom or what you speak to them. In matters of justice, nature has made everyone competent, because it has given us all the same faculty and the same interest. This is why we can fail in our teaching without ever compromising our cause, and why no difference of opinion can lead to a schism amongst us. The same zeal for justice that has divided us on a point of doctrine will reconcile us sooner or later. No authority, no priesthood, no churches. All of us who affirm right are in our belief necessarily orthodox, consequently eternally united. Heresy in justice is a nonsense. Oh! If the apostles of Christ had been able to hold to this teaching. If the Gnostics had dared return to it. If Arius, Pelagius, Manes, Wycliffe, Jan Hus, and Luther had been strong enough to understand it, 596. But it was written that the popular word would have for its precursor the word of God. How blessed are both! 3. But, one says, the people are incapable of a course of study, the abstraction of ideas, the monotony of science repels them. With them, one must always concretus, personalize, and dramatize, employ ethos and pathos. 597. Constantly change object and tone. Constrained by imagination and passion, realist by temperament, they voluntarily follow the empirics, tribunes, and charlatans. The fervor is not sustained, at every instant, it falls back into the materialism of interests. This proves one thing: the philosopher, having been fully instructed in theory, who devotes himself to teaching the masses, must be, in his lectures to the people, a practical demonstrator above all. In this respect, at any rate, he will not be an innovator. Isn't the identity of the fact and the law, of the content and the form, the constant subject of the tribunes? Does jurisprudence, in its schools and its books, proceed other than by formulas and examples? Moreover, in teaching justice, why should we deprive ourselves of these two powerful levers, passion and interest? Has justice any other end than to ensure the public happiness against the incursions of egoism? Does it not have poverty for its sanction? Yes, we know that the people feel themselves to be highly interested in justice, and no one takes their material interests more seriously than we do. If it is a point on which we propose to return constantly, it is that all crimes and misdemeanors, all corporate privilege, all that is arbitrary in government, is for the people an immediate cause of pauperism and sorrow. This is why, as missionaries for democracy, having to combat the most detestable passions, and cowardly and obstinate egoism, we never intend to make the mistake of arousing popular indignation by the vehemence of our discourse. Justice is demonstrated by sentiment as well as by logic. The penal code of despotism calls this to incite the citizens to hate one another, to mistrust and hate the government. Shall we be the dupes of a hypocritical legislation, of which the sole end is to paralyze consciences in order to assure, under a false appearance of moderation, the impunity of the most guilty parties? Man's life is brief, the people can receive but rare and rapid lessons. What purpose do they serve if we do not render those lessons as positive as existence, if we do not put men and things in play, if, in order to seize minds, we do not give impetus to imaginations and hearts? Shall we scruple, in speaking of justice, to be of our time, and will we not merit what is said of us by the false apostles, if, as our adversaries wish, we reduce it to a pure abstraction? It is in the contemporaneity of facts that one must show the people, as in a mirror, the permanence of ideas. The history of religion, the Church tells us, is an uninterrupted stream of miracles. But the faithful has no need, in order to be convinced of the truth of his belief, of having seen them all. It suffices that he contemplates this Church, the establishment of which, according to the doctors, is itself the greatest of miracles. Thus it is with justice. The history of its manifestations, of its developments, of its constitutions, of its theories, encompasses the lives of many hundreds of men. Happily, the people have nothing to do with this burden. In order to sustain their faith in justice, it suffices for one to show it, by striking examples, justice oppressed and then revenged, crime triumphant and then punished, it suffices that they hear the protestations of generous souls in eras of unhappiness, and that they feel that this revolution so calumniated, which for 3 millennia has pushed the working masses toward liberty, is justice. But what order to follow in this teaching? What is especially painful in the study of sciences is the yoke of the methods, the length of the preliminaries, the sequence of propositions, the accuracy of the transitions, the rigor of the analyses. It is this obligation never to pass on to a new subject, before that which precedes it on the staircase of method is exhausted. Thus, before approaching the study of philosophy, the student requires 6 or 7 years of grammar, languages, humanities, and history, logic, metaphysics, psychology, then come morals, not to mention mathematics, physics, natural history, etc. These studies having been completed, if the poor student has obtained his diplomas, he may begin studying law, which takes at least 3 years. It is in these conditions that the young man, rich enough to have them as his pastime, becomes legist, lawyer, justice of the peace, or substitute for the imperial prosecutor. The people, undoubtedly, cannot traverse this entire succession. If philosophy can be acquired only under such conditions, it is condemned without reprieve. Either democracy is only a word, and there is not, outside of the language of the Church, apart from feudality and of divine right, communion between men, or it is necessary here to change approaches. I want to say that, in agreement with popular reason, it is necessary to abandon the analytical and deductive method, glory of the school, and to replace it with a universalist and synthetic method, more in touch with the reason of the masses, which sees everything concretely and synthetically. I will explain. Since everything, in nature and in society, pivots on justice, since it is center, base, and summit, substance and form of every fact as well as any idea, it is obvious, a priori, that everything can be reduced directly to justice, consequently that the true philosophical method consists in breaking all these patterns. In that sphere of the universal where we are going to move, and of which the center is called justice, harmony, equilibrium, balance, equality, all the graduations and specifications of school vanish. Little matter that we take our point of departure at such a meridian or such a parallel, at the equator or at the pole, that we begin with political economy rather than logic, with aesthetic or moral philosophy rather than counting and grammar. For the same reason, it matters little to us to change the subject as many times as we please, and as it pleases us, for us, there can result from it neither confusion nor mix-ups. It is always the higher reason of things that we seek, that is to say the direct relation of each things with justice, which does not undermine in any way classifications of school, and does not compromise any of his faculties. To philosophies about this and that, in the manner of Socrates, will thus be then, except for the adjustments demanded by the circumstances, the approach to follow in a philosophico-juridical education destined for the people. A method of this sort, one will say, is no method at all perhaps. With regard to science, rigor of method is a sign of mistrust of mind, arising from its weakness. If we should address ourselves to superior intelligences, it is the method of Socrates that they prefer, and universal reason itself, if it could speak, would not proceed otherwise. Now nothing resembles universal reason more, as to form, than the reason of the people. In treating it thus, we do not flatter it, but serve it. 11. Law of progress, social destination. An objection is posed if the center or pivot of philosophy, namely justice, is, like that of being, invariable and fixed. The system of things, which, in fact and in right, rests on that center, must also be defined in itself, and consequently fixed in its ensemble and tending to immutability. Leibniz regarded this world as the best possible, he should have said, in virtue of the law of equilibrium that presides over it, that it is the only possible one. One can thus conceive of creation, at least in its thought, as being completed, the universal order being realized in a final manner. Then, as the world would no longer have a reason to exist, since it would have reached its perfection, all would return to the universal repose. This is the secret thought of the religions. The end of things, they say, is for the Creator, just as for the creature, the consummation of glory. But strip away the mythology, underneath this unutterable glory, one finds immobility, death, nothingness. The world, drawn from nothing, i.e. inorganic immobility, amorphous, dark, returns, under the terms of its law of balance, to immobility, and our justification is nothing other than the work of our annihilation. Justice, balance, order, perfection, is petrifaction. Movement, life, thought, are bad things, the ideal, the absolute, the just, which we must continually work to realize, is plenitude, immobility, non-being. It follows that, for the intelligent, moral, and free being, happiness is to be found in death, in the quiet of the tomb. Such is the Buddhist dogma, expressed by this apothegm: it is better to sit than stand, to sleep than to sit, and to be dead than to sleep. Such is also the conclusion to which one of the late philosophers of Germany arrived, and it is difficult to deny that any philosophy of the absolute, just as any religion, leads to the same result. But common sense is repelled by this theory. It judges that life, action, thought are good. Morality itself is repelled by it, since it gives us constantly to work, to learn, and to undertake, in a word, to do the very things that, according to our final destiny, we should regard as bad. How to escape from this contradiction? We believe that, as the space in which the worlds whirl about is infinite, time infinite, matter, hurled into infinite space, also infinite, consequently, the power of nature and the capacity for movement infinite. In the same way, without the principle and the law of the universe changing, creation is virtually infinite, in its extent, its duration, and its forms. Under this condition of infinity, that inevitably falls on creation, the assumption of a completion, of a final consummation, is contradictory. The universe does not tend to an opposition to progress, its movement is perpetual, because the universe itself is infinite. The law of balance which presides over it does not lead it to uniformity, to an immobilism. It assures, on the contrary, eternal renewal by the economy of forces, which are infinite. But if such is the true constitution of the universe, it must be admitted that such is also that of humanity. We are not heading for any ideal perfection, for a final state that we might reach in a moment by crossing, through death, the gap that separates us from it. We are carried, along with the rest of the universe, in a ceaseless metamorphosis, which is all the more surely and gloriously achieved as we develop more in intelligence and morality. Progress thus remains the law of our heart, not in the sense only that, by the perfection of ourselves, we must approach unceasingly absolute justice and the ideal, but in the sense that humanity renewing itself and developing without end, like creation itself, the ideal of justice and beauty which we have to carry out always changes and always increases. Thus, the contemplation of the infinite, which led us to quietism, is precisely what cures us of it. We are participants in universal, eternal life, and the more we can reflect the image of it in our own life, through action and justice, the happier we are. The small number of days which is allotted to us has nothing to do with this. Our perpetuity is in the perpetuity of our race, which in turn is linked to the perpetuity of the universe. Even if the very globe upon which we live, which we presently know with some scientific certainty to have had a beginning, should crumble beneath our feet and disperse in space, we should see in this dissolution merely a local metamorphosis, which, changing nothing with respect to the universal organism, could not cause us despair, and consequently would not affect our happiness in any way. If the joy of the father of a family on his deathbed is in the survival of his children, why shouldn't it be the same for our terrestrial humanity, the day when it will feel life become exhausted in its soil and consequently in its veins? After us, other worlds. Would this idea be beyond the reach of the simple, or too low for the philosophers? Thus determined in its nature, its conditions, its principle, and its object, philosophy gives us, in its own manner, the word of our destiny. What is philosophy? Philosophy is the search, and, as far as the strength of the human mind permits, the discovery of the reason of things. Philosophy is thus defined as opposed to theology, which would be defined, we dare say, as the knowledge of the first cause, the inmost nature, and the final end of things. Who created the universe? Theology answers boldly, without understanding the meaning of its proposition, it is God. Philosophy, on the contrary, says, the universe, such as it appears to the eyes and the reason, being infinite, exists for all eternity. In it, life and spirit are permanent and indefectible, justice is the law that governs all its metamorphoses. Why should the world have a beginning? Why an end? Reason sees no need of it, and repudiates it. What is God? God, says theology, is the author, the creator, the preserver, the destroyer, and the sovereign Lord of all things. God, says metaphysics, auxiliary and interpreter of theology, is the infinite, absolute, necessary, and universal being, which serves the universe as its substratum and hides behind its phenomena. This being is essentially one, consequently possibly personal, intelligent, and free, moreover, because of its infinity, it is perfect and holy. God, philosophy says finally, is, from the ontological point of view, a conception of the human mind, the reality of which it is impossible to deny or affirm authentically, from the point of view of humanity, a fantastic representation of the human soul raised to the infinite. Why was man created and put on the earth? To know God, says theology, to love Him, serve Him, and by this means, to acquire eternal life. Philosophy, pruning the mystical data from theology, answers simply, to carry out justice, to exterminate evil, to contribute by the good administration of his sphere to the harmonious evolution of the worlds, and by this means, to obtain the greatest sum of glory and happiness, in his body and his soul. We will continue this questionnaire. The Catechism, with its mythology and its mysteries, served, for 18 centuries, as a basis for the instruction of the people. Today, children no longer want it. Would philosophy, concrete and positive, arriving at its moment, prove less popular than the Catechism has ever been? Little Political Catechism. Instruction I. Of the social power, considered in itself. Question: any manifestation attests to a reality, what constitutes the reality of social power? Answer: the collective force. Q. What do you mean by the collective force? A. Any being, and by that I mean only what exists, what is a reality, not a phantom, a pure idea, possesses in itself, to whatever degree, the faculty or property, as soon as it finds itself in the presence of other beings, of being able to attract and be attracted, to repulse and be repulsed, to move, to act, to think, to produce, at the very least to resist, by its inertia, influences from the outside. This faculty or property, one calls force. Thus force is inherent, immanent in being, it is its essential attribute, and what alone testifies to its reality. Take away gravity, and we are no longer assured of the existence of bodies. Now, it is not only individuals that are endowed with force, collectivities also have theirs. To speak here only of human collectivities, let us suppose that the individuals, in such numbers as one might wish, in whatever manner and to whatever end, group their forces, the resultant of these agglomerated forces, which must not be confused with their sum, constitutes the force or power of the group. Q. Give examples of this force. A. A workshop, formed of workers whose labor converges towards the same goal, which is to obtain such and such a product, has, as a workshop or collectivity, a power that belongs to it. The proof of this is that the product of these individuals thus grouped is quite superior to what would have been the sum of their particular products if they had worked separately. Likewise, the crew of a ship, a limited partnership, an academy, an orchestra, an army, etc., all these collectivities, more or less skillfully organized, contain power, a power which is synthetic and consequently specific to the group, superior in quality and energy to the sum of the elementary forces which compose it. As for the rest, the beings to which we accord individuality do not enjoy it by any title other than that of the collective beings. They are always groups formed according to a law of relation and in which force, proportional to the arrangement at least as much as to the mass, is the principle of unity. From which one concludes, contrary to the old metaphysics. First, that any manifestation of power being the product of a group or an organization, the intensity and quality of this power, as well as its form, sound, savor, solidity, etc., can serve for the observation and classification of beings. Second, that consequently, collective force being a fact as positive as individual force, the first perfectly distinct from the second, collective beings are as much realities as individual ones are. Q. How does the collective force, an ontological, mechanical, industrial phenomenon, become a political power? A. To begin with, any human group, family, workshop, battalion can be regarded as a social embryo, consequently the force which is in it can, to a certain extent, form the basis for political power. But in general it is not from the group such as we have just conceived it that the city, the state, is born. The state results from the unification of several groups different in nature and purpose, each one formed for the exercise of a specific function and the creation of a particular product, then joined under a common law and in an identical interest. It is a collectivity of a higher order, in which each group, taken itself for individual, contributes to developing a new force, which will be even greater to the extent that the associated functions will be more numerous, their harmony more perfect, and the service of the forces, on behalf of the citizens, more complete. In short, that which produces power in society and comprises the reality of this society itself is the same thing that produces force in bodies, organized as well as unorganized, and that constitutes their reality, namely the relation of the parts. Imagine a society in which all relations between individuals had suddenly ceased, in which each would provide for his own subsistence in absolute isolation. Whatever amity existed between these men, whatever their proximity, their multitude would no longer form an organism, it would lose all reality and all force. Like a body whose molecules have lost the relation that determines their cohesion, at the least shock, it would collapse into dust. Q. In the industrial group, the collective force can be perceived without difficulty, the increase in production shows it. But in the political group, by what signs can one recognize it? In what respect is it distinct from the force of ordinary groups? What is its special product, and what are the nature of its effects? A. From time immemorial, the vulgar believed to see the social power in the deployment of military forces, in the construction of monuments, the completion of works of public utility. But it is clear, according to what has just been said, that all of these things, whatever their size, are effects of the ordinary collective force. It does not matter whether the productive groups, being maintained at the expense of the state, are loyal to the prince, or whether they work for themselves. It is not there that we must seek the manifestations of the social power. The active groups which make the city differing from one another in organization, as well as in their idea and object, the relation that links them is no longer really a relation of cooperation but a relation of commutation. The character of the social force will thus be primarily commutative, it will be no less real. Q. Demonstrate by examples. A. Money. In theory and in result, products are exchanged for products. In fact, this exchange, the most significant function of society, which sets in motion values of so many billions of francs, so many thousands of kilograms in weight, would not take place without this common denominator, at the same time a product and a sign, which one calls money. In France, the sum of circulating cash is, if one can believe it, approximately 2 billion francs, or 10 million kilograms of silver, or 645,161 kilograms of gold. From the point of view of the goods that this instrument makes move, and by supposing all business is transacted in cash, One can say that this quantity of currency represents the driving force of several million horses. Is it the metal of which currency is made which has this extraordinary force? No, it is in the public reciprocity of which currency is the sign and the pledge. The bill of exchange. Money, in spite of this marvelous power that the relation of commutation of the producing groups gives it, is still not enough for the mass of transactions. One had to compensate for this by a clever combination, the theory of which is as well known as is the theory of money. The annual production of the country being 12 billion, one can, without exaggeration, carry the sum of the exchanges which this production implies to 4 times as much, that is to say, 48 billion. If the business were transacted in cash, one would need a quantity of currency of at least half that, if not equal to it, so that the use of the bill of exchanges actually acts as would a score of 1 billion francs in gold or silver specie. From whence does this power come? From the relation of commutation which links the members of the society, groups, and individuals. The bank. The discount of bills of exchange is a service for which particular banks are made to pay a rather high price, but for which the Bank of France, which has the privilege to issue bearer orders and to make them universally accepted, only charges a fee 2/3 lower. And it is proven that these fees could be reduced further by 9/10. A new degree of economy is obtained, consequently a new force is created, by virtue of social relations. For whoever says a saving in expenses, says, in all things, a reduction in inert force or dead weight, and consequently an increase in vital force. Rent. 3 causes contribute to the production of rent: land, labor, and society. Let us disregard land initially. As for labor, we know how, by the division of industries and the formation of the working group, one increases the level of production even while the number of individuals remains the same. This is indeed the collective force of which we spoke above. But the advantage of this division is not limited to that. The more the groups, in multiplying, multiply the relations of commutation in society, the more the number of useful objects and their very utility increase. However, the increase in utility that results from the relations of the groups in equal amounts of territory and an unchanged quantity of actual service, what is this other than rent? Therefore, the creation of wealth, the creation of force. General security. In an antagonistic population, such as existed in the Middle Ages, it is in vain that the Church tries to make its threats heard, the courts to brandish their instruments of torture, the kings and their rough-neck soldiers to make their lances ring on the flagstones of their barracks. There is no safety. The earth is covered with keeps and fortresses, everyone is armed and shut in, pillage and war are the order of the day. One blames this disorder on the barbarism of the times, and one is right to do so. But what is barbarism, or rather, what produces it? The incoherence of the industrial groups, their small numbers, and the isolation in which they act, after the example of the agricultural groups. Here, therefore, the relation of functions, the solidarity of interests that this creates, the feeling for this solidarity that the producers acquire, the new consciousness that results from it, make for more law and order than do the army, the police force, and religion. Where can a power more real and more sublime be found? These examples suffice to explain what, in itself, is the power to which the social community gives rise. It is by exploiting this power, converted into taxes, that the princes then acquire gendarmes and all the apparatus of coercion which serves to fortify them against the attacks of their rivals,